Chapter 301 Hipster Liu Sheng and Wang Chunli chatted, talking very quickly. In the introduction of Wang Chunli painted two people from the fan production workshop, until the total installation workshop, soon around the Longjiang brand electric fan factory to visit a circle. Liu Sheng looked up and looked at the sky, and raised his hand and looked at the watch. He felt that time is not too early. He will say, the celebration of the electric fan factory is about to start. Wang Chunli should return to the celebration venue, and he is at this time. It is also to represent the loyalty company, and go to the Japanese restaurant, the banquet of Chi City and the city. He smiled and said to Wang Chunli, Wang fairest, this time is tight. I will not stay here. After celebration, Yan Ming and Chen Tan put two high-rise, need to temporarily stay in you. You look, let them visit the electric fan factory, entertain them to eat, then give them a rest. Wait in the afternoon, I will come back to Jiangqing, come over and pick them two people. Do you see it? Loyalty. What did you say? Wang Chunli revealed a slightly dissatisfied expression, and it was exaggerated to say, you can let Yan Ming and Chen Tan put two high-end workers to our factory. It is our factory. I am honored. If you say it, you will see it, the door of Longjiang brand electric fan factory. People who make huge contributions to the factory are always open. Don't say that I have to eat here, I want to be here. What to do? The electric fan factory will arrange your own posts. When I don't say Liu Sheng, when I opened this celebration, I went to the reward of the active person of the electric fan factory, which is that Liu Sheng's merit is there. If there is no too high work in Liu Sheng and Jiangqing, there is no electric fan factory. If he even can't understand this, his factory man is white, the leader of the king, then I will leave, wait for the opportunity to go to the electric fan factory. I wish you a successful success this year's celebration. Liu Sheng said with a smile and said, I sincerely hope that Wang Chunli can make this celebration well this time. Loyalty. Then I will borrow you Jian. I also hope that you don't work well. If you don't return to Jiangqing, you must give me a chance to eat. Wang Chunli said very seriously. He thinks and Liu Sheng talking together, a little bit of a little child is not. There is a kind of talk to a wise man with elderly. He is really trying to ask Liu Sheng to eat meals here. King Dynasty Banquet. Liu Sheng did not board the chairman, but in turn to their electric fans employees. He is a factory, should also be obliged to ask Liu Sheng to eat. Although he is not the kind of person who likes to study the extension, he always has a feeling, with Liu Sheng, will have a huge help to him in the future. You are too polite, but today is not okay. I have to return to Jiangqing in the afternoon. Tomorrow is Monday, our school is going to class. Wait for you to go to Jiangqing. I arranged you to eat. Liu Sheng and Wang Chunli have made good luck, letting him send him a Japanese restaurant near the provincial government. After the Japanese restaurant, Liu Sheng saw that the time is still early, and the boss of the restaurant manager and the boss of the restaurant, Go Kiao, the Lib, and when in Tokyo, the Sanjing Yazi deliberately called Go Kiao Lizai. Tell Go Kiao Lizai, she and Liu Sheng. I hope that there is a good project on the high bridge. You can talk to Liu Sheng, and join hands together to do business. Go Kiao Lizai is a classmate of Three Wells. It is also a girlfriend. They have been having a good relationship, and the energy of the family of Go Kiao Lizai is also very powerful. Otherwise, the first Japanese restaurant in the Black Province is not will start. Under the strong demand of Go Kiao Lizai, Liu Sheng and Go Kiao Liuzi chatted some of the current situation of Three Wells, and chatted two people may have cooperation in the future. They all feel very satisfied, even agreed, hi if there is any project. If there is any project, all Liu Sheng has a business of cooperation, everyone is related to each other, striving for strong union, and stronger business. Doing a business to buy this kind of thing, you must have a flower sedan to lift it. If you do not, when you are, people around you will lose a good job, like the good family of Go Kiao, a good family, cooperation. The possibility is quite huge. Seeing time, Liu Sheng resigned with Gao Bridge, slowly walked to the private room for eating. Time points to 11:30 at noon. The mayor of Chi City, Lin Yi, who is waiting for Wang Bo and Zhao Fujin's reception to the room. What? He is the founder of the faith company Luo Sheng. When Wang Bo introduced Luo Sheng to Lin Yi, everyone was in the same place. They can't think of it anyway, such a big faith company, actually Luo Sheng, a teenage child. This time, the few people who followed Wang Hua, except for the mayor, is the high official of the city. All of them have seen the big wind waves, and they were also surprised by Luo Sheng. They can't imagine a person who can introduce foreign investment in Jiangqing and even the entire Black Province's largest cement plant. It is a teenage child. Most of their ages are 4-15, and they are very surprised by Wang Bo's young. They are really not thinking, the actual hand of loyalty is the actual helper person, which is actually this year without their children. Child. This is the mayor of Lin Yi. I have been listening to Wang manager. Today, I feel that it doesn't want to see it. I will sit in it. I will have a thin feast today. I hope you do it. The time is a good job. Luo Sheng did not humble on the top step, put the right hand naturally, and said confidently, as the saying goes, the hipster will know if it is. Luo Sheng said like Lin Yi, let all people believe in one thing, that is, Luo Sheng should be the founder of the faith company. This should have no fake. The general child, after seeing them, don't say that they come with the official and their faces, let the children feel fear, do not dare to speak, is a very few children who are not afraid, even if they are talking, absolutely will not say something like this. This is said that if they are not what they see, they will never believe it. Say such a word, Luo Sheng, such a teenage child. Since ancient heroes, the ancients are not bullying. Lin Yi smiled and laughed. After the people behind him said, he stretched the big hand to Luo Sheng, and said, today we these old guys will take this little guy to take the scripture. I hope I will not enlighten it. I hope that as Xiaoyu said, we can work together. Everyone seated one by one in the joyful laughter and ease with each other. Chapter 302, Win-Win Cooperation. The mayor of the two cities in Chi City and the Music City have a stunned amateur. The leadership of this faith company is too young, and you can't imagine. It is such a group of vibrant young people who opened the first door to introduce large-scale foreign investment in black, and became the first pioneer in the wave of reform and opening up. Before Wang Bo did not sign up with Japan Mitsubishi Mining Corporation, the leaders in these people did not believe that there is 1/4 of the city, and the village office of small collectives can be used to such a big career. When the signing ceremony was completed, they visited the chairing this signing ceremony. They wanted to take it in Chen. They want to know that the company in Jiangqing is not seen as through a method and Japanese contact, and successfully introduces foreign investment into Jiangqing, building the largest cement plant in the province. Chen Xiwin saw Lin Yi interested in loyalty company. He smiled and told them about the situation of the faith company. Chen Xiren knew his predecessor is a small village called Bamboo Board, and Wang Bo joint venture. When the first time, the company's main business is in the river. After getting the first bucket of gold by fishing in the river, they ran their own roads and invest in Jiangqing, a loyal food and surrounding supermarket. This faithful supermarket will start business. Until this time, it can be said that it is the best shopping mall on the mouth of Jiangqing. From opening, there is no counterfeit product. No people are dissatisfied with the mall, all customers are satisfied with them. The goods sold in the loyalty and surrounding supermarkets, the profit margin is quite low, that is, the people go to the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets to buy items. The goods are good, and they can get real benefits. At this time, the faithful supermarket is ready to open the first largest flagship store in the provincial city. If you don't do anything, I have been over the same year, and the loyal food and surrounding supermarket will be spread all over the province. Communications companies and daily funded contacts are because of some special reasons. The most popular Anasagadishi towel factory and Longjiang brand electric fan factory in Black Province are all related to the Japanese-funded Japanese associated with loyalty. The loyalty company can also be said to be the major shareholders in these two plants. A wild vegetable production and processing plant is also formed in the communications company and the province, which specializes in harvesting a wild vegetable trump to Japan to exchange foreign exchange. While selling unmanned mountain vegetables, the faith has introduced a large number of cheap fish. Can be said to be a win-win situation from Japan. Chen Wei wakes up Lin Lin's total and Lin Yi said a lot, but, according to the previous and Liu Sheng is the founder of communications company. It is the biggest shareholder of communications company. Chen Wuling did not say to them, but tell them, want foreign exchange, want to let the faith companies in their city. They need to talk to Wang Bo. Once the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets can enter their city, there is a great help for the development of their city, and the happiness of the people will help. The faith company is now just exposed to the iceberg, and the follow-up should also have a very large capital. If there is no huge financial support, the faith company will not be mentioned. Let the province help them contact the center of the design of the center of the design. Let these people and the people of the Provincial Design Institute to the Loyalty Company to help Loyalty Company design some large buildings. In the last 2 years, the company may conduct a large number of infrastructure investments. If Chi City and Music are interested in this company, they must do a good relationship with Faith. Lin Yi's guidelines and Chen Xiu's senior officials have been talked, and they have ideas in their minds. They all want to throw olive branches and let loyal letter into their city. After the death of Wang Bo, Lin Yi did a great interest in loyalty company. Wang Bo said some good proposals to them, and it is more proposed to carry out large-scale cooperation with the city. The loyalty company is coming out, and the loyalty has wanted to build large shopping malls in their city. If you have a series of large-scale investment in their two cities, if this feasibility plan they can agree, the actual helm of the faith company will meet them, and finally talk about it. Lin Yi's proposal to the faith company, to pay attention to the construction of large-scale business buildings across the city's railway station. After all, the more developed the commercial system, the better. The better the people's housing index, more people benefit. It is this reason that today Liu Sheng feast. Please go to the Japanese restaurant. After a cold start the luncheon, during the banquet, they exchanged the specific views on the loyalty to the two cities in their two cities. Liu Sheng frankly, this time, the two cities in Chi City and the Mosa were originally not in 8 or 4 years or in the near future. Since there is a collaborative idea in the two provinces, then, the faith company has no problem. From tax or all aspects, there is no need to give any special support from two cities in Chi City and mosques, as long as it is guaranteed that both words are fair. Communications is an honest and trustworthy company. In the future, we will also adhere to this purpose to serve the broad masses of the people, and can give loyalty companies enough fairness. The faith company to Chi City or the construction of a flagship store there. If you encounter unfair treatment, the flagship store will not solve the problem by gifts, or find some other ways, will put things to clear on the surface. If you can solve problems in the city, then take the normal process to solve the problem. If the city cannot solve this unfair problem, then the faith will withdraw from the city and never be stationed, and will cancel all the cooperation between the city. If the loyalty supermarket is untrustworthy, or there is a violation of the actions, then, Chi City and the Hood have a heavy punishment of the fair market. This time, he came over. The mayor and the mayor of the two cities met with the city high officials, and they did not only desire to settle in the supermarket, but they hope that they can carry each other, in some aspects, a situation of complementary. Now that the loyalty company should engage in the development of the Jiangqing, there are many things in the need for building materials. If you are single by Jiangqing, it is unable to meet the appetite of the loyalty company. The two black provinces of the city and Chi City have been very developed. If you can carry out some union, or the advantage is complementary, It is a win-win situation for the loyalty company and two cities. Case. Chapter 303 Lion Dada Luo Sheng said to Linyi's several people, some small things, such as the clothing, daily and a lot of dirt products produced in Chi City and the music garment factory, can be loyal to food. The chain supermarket is sold in the province, and even the whole country. Give the faith company to the factory price. As for the loyalty company selling, or is wholesale in Wuhan Hanxing Street, that is not what they think. At this time, the country has basically unlimited the circulation of the fabric. When buying clothes or cloth, I don't have a lot of cloth. According to the national government, the large textile factories built by the government investment in 8 or 3 have begun to mass production, and the fabric is open to supply. The high-level people almost know how much time, the cost of the cloth will be cancelled, and a large number of new clothing will appear on the market. These novel clothes are not light, and the price of these clothes will be produced in the current garment factory. The price is low, so the clothes produced in 8 seconds to 8 or 3 have wanted to sell it. It can be said to be difficult. The size of the garment factory in Chi City and the city is not too big. The clothing produced is also the old. After production, keep back in the warehouse, basically no one. The clothes produced by the garments produced in 2 cities in Chi City and the Music City, and there was a lot of backlogs at this time. If these clothing can't sell these clothes, these clothing plants will fall into business difficulties. Luo Sheng is not to say that these goods are not refused, nor as long as there is goods, faith companies must have to buy it all. He has mentioned that loyalty can take part of the goods to carry out wholesale and retail, helping them reduce backlog goods. Let the factory can have the opportunity to return to life. Linyi is very comfortable to talk to Luo Sheng. They can feel this little guy called Luo Sheng's sincerity, and the starting point is some of Chi City and Moscow. Some problems. They feel that Luo Sheng's language charm. When telling these things, even talking to them is not inferior. Put all things to clarify and finish. Let them feel that there is a kind of sound comfortable feeling. When some small things finished, when there is any big project, the matter is able to cooperate. Luo Sheng directly brings a super big project that makes them tongue. Chi City has a large-scale enterprise, a national level of the first heavy machinery factory, a CNC machine tool factory, a large chemical plant, and Belu Special Steel, which is a company that Luo Sheng wants to cooperate. Luo Sheng frankly, if the North Manchai Steel or the first heavy machinery factory is sold or can accept holding control, the loyalty will consider entering the Northern Manti Steel or as the first heavy machinery factory. Belu Special Steel Co. Limited is a special steel enterprise with glorious and brilliant history. Its predecessor is Chi City Steel Mill. The factory is built in 1952. And in November 1957, it is the only special steel enterprise in 156 key projects built during the May period of my country. At this time, it was calculated that the largest steel plant in Black Province. When Luo Sheng, he knew that this Belut steam was killed by the Black Province, and as if he was returned to Liao. When Luo Sheng and the mayor of Chi City, when I came to cooperate, I specially mentioned that if the leadership over Chi City can agree that the faith will acquire the steel plant of Belut Steam, after the acquisition is completed, communications will make the existing industries to make great upgrades, so that Belut Steam has become a leader in the national high-tech steel mill. If Linyi does not agree with this practice, the faith company is not strong. After a few years, you can see the follow-up of the North Manchai Steel. In 3 years, the possibility of acquiring such a company is almost no, but Luo Sheng still revealed this. Luo Sheng felt that he is necessary to see the leaders of Chi City to this matter. If it is best to cooperate, it will also be a certain agreement, so that the loyalty company will purchase special steel or buy ordinary steel. There is a concession in the price. After a few years, Chi City will feel the benefits of Belut Steam. To that time, Linyi will remember such a thing, and then naturally contact him to negotiate. This means China's high-tech content in steel mills is very low in 83, especially the development of special steel materials, reached a bottleneck state. Northern Man Special Steel is the production base of domestic bearing steel, cold discharge, alloy steel forging, has advanced testing equipment and strong production, experimental research and new product development capabilities, and finished steel can produce bearing steel, car steel, gear steel, spring steel, work tool steel, cold rolling roll, seamless tube, 8 high-quality steel. In these years, there are a number of party and national leaders to visit Bellu Steel, and Beadmanti Steel is kindly praised by his special contribution and status. He has been well known as the pocket pearl of the motherland. Liu Sheng clearly, in the future, no matter what direction, whether it is the automotive industry, or in a variety of industries, it is inseparable from the use of steel. Among the large laboratory he built, he has prepared a large number of steel and special materials to carry out a large number of human resources. And Bellu Tethano does not have an acquisition agreement, buy some things, or borrow some professional skills from the scientific research institution from Bellut Steam. There will be no problem. The first heavy machinery factory in Chi City and the general situation of Bellutethan is similar, and it is a key factory mine in the country. At this time, faithful companies are also able to borrow some engineers specializing in mechanics from here. At this time, it is not Liu Sheng's big opening, or it is a human heart. But Liu Sheng is clear. He raised the acquisition at this time, will give Chiyun City, Linyi, a loyalty company. When you cooperate, you can look at the Faith Company. Communications wants to acquire your company, you want to make a win-win situation with the state-owned enterprises on your side, but you can't do this, and if you need a lot of technical talents, then you should take some talent to help. The company wants to build a large laboratory in Jiangqing. If you want to find experts from all walks of life, the gap of talents need will be very large. If you can find some senior technical talents from such a large enterprise, then test or in the process of teaching, you will walk less. If you find the chapter content error, please report, we will fix it. For more exciting content, please pay attention. Big new domain name http. Chapter 304 reached an agreement. Liu Sheng is the most clear. When China in the 1980s, people who were most unlikely to pay attention to these engineers and senior technicians. Liu Sheng clearly remembers that in the late 1980s and China, the income of intellectuals engaged in mental labor, which was far lower than the physical workers. At that time, there was a jingle, the missile is not as good as selling tea eggs. It is better to take the scutella knife, saying is the case of this brain. In the middle and late 1980s, there was a deputy professor. He has 3 children. The University of Big Sun graduates will earn 90 yuan per month. The second son high school graduated from the factory has more than 100 yuan per month. At the hotel when the waiter takes more than 200 yuan a month. At that time, most cities were almost like the average annual salary. The highest construction industry. Next is a public service industry. Business, financial industry, industrial, scientific research, transportation, and institutional education. With such a data, you can feel how helpless researchers are. Technology is the first productivity. At that time, the country did not give adequate attention for researchers. Even the wages of the first-line workers were more than that of these researchers were because of such reasons. In the nastas of the nastas, they went to the south. There is only a rapid development of Shenzhen speed and south. Liu Sheng is very clear about this situation, is based on such a reason. He is preparing to build a largest research base in Jiangqing. The so-called frozen 3 feet is cold, and the drip stoneware is not a day, and it is necessary to change such a status quo. It takes a long time to work hard. The researchers of steel, Liu Sheng naturally aimed at the research base of Manti Steel there. On the other side of the city, Liu Sheng stared at the tire rubber. At this time, the tire rubber of the city is the faucet in the Black Province. Liu Sheng has done a research study. He knows that it is very early to list it on the share listed. Hulin Tire Co., Limited, in the city. The company's predecessor birch rubber plant was founded in 1938. In 1950, she moved from Shenyang to Mudanjiang, which was the first rubber plant in the country, and later changed to the Burberry rubber factory. Liu Sheng always thinks that you want to produce cars, and tires are also key core issues. Communications must engage all the production lines. Tires are also needed to produce themselves. The level of tires and the level of the car have a great relationship. If the tire quality of the car does not work, it will be quite huge for the car. Based on this reason, Liu Sheng and the mayor Dan Fushing on the side of Mastic City talked about the idea of being involved in birch tires when they were in the mosaic market. Liu Sheng clearly, 3 years. The steps of reform and opening up movie is still very small. Like large-scale state-owned enterprises, it is a large-scale business. Want to intervene, difficult to go on the sky. But the idea of the acquisition of Beely Turkey's deal with Chi Yili now may not let him acquire it, but it is buried in the future. Liu Sheng frankly, it has been in October 83. If you want to enter the two cities in 8 or 3, you can only be a medium-sized small supermarket. Every city before the new year in 8 or 4 years, nothing more than ability to intervene in a medium-sized food chain supermarket. Communications will use the fastest speed to cover large shopping malls near Chi City and Mosh City Station. Once the shopping malls are completed, and the large shopping malls of Loyalty and Hypole supermarkets will be reunited in the 4 major cities of Hazi, the Black Province, always lifted the same branch, and the faith company will not be thick, the price of the thin, the price of goods, the province. With a series of discussions in the city of Chi City and the city, Liu Sheng finally reached a series of agreements in the warm discussion, among them, the sales of goods produced by the 2 cities in Chi City. The market of goods, the mayor of Chi City and the mosaic returned to their respective cities, will conduct a series of factories in their city. In particular, the losses of the Light Industry Bureau, which companies produced, there have been a lot of backlogs at this time, can send the leadership in the factory to the headquarters of the faithful food chain supermarket. See if you can sell these goods through the channels of Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets. Before the new year. In the new year, if Chi City and Music need to distribute some greenhouse vegetables from Jiangqing, he will find a way to help them call some past. If you need yen foreign exchange, he can find some to help them get some. And Liu Sheng also told them that if you want to import some things that do not violate from Japan, the Loyalty Company can help them and Japanese companies to get a bridge, so that they easily get what they need. If Chi City and Music have high-quality wild mountain goods, or have a large number of rare items, these can cooperate with Loyalty Company. These things, as long as the quality is good, the Faith Company will receive a single collection. In terms of building materials, the demand for Faith is very large, especially in 8 or 4 years. Liu Sheng must engage in construction in Jiangqing, a number of materials needed, and some big plants such as the cement products factory of Chi City, sign some large cooperation agreements. Liu Sheng has an idea: either don't do it, it is best to do it, down to the underground cement pipe. In the 1980s, the diameter is generally around half a meter, a better supervisor, diameter also in 1 meter, the maximum diameter is not more than 1 meter. Liu Sheng raised, if you don't do anything, he will give a large order under the cement products factory of Chi City to help. Loyalty has produced cement pipelines above diameters. He must take the lead in laying the highest level of the highest level in the Black Province, or even China. So, in the future, whether it is drainage, or electric heating, and all the communication can pass through such a pipeline, solve the problem. In this way, in the new district of Faithfulness in the future, there is no electric pole on the ground. Located on the ground, it will not repeat the above pavement without the laying of various pipelines, without repeated maintenance. In addition to cement products, steels used in construction buildings, as well as buildings with a building, these things. He will have a selectively working with factory in 2 cities. The plant in that place can reasonably give the price of the factory. Then the faith company will work with the factory. Luo Sheng also said to the mayor of Qiyong and Moi City, and Sheng Company has now set up a logistics company. At this time, it has not been open to the province. Over the year after 8 or 4 years, this logistics company can be built in the province. If Qi City and Music can agree to the faith logistics company to settle in, the company will build some goods station in Qi City and Museum. In this case, the price of goods transport in the province will fall a lot, which is conducive to the rapid development of the company. 3 years is a rich year, whether it is a river city, or the yield of the city, the output of food is quite high, and even more than a few times in previous years. This thing and the people of the 8th year of the 8th year of the 8th year of the people belong to their own land, and they all started the use of fertilizers in their own land. In the past few reasons for the farmland, there were few reasons, but it was a big pot of rice, and the land is better. It is not a big relationship with their relationship. Most people are grinding. After packing home, people have begun to work fine to the work of the field, and they have always used the land to use fertilizers. At this time, the fertilizer has appeared in the sky, and the good fields, food production floods 2 or 3 times. Questionable. After the reservoir is finished, if there is excess food in Qi City and the city, you can also sell it to the faith. Luo Sheng is a number of people in their hearts for the acquisition bargaining, and the soybeans in the bargains can squeeze. Although Wang Xiping, Jiangqing Soil Factory, although he did not promise to engage in large soybean oil plants in the last time, Wang Xiping agreed to Luo Sheng. If Luo Sheng has enough soybeans, Jiangqing Soil Factory will conduct a series operation. All the soybeans from Luo Sheng become soybean oil. These soybeans have become soybean oils, both in the faithful food and surrounding supermarkets, or in other places. It is all kinds of hand. After all, each person can only supply half a catty oil. It is not enough to eat. There is money, want to buy also I can't buy it. Once you are engaged in the bargaining soil, you will become a new fist product of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets. Barbed rice, white face and some miscellaneous grains. At this time, loyalty to the food and interlocking supermarkets, which can be placed, and it is sold directly. After talking about the mayor of Qi City, Luo Sheng and Lin Yi have left the way of contacting, and it is mentioned, if the other party has any new ideas, or any new cooperation item, you can call to contact, and strive to be interoperable. Because he is still a student, big things have been talked. People sent by Qi City and Music, they can contact Wang Bo or Zhao Fangxian, they can do this. In addition, Luo Sheng deliberately emphasized, I hope they should not take him the identity of the faith campaigners actual helm people to avoid affecting his study and life. In short, it is the guests of the guests, whether it is Lin Yi, or Luo Sheng and Wang Bo, them, is quite satisfied with the final achievement agreement. After coming out of the Japanese restaurant, the seal halfway opened the car, pulled him and Wang Bo to the electric fan factory, and took Yan Ming and Chen Danfang. It took directly to Jiangqing. Luo Sheng felt that at this time, please come to the provincial capital. Father can also say it, and they don't have to worry. This is a very good thing. It is the road from the provincial city to Jiangqing. If you engage in a good provincial road, it will be better. Luo Sheng didn't think about investing in a highway at this time, but at this time, there is still no region in China, but he wants to invest in this. It can't figure it out. It is precisely because of such a reason, Luo Sheng comes to let the people in the province to ask the Central Design Institute to help plan a new route in the Black Province. After the cement plant is built, engage in a new provincial road. When this new provincial road is laid, after starting, the original provincial road will reach the year, and when it is based on the provincial road, build a highway. If you find the chapter content error, please report, we will fix it. For more exciting content, please pay attention. Big new domain name http. Chapter 305 Quick food chain ID. After Luo Sheng and Wang Bo returned to Jiangqing, it did not go home directly. After Yan Ming and Chen Ten sent home, the headquarters of communications company opened a short period. For this provincial city, Luo Sheng felt very satisfied. After all, the faith of loyalty has set up two lines of Chi City and the Music City. In the future, the supermarket quickly expanded in the province of the province. There is no problem. He wants make a lot of buildings will be much easier. The most important thing is that there is a piece of land near the railway station, just waiting for the place to move the place, and the design institute's drawings, then by Chi City and the best engineering team of the large construction company of the city, as well as the engineering team of Yang Huixin, build two large shopping malls. Let Yang Hua's engineering team with large equipment to Chi City and the construction of large-scale shopping malls. Luo Sheng feels that the engineering team under Yang Hua's hand, at this time, it should be based on the training, responsible for the main building, but also city and municipal engineering team of Music City. The construction workers under Yang Hua and the people of those city engineering teams are mainly in the past, learn some experience, learn the construction of the building. The engineering team learned the skills, then, in the future, there should be no problem, no matter what kind of architecture, there should be any problems. Luo Sheng attaches great importance to these two large shopping malls, because he wants to use such a large shopping mall to create a comprehensive commercial building that belongs to the Faith Company. The so-called integrated commercial building, Luo Sheng is considered. This large shopping mall, the first floor, in addition to the entrance of loyalty to the supermarket, the entrance of the Loyal Hotel room, the rest is made into a facade. These facade, he is prepared to officially launch Faithful Snacks. Luo Sheng has always had a fast food restaurant that is a national chain. He not only has to open such a fast food restaurant in all cities across the country, but also prepare such fast food restaurants to the world. In the later generation, KFC, McDonald's duck food can all be all over the world. Almost any country in the world has KFC, McDonald's existence. Luo Sheng believes that he opened the fast food chain, will also open every corner of the world, will pass China's diet culture to every corner of the world. To make a chain fast food restaurant, under normal circumstances, it is the most prosperous location in the city center. But Luo Sheng did not want to open the fast food chain first to the city center, but prepare to place fast food stores. At the train station, almost all Chinese people have a dissatisfaction with the nearby railway station. It is very chaos near the railway station across the country, especially the hotel and the hotel. The slaughter event is unexpected. After the restaurant is finished, many people will bad belly. That is, the restaurant near the train station is dinner, not only to spend more money than other places, and what you eat is still not clean. It is because of such a reason, after the foreign fast food such as KFC, after entering China, it immediately has been sought after by the people. After these foreign fast foods have entered China, they have their figure near every place. Ocean fast food has a considerable advantage at that time. What is this advantage? Their foods are high-temperature fried foods. No matter how guests eat in such foreign express restaurants, never have a stomach. The quality of things is good, and the price is unified. People can feel a satisfaction. Eat a meal in the ocean fast food, and eat a meal in other fast food stores outside. Then, under the same consumption, people naturally choose the ocean snack. In this case, until 2016, in some Chinese restaurants began to go to the formalization. The Chinese restaurant can begin to ensure the quality and safety of the food. This situation has changed. However, for a habit, many Chinese people still choose the nutritional disorder of the ocean snack. The most sold in the foreign fast food is burgers, and most hamburgers are baked by highlighted flour. Luo Sheng didn't hear the harm of eating fast food, such as making burgers highlighter flour. Although the brown flour is joined, It has lost B vitamins and many important trace elements during processing. In addition, the fine powder is a simple carbohydrate. After entering the digestive system, it will cause the body's blood glucose concentration soaring in a short time. Human body secure a large amount of insulin and inhibit blood sugar levels. Without how long it is, the blood sugar level will fall rapidly, and the insulin concentration has also fallen sharply. Since this, the body may gradually react to insulin, until insulin secretion is insufficient, and even stop secretion. Then find you. There are 4 shortcomings in Hamburg. 1. Simple carbohydrates, and blood sugar speed is too fast. 2. Excessive fat. 3. Vegetables are too small. 4. The overall heat of Hamburg is not low, and people who need to control calories must eat less. Other items sold by KFC and McDonald's foreign fast food, most of which are fried products, and it is also very harmful to the body. After the food is heated, the beneficial nutrients in edible oil will be disrupted from varying degrees, and with the increase of oil temperature and the extension of the frying time, the degree of destruction of nutrient ingredients is more obvious. Frying food, many nutrients will suffer serious damage due to factors such as high temperatures, so too much fried food will make people nutrition imbalance. After the food is fried, the surface is wrapped in a large amount of oil, and the difficulty of digestive oil is relatively large. Therefore, after the food is filled with fried food, it will make people feel that the abdomen is full of discomfort, especially the liver, gallbladder, pancreas. Gastrointestinal people with poor OD functions may therefore induce or increase certain diseases. Some commonly digestible foods can also be denatured due to high temperature, and become difficult to digest. Therefore, too much fried food not only increases the burden of digestive tract, but also reduces the digestive absorption rate of food. The molecular structure changes. The molecular structure after high temperature heat, such as unsaturated fatty acid, decreases, and some fatty acids are transformed. If hydrogenated oil is used, the molecular structure of the oil has been changed before frying. These changes in grease are not conducive to the control of cerebrovascular diseases. After the food is fried, it is incremented by food that is not containing or contains less fat. Fat is a high thermal food, although it is difficult to digest, but the absorption rate is high. Excessive intake will inevitably lead to excess heat. If you don't consume overcapacity, you will have a big fat man. Obesity lead to heart, cerebrovascular disease, hypertension, blood lipid disorders, diabetes, gout, and certain cancers have greatly increased, and have made existing diabetes more difficult to control. All in all, foreign fast food is extremely harmful to people's health. But Chinese people have no way, or because of Chongyang, there is a considerable number of people still choose such fried food. The Chinese food is different. Chinese nutrition. Chinese food is characterized by practices and ingredients. From the nutrition science of food, it seems healthy and reasonable. They are high cellulose, low-fat foods. It is easy to absorb for Chinese people. China's dining culture is long and is an important part of the Chinese national cultural treasure house. Chinese food culture has a colorful cultural connotation and strong technical foundation, with a core, with the purpose of raising the purpose, cultural, scientific, artistic crystallization. Different geographic locations, different nations, have different styles but also unparalleled catering culture. Liu Sheng feels that as long as you can promote the delicious food among Chinese food, then Chinese will also choose to enjoy Chinese food. At the time of China, all business women who operate their diet were closed, and no merchants would want to expand their operating scale and promote fast food and food to nationalization. The Chinese people are the most familiar Lanzu ramen, Shaanxi knife face, and many Chinese foods such as Chongqing. That is, in 2000, it has begun to gradually move from a region to the whole country. In addition, what kind of ribs rice, what is Yangtze fried rice, what casserole skeleton these Chinese traditional fast food, there is no complete rise at this time. only a limited city. No one can make this thing. Luo Sheng has an idea. Before the foreign fast food has not substantially entered China, the Chinese fast food will be promoted. This promotion, in accordance with strict review standards, strict access systems, all chain fast food restaurants must be done in accordance with the rules set by the headquarters. As long as you strictly control the quality of quality, taste, service, future foreign monks come. Can you read good, or you can make money in China? That is another thing. China wants to become more powerful, should not be completely rely on resources, or by the recommended processing technology, should be reflected in more details. Only Chinese companies go out of the country, earn foreigners, then return to China. It will be more robust to China. At the time of the 1980s, China's high-tech or technical level is as good as the developed country. Luo Sheng felt that this time, the most important door to open developed countries should be China's supermarket and food. As long as China's supermarkets and food take the lead out of the national gates, China's light industry products will gradually be accompanied by supermarkets, slowly, and the Chinese brands will come out of the country and go to the world. If you want to rise to China, you must start from a bit. Cap 306 in the integrated shopping malls in the form of shopping malls near the railway station on the other side of Qi and music. Luo Sheng also had another idea. Luo Sheng is also a person who is a north of the north, but he is very unhappy about the chaos around the station, but also a bad hassle. When he remembered the future, he had a wife to go to the world of Shanxi, Lozhu, Lawn City, and Huijiang City. When he returned to Jiangqing, because of the time relationship, it took a touch near Shen City railway station. Fast food. When I took the train, my wife felt suddenly the stomach suddenly became dramatic. The pain made his wife's pain and hurt his head. The people inside the car directly gave it. This should be a bad things, acute enteritis. Because of the pain, they did not change the invoice. Got off the Ji provincial capital city directly in the train, ready to visit the Ji provincial capital. Luo Sheng dragged his luggage, and his wife has been going to export from the ground out of the station. Most of them have left the station. In the evening of 10 o'clock, there were more than a dozen taxis in front of the whole station. Seeing Luo Sheng helped his wife from the station, the taxi is like a lot of discussions. It is not going to live. Saying that from the provincial railway station to the big hospital is far away, they don't go. If you want to go, 200 yuan. Just said that the taxi driver promised to send them to the provincial capital, but the taxi costs more than 100 yuan. 100 yuan is not much for Luo Sheng, and the daughter-in-law should be acute enteritis. It will be very painful. How much is to sit? How much is also to go to the hospital to treat disease? If the distance is far away, Luo Sheng will not be angry. However, Luo Sheng after the next day, Luo Sheng took the wife from the hospital to the station, and the car opened slowly, a total of 8 minutes. The most is a dozen minutes, and I have ran it for nearly half an hour. I can think that the $100 will not be too embarrassed. This is not responsible person's practice. And Luo Sheng is extremely angry. The water of the taxi in front of the train station is very deep, and the routine is more disgusting, and it is very unrealistic. If his wife has appendicitis or other diseases are delayed, regret is not too late. It is also because of such a reason, Luo Sheng is deeply sick for the various chaos around the station. If they don't eat bad stomach as in Shen City, they will not get off at the hospital in advance in Ji province. If they have no bad stomach, they will not go to the hospital, and they will not delay the time. It also provokes the gas of a stomach. Luo Sheng won a bill, let him feel speechless, because he has to spend more than 2,000 yuan in the vicinity of the train station. Every fare from Shenzhou to Jiangqing direct, each fare is nearly 400 yuan. They get off at Jiki, only equivalent to sitting about 100 yuan. Because it is acute enteritis, there is no way to handle the change process, and only the opportunity to discard the changes, which is equivalent to paying more than 600 yuan. Take a taxi to the hospital. To take a taxi in the Ji provincial capital train station, and spend more than 1,000 yuan plus from the provincial capital of Ji province to Harbin, then return to Jiangqing from Harbin, return to the time for 2 days. These are because they have a good price that is expensive is still caused near the railway station. Although Luo Sheng has always went out, he really didn't think that they were looking for a regular medium-sized mid-range restaurant near the train station. And there was a problem. When I said this, my friends said, when they went out, near the train station and passenger station, almost never choose to eat. If the time can't be up, they eat. It is also a kind of fast food, only the case, I will not delay. They gave Luo Sheng, and delayed the time for 2 days, including the accommodation, plus a series of seeking, eating, taxing, etc. Because of eating such a bad meal, at least go in 3,000s of money. Their 2 sons went out to Shen City for 4 days, nothing more than 2,000 yuan, fine. Eat a fast food near the train station, even more than to play a circle they want more. After KFC and McDonald's, these foreign fast foods entered China, due to the Chinese people's worship, plus the above factors. These foreign fast food can be said to be a big profit, earning money. For such a situation, Luo Sheng is very unhappy. He has always thought that Chinese food is profound, delicious is higher than those foreign fast food, both from nutrients, taste, or price. More than those ocean fast food has an advantage. With any foreign fast food to occupy China's fast food market, let China's fast food market becomes the world's fast food, he must seize the opportunity in the past few years, and you will get a regular fast food chain in China. Communications not only wants to make large chain fast food, but also integrate China's famous centennial fast food, contribute or cooperate, so that these hotels do their conscience in China. Catering chains, delivery of ingredients, can be chained, or in cooperation with large businesses with food safety. If there is such a day, the future people can eat delicious fast food not only at home, but when they are doing other things. They don't have to worry about food safety. Once such a fast food chain forms a scale, in the future, the black-hearted business, the black-hearted shop will always lose the market, and there is a force in invisible. Let people who do caves in the country do not dare to fake, only quality and service to compete for the market. After this, the health of the Chinese will be guaranteed. Luo Sheng has a feeling, after the construction of his large shopping malls for 2 or 3 years, China's food and some clothing and other items will have an open and explosive growth, and the Chinese should start there in this time, no matter it is from shopping or other aspects, and large shopping malls covered by loyalty companies will begin to make money. Earn this kind of money, not Luo Sheng's purpose. Luo Sheng's biggest idea is through this large shopping mall. Through this large shopping mall selling, China's manufacturers will pay attention to quality and pay attention to the brand effect. Loyal shopping malls, the quality of the items sold must be guaranteed, and inferior products will never enter large shopping malls of loyalty chains. Moreover, the large-scale shopping malls of the loyalty chain, when selling products, China's goods will be placed in the best position. As long as the manufacturer can maintain quality and quantity in accordance with the premium of the loyalty chain mall, then, the large-scale shopping malls of the loyalty chain, they will be promoted to such goods, so that ordinary people have more understanding of domestic brands. From the end of the 1980s, until the end of the 1990s, even after 2017, the high-end foreign product hall swayed to the most awakened place in the mall. All the good facade of the big shopping mall is a foreign country. Brand products almost can't see the shadow of domestic big brands. Over time, people will increase their good feelings for foreigners, and will become more and more trust and buy foreign brands. These things, in fact, people who truly understand know how to introduce this kind of thing is the superlarge interest group. The most important goal of interest groups is to look forward. As long as they earn money, they will not consider other things. almost do not dare to do things. The money is their first goal. If there is a second goal, it is to use money to squander. If there is a political thing in the interest group, it is to use money to reach their political purpose. China is the same since ancient times. No matter who there is such a stakeholder, the energy of these stakeholders is quite huge, and what is going to do, generally will not be disturbed and blocked. The most typical example of the next life is the medicine. India's Yasha sells less than $200 in India, but in the country, I want to buy genuine Ayurveda, it takes 1,000 to a few thousand yuan is not. Some people are really can't buy. If it is a gran, it is more expensive to crash. A box of drugs need RMB 2 million to more than 100,000 yuan to buy a bottle. There are these medicines in the national large hospitals, and the fidelity is fidelity, that is, expensive. Patients with cancer want to buy through other channels, is illegal. There are people who specialize in crack down such crimes, and those who combat this kind of crime. The United States has a name to protect international patents, but it is secretly obtained from foreign countries to sell them to patients. Domestic drugs have long been produced, and they have also got relevant qualifications, but under the pressing of the stakeholders, they still cannot be produced. The quality of things produced in China is very good. Even if you buy it from abroad, some people think it is the best thing. Many of them are all produced by Chinese, and foreign companies are nothing more than to put their trademarks. When you change your body, it becomes the products produced by their company. In the price, these items have turned countless followers, but things are still the thing, but they have turned abroad. What is more angry is that many foreign brands, the goods made from Chinese, even if they export to foreign countries, they are too lazy, and they sell them directly in China. In other words, the Chinese spends a super high price. When I bought the international brand of the international brand, I bought something, but it is the production of China. Liu Sheng remembers very clear. One of his friends have ordered more than a dozen bottles of Korean chili sauce in Korea. When the pepper sauce was returned to China, she opened the packaging of the chili sauce. The origin of the production is actually Jiangqing, and where he also produces chili sauce, he also knows that it is a small workshop that is unqualified. There is also the Chinese later to Japan to buy the toilet cover, after buying it back. Look at the Chinese. After running a foreign country, it will come back to discover that it is manufacturing in China. This thing is embarrassed. Many people always say that the goods exported in China are the best, and the garbage items are left in China. Is there anything like this? Of course, this thing is also a realistic, but it is not entirely the case. After Liu Sheng reborn, he is determined to change this kind of thing. He has no ability to change others, and there is no ability to change the trend. However, he hopes to use his greatest efforts. Let the northeast and even the northern part of the country. Good change. Cap 307, money, can't be drifting. Liu Sheng talked about Wangbo and Zhao Fangshan, and after the large shopping malls in Qi City and the city, the leadership of Jiangqing, the estimated can't sit, it is the 2 days. The leaders in Jiangqing City will be 2 people looking for them about some cooperation. He estimated that Jiangqing and the provincial capital of Jiangqing and the province heard that the loyalty company and Qi City's Homic market cooperation will also make the company to build this large comprehensive shopping mall. The conditions given should not be more than the city. The Mosa city is 2 watches. In this way, the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets can have several large shopping malls in the Black Province, and these large comprehensive shopping malls have been made, and the appearance in front of the entire Black train station will be new. Among a city, the most enabled environment is the train station. It is really that the chaos of these local railway stations can be solved. When they go to the people, they will gradually increase. The development of a region is the most needed, that people's circulation, especially the circulation of various talents. If there is no circulation, it will be a booth. Now the reform and opening up have come over, and look at the market economy mechanism. In the future, all kinds of advanced intellectuals and some experts will be increasing. they will begin to jump from the place where they are not attached. Most people will choose the depths of the great peoples painting circles and the other side of Gwei. If the loyalty is done in the northeast, it is possible to attract more people to develop. In the future, there will be more and more senior intellectuals and more expert scholars to come to the Northeast. Northeast will usher in a new big development. The company wants to usher in a big development in the future, and the window of the city must be better, especially the train station. And Liu Sheng has an idea. If possible, in the future, he will reverse the chaos of the station, but also through the influence of loyalty, let those unreasonable things, and even disappeared. After all things were passed to Wang Bo and Zhao Fangchen, Liu Sheng thought about it. He ranked Wang Bo. In recent time, Wang Bo will take time and the mayor of the two coal city, solve it. Coal problems. The loyalty company has made dozens of vegetable warm sheds on the bamboo plate. Every warm bath is a lot of coals. The headquarters of the Faith Company, the chain supermarket of the Faith Company, needs to be heated with coal, according to the coal from the coal in 8 years. Coal engaged in the city has met the coal in the 8 or 3 years of faith. Now the reform is open. The yield of coal has increased many times due to the emergence of coal and hydraulic pillars, and there is no more than the case in which the coal must be used for coal burning. Communications now requires a lot of coal. Wang Bo needs to see which city that can cooperate with loyalty. The number of loyalty companies purchased coal will be more and more, and a single purchase from Coal City has restricted the future development of loyalty to the future. It is necessary to see which city is interested in and loyalty to long-term cooperation. If you have a coal mine, if you want to sell, you can talk about the purchase of coal mines by loyalty. If you can pack a few coal mines, it is better. The Black Province is a large amount of coal production. After the production of coal production equipment, the future coal production is quite high. He is necessary to prepare. Can take a large coal mine, take it down. If you can't buy coal mines, it is also to achieve by a large amount of coal-fired agreement. Liu Sheng felt that this time, the resources of the coal mine are also very important. In the future, the cement plant start, or some other factories start, the demand for coal will increase significantly, and now we must do some intended. The price of coal in the 1990s. No, it should be said that every time there is a wave of 30% off the rise and fall. If you are not allowed, the price of coal is pitiful, and it is also impossible to say that the coal price is high. In short, Liu Sheng felt that the sooner, then he had fewer restrictions in the coal burning in the future. Although Jiangxing is already 8 or 3 years, the supply of electricity has a significant shortcomings. It is not to say that it will stop once in 10 days and a half, and it is almost the same. At this time, when he went to Tokyo, he tried to introduce a partner in Japan to build a new thermal power plant, but the thermal power plant is related to the national security. He is not useless. The difficulty of modern power plants is difficult to say. Many aspects of restrictions, when the province and Chen have been talking about, Liu Sheng really ran out such a problem, but Chen Xiren did not have the proposal for Liu Sheng. Reply: after all, Jiangxing has a large thermal power plant. If you rebuild a new power plant at this time, it will form a repetitive construction. Whether it is from repeated construction, it is still quite a large engineering, which is a relatively large engineering, and now does not have the conditions for building a fire electric heat plant. When Liu Sheng remembered that in the early 1990s, because of the lack of power supply on Jiangxing, the building that covered is unable to carry out large-scale heating. After most buildings, it is yourself construction of small boiler room for heating. This not only has a certain impact on the environment, not environmentally friendly, but also a lot of resources. Liu Sheng felt that if it began to build a thermal power plant in the middle of the 1980s, there will be great benefits for future power supply, or thermal supply. After the signing ceremony, Liu Sheng called twice on the other side, which mentioned the construction of the thermal power plant. However, the reply that Chen who has given Liu Sheng is that there is no large amount of funds in the province to operate this matter. If the Faith Company really wants to build such a large thermal power plant, the province can give the land and tax support. In short, to put it bluntly, that is, Liu Sheng wants to build a large thermal power plant. The province, the principal agreed, but the construction of this thermal power plant, the province does not save money. All Liu Sheng engages in only owned, the province is 51%, to absolutely control this money from the profits of the thermal power plant. They will also give faith. Liu Sheng is very speechless for such a solution. He wants to engage in the hot power plant in Jiangqing, and did not consider what to make money, because he is afraid of electricity or thermal supply will affect his future investment plan. Although Liu Sheng is not afraid to take money in the inside, invest in a large thermal power plant, it takes a few billion funds. After the investment construction is successful, the province has to hold it, that is, it is the time to say it in the province. If you form a dead cycle, not only a few billion that he invests, but even more funds in the inside. The water of the national grid is very deep. If you do it in accordance with the province, you will get some national grid's old pool to manage, and I don't know what will happen. Thanks for fruit. 83, Greedy Summer, Exotic People, Plan Blueprint Life, 1701141028406111, Xiaofai Me, 451,450, Small Farmhouse Yi, Old Iron Brother and Other Book Friends, thank you. Fruit. 83, Winter Rhyme Snow Mountain, Zongzekun, Book Friend 145, Belting 18, 201702222311486882 Planning Blueprint Life, Wuling U, Nothing, Old Tudge, I Hope I Am Called, a lot of books don't want to understand, Sleep God Total, Ordinary People A. Xin 45, Go Dies 123, The Years, The Smoke is not high, the book is high, the recommended tickets for many book friends in the book, thank you all the way, Diego thanks. Recently, there are many things. The chapters are automatic updates, no interaction with everyone, I hope everyone can understand. Strive to use increasingly good words to return everyone. I hope that in the future, everyone will support the big country and thank you again. Chapter 308 After some considers, Liu Sheng has temporarily stranded this matter. It is not necessary to pay attention to him, and it is still in the province. Now it is still not mature, and it is still not mature. And he will consider investment construction when it is mature after the time. And the second thing to talk about, the province is very happy and promised. The loyalty company wants to be a few mountains in Hongli Township. The original Hongli Township can be the Lord, because some special reasons. This plan is submitted to the city, and is submitted to the province in the city, because in the Black Province, there has not been contracted to individuals or the precedent of collective enterprises, has not been approved. The province has seen the report of Jiangqing Hongli Township to the city and province, and knowing that the Faith Company has invested in many projects in Hongli Township. The contracted ridiculous mountains, mainly for several natural fish ponds on the side of Yingtan 3, and the purpose of cultivating the fish pool is to cultivate the fish. This is definitely a good thing for Alirigi. The fish in the river can be said to be renewable resources. Although there are many fish in the Songwe River now, but if there is a lot of fish resources will also reduce rapidly. This kind of fish cultivation base will have to support it. After the fish cultivated, he will not only put these fish into the river, but also increase the fish resources in the river, but also the fishing pool. At this time, many places in the south began to build a fish pool, and there are very few people who collect them from the Black Province or personal fishing pool. The biggest difficulty in raising the fish pool is a fry, and the Faith is able to take this first. The cultivation of fish fancy is definitely a good thing to benefit the country. They must support. As for the loyalty company, there may be any mineral water plant there, then there is no problem. The northeast is not short of water, the bird is not pulling, I really want to make the company can get out what mineral water, engage in large mineral water plants, but not only solve the employment problem in Honkley Township, but also give the country a non-philosophy before the province. The tax department on Jiangqing has been very dissatisfied with the tax policy of the 3 exemptions from the loyalty company. However, with the faith of faith, pay taxes to the state, to buy culture for the province of the province. Supplies, buy football, basketball and other items, but also help the school to build a batch of football fields and basketball courts in the province. This will save a lot of money in the province. Such a conscience, whether in the Black Province. Everything should be supported. Don't say that it is a few ridiculous mountains on the Honkley Township, that is, all contracted the Honkley Township, and the province may agree. What is Honkley Township? That is the most famous poverty town in the province. There is almost no factory, and there is no project, and all the peasants have dinner. Although the leaders in the province did not arrive in the place to check the work, it also listened to the following people reported that the Honkley Township, the village close to Jiangqing, is okay. Most people can wear clothes, can eat, get a meal. The village far away from the city, even in a family, nothing more than a pants, almost all, there is a pants to wear. In the summer, it is a 10-year-old girl. It's all running around. I have no clothes everywhere. I have clothes, but also the old clothes of the patch. Children under 10 years old, almost no clothes are wearing. In addition to cooking, there is no other item. If you eat, you can maintain your own eating, that is already a blessing. Even in such villages, you will give your child, save your child in such a family, hungry, frozen. In the winter, it is basically the whole family lying on the hot head. It doesn't move, and the only broken cotton in the house is below. The biggest reason why this is to reduce exercise, reduce physical consumption. If you drive too much, then you will feel very hungry. The man in the home is in winter, sometimes wearing a cotton jacket in his home, and go to the mountains to catch some wild animals. If you caught up with your luck, you can catch a wild chicken or a hare. If you can't catch your luck, you can't get it, or even frostbite, or scratched by a large beast. In short, at this time, the Honkley Township is very poor, and poor to everyone knows. In 8 seconds, Honkley Township has built a large wood processed base in Honkley Township, and also has a small feed factory, specializing in the feed of chicken duck. Farmers in the township can receive the chicks and ducks from the country. As long as the chicken duck is growing, the faith company will send people to this side. There is farmer who wants to raise pigs or raising a cow, and loyalty will sign an agreement with these people, so that these people will first take the child from the loyalty company. After raising the assembly, faithful company's animals were acquired. At that time, the normal price of the cub was deducted, and the rest of the money was given a farmer. That is, these people have no risky nurse in cattle or raising sheep, but also become a heavy fighter in Honkley Township. It is also available to the cows calf loyalty to the cattle. These cattle can not only help them, but also allow these cattle cover to pull the goods. Cattle doesn't have to feed, they eat fresh teenagers in the summer. When winter, these cows are nothing more than eating some hay. It can be said that the breeding of cattle and sheep does not have any cost at all, as long as the farmers can carefully take care of it. Do not let the bovine disease, then these cows will grow up quickly. With these investment projects, plus this year's year, at least in the province, there is no need for a poor township. It is true that Liu Sheng can invest in a mineral water plant there, still a very good thing. The company invested in Jiangqing, in the city, the largest cement plant project, the Bank of the Black Province, and there were also action at this time, throwing olive branches of the Faith Company. At the 1980s, there was a great difference in the later generation. When the later generation, the loan is increasing, and if you want to get a loan, in addition to the necessary mortgage items, you need to walk the relationship, find the bank's leader or a hand management credit leaders can get the approval of the loan. At this time in the 1980s, in addition to the state-owned factory can make too many places for loans in the bank loans. The state encourages banks to put money from money and make these money useful. Chapter 309 Hansen Point Force. After signing the agreement between the cement factory, the communications company was the first to find that the company hoped that the company's loan was a heavy place to be. The deputy director of the Bank of China, Xinliang, called Zhao Fangxian. He talked directly that the previous faith has been loaned in the Bank of China. The company has a good relationship between them. Now there is credibility of faithful companies, and loyal food and surrounding supermarkets can be loans 5 million yuan in Bank of China, used to continue to develop loans interest. The interest rate of the bank is only a point, which can be said to be a low interest loan. If you want to lorry 10 million, they can also discuss with the head office. As long as the faith company is willing, then they will do their best to let the faith company. At this time, the 4 major banks have a loan task. After completing the mandate of the loan, the bank's staff will receive the corresponding bonus. Among the sorrows of the strengthening, it is possible to invest more than 100 million companies to expand in the province. In the future, the repayment should be no problem. The 4 major banks of state have now given loans, and their Bank of China. The Bank of China has been in combination with the high-tech senior officials, and there has been a good cooperation with the faith company. So, it is now more important to seize such a big customer. Absolutely can't be occupied by several other banks to take such a high-quality resource. Bank of China wants to give loyalty to the company's loans, and Liu Sheng has a lot of projects to do at this time. It is also very lack of money. The money abroad. I don't want to withdraw from the Tokyo stock market. Under the promotion of Xinliang and Liu Sheng, Zhao Fangxian was based on the original 3 million loans, and it was 7 million to the Bank of China, and it was a loan of 10 million yuan. In the 1980s, don't say a $10 million loan, it is a loan of hundreds of thousands of yuan, and there are very few companies to loans. Because most companies are not bad, there are systems behind them. Support, lack of money, directly with the above. Please. Individual or private enterprises have not reached a certain scale, no physical collateral, and the bank also can't see the future of their growth. If you want to apply for a loan, it is not difficult to apply for a loan. The problem is, the faith company can casually take out $1 billion capital to build the largest cement plant on the side of Jiangqing, which means that the faith is very rich. Even if the faith company has no money, the cement plant and that many large construction machinery is still there. When I arrive, the bank can collect the money from the loyalty company. Let alone the faith company has always been in a state of expansion at this time. The province must be loyal to them all. It can be said to be after that, there is no worries for such corporate loans. The loan between the bank did not have too much secret. When the Bank of China gave the company to the loyalty company again, the leaders of the 3 major banks couldn't sit, and they sent out the branches of the Jiang city. The leader negotiated from the loyalty company. I hope that the faith is able to lorry from their bank. Someone who didn't sleep, let Liu Sheng are a little confused. Although the faith company has advanced in great development, but there is no loan from the bank, and Liu Sheng does not know the bank's people. There is no idea to deal with those banks. From the establishment of the company, the cash flow has never been broken. The part of the fish and the loyalty supermarket has cash income. The mountain wild vegetable factory is also a golden chicken, and the income is partially entered into the account of the faith company. Plus each month will transport 50,000 to 800,000 fish. These cans give the company to be between 250,000 to 400,000, which can be said every month. It is that there is no bank loan, and the expansion plan of the faith company can also be completed well. But Hansen Point soldiers, more beneficial, although the faith company is now not bad, but can get a lot of loans from another major bank, and will play a considerable role in the rapid extension of the faith in China in the future. Liu Sheng told Wang Bo and Zhao Fangxian, as long as it is another bank to give the loyalty to the interest rate of the company's loan. The Bank of China is the same as the interest rate of the faith company. Then, from the bank, how much is the money? Will loan, how much is it? These money will be used in the construction of the province's faithful food and surrounding supermarkets, and the expansion of the Beijing food and surrounding supermarkets. In terms of supermarkets, there is a great red fire now, basically a unique in Jiangqing, which can be said that most people in Jiangqing purchased some food and unscrupulous foods. Almost all choose to buy a loyal food and surrounding supermarket to buy. Next to the flagship store of the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets, the Faith Company has made a large wholesale store. At this time, it can be said that the largest wholesale store in Jiangqing has, and the county town around Jiangqing or the store of township, almost all of this place. Upper Liuosheng felt, a large wholesale store, no matter from the situation, or from the overall effect, it is very different from his heart. This place in the business bureau where the world is loyal to the supermarket, it has established the largest wholesale market here in Jiangqing. At this time, Hongbin has opened the situation in Hanxing Street, not only the goods wholesale, or the country some factories have a lot of contacts. It is time to engage in a wholesale market here. The mayor of Jiangqing has already said that if there is any good idea of loyalty company, you can communicate with the city. If it is feasible, the city will give some convenient conditions for loyalty company. If you negotiate with the city at this time, I will buy some planes in the business bureau, build a large wholesale market. I believe that there should be no great resistance. After all, such a large wholesale market should be built, for Jiangqing and the surrounding county villages. There will be great benefits. Great benefits will only be obtained. Hongbin made a red fire in Wuhan Hanxing Street, and more met a lot of businessmen who were engaged in wholesale. If the loyalty company caught up a large commodity wholesale market in Jiangqing, I believe that there will be a lot of businessmen to do wholesale business. Loyalty has a complete logistics system in Jiangqing, where these merchants have got to Jiangqing, and there will be no more problems in the transportation of goods. As long as the merchants from all over the country began to operate, then, Jiangqing and even the economy here will have a large improvement. The market is big, people who go to Jiangqing on this side will naturally, and the life index of Jiangqing people will increase. The businessman is profitable. From the southern goods to Jiangqing, the products produced by Jiangqing will also be transported to the south, so that a large commodity circulation system is formed. Not only win-win. The situation will make the economy get up. During the 1970s throughout the 1980s, the Northeast factory is the most in the country. The products produced are also the best. Once the goods are transported from the Northeast to the South, there will be new vitality. People will also be more peaceful. Northeast is the national food base. It can be said that a large part of the food is shipped from Northeast to all over the country. Northeast rice, Northeast soybean corn, these high-yield food, almost the best in the country. Although the Faith supermarket is about to expand national, the supermarket has some limitations, and the food sold is not unreliable to retail. If the big enterprises on the southern company come to the Northeast to acquire food, the price of food will increase, and the income of the people will also rise with the water. Loan this kind of thing. There is no company in the 1980s to do it. He will get some loans at this time. Plan in Jiangqing will enter the fast lane faster. At this time, the land of major cities in the country is very cheap, as long as they put a small amount of funds in several large cities to buy a lot of land. Even if only one of the two land, you can make this time the amount of money. Also on money, you must have more beneficial. Chapter 310 said that you are scared to death. In the middle of October, the morning appearance is too urgent, or it is said that the sun jumped from sea level. Just in the morning, people have already felt the enthusiasm of the autumn tiger. This kind of enthusiasm is very violent. In noon, those farmers who put on the thick clothes in the autumn began to curse. This damn ghost weather is too metamorphosis. This fall has already passed. The tree leaves are so yellow, you can get hot some thank you, thank you. When you go, you will be on the trolley filled with corn sticks. This hot weather harvest is a good thing. If you give you a minus temperature, you can't cry. You can't cry. She saw that I went to take off my clothes and put it on the corn car. Just explained a small cotton jacket, and slammed a few times, as if he was also hot in this time. The autumn tiger, this thing, you will take a look at you. This is normal, not normal, you didn't find it. Is there a fewer people in the village? Yeah, there are fewer people, but it's less, we are more. This is also a good thing. This year's food is harvest, finally can play a turnover. No need those who are going to work in faith companies are laughing. Yeah, the people of those faithful companies, one of them and 2 or 5 million, the harvest of this place, finally able to take them down. Hee. Lauxi and Liu Dog have a smile on a few people. They feel that they have to turn over 8-3. He is not good. You don't have a white or white chaos. Not you can't see the loyalty company, there is no to work around. I am even more than, you are still envious. Hate. Wang Erman patted the grey on the clothes, touched a box of short branch from the pocket, he gently knocked on the edge of the cigarette case, a Spring City smoke jumped into his cigarette case in the mouth, the second people took a good smoke, and didn't panic into the pocket, and touched a box of matches. He slowly, and started to spit the cloud. Wang Ermin is very speechless for his friends in front of him, and a group of people say that it is normal. This is said that the people of the faith have come in. Behind the loyalty company, he is quite unsatisfactory. Rely, you are there, is there anything there? Envy joy hate does not envy, we are farmers. The land is our own duty. What is the good faith company? Please go. Dewey slammed the mouth and said with the cattle, I can't eat grapes, saying that grape is not yet. Loyalty company is also your kind of fare, you are silly, you have a stupidity. Today, this is coming back this side, I will receive it for one day. You don't know, I am now a formal employee of the faith company. What? Exclamation mark. Second people, are you now a formal employee of the faith? On the Vima, these few farmers who were resting were around, and several farmers who were resting were around the world. Second people, you tell me, you are a loyal letter company, we now want to enter the company to find the door. Who is said just now, please don't go, now I want to enter the company. What do you think? People turned a bit of thank you very much. For this it seems that the old man is not a big middle-aged man. He can't stand it. We just have to brag. Who doesn't know to enter the faith company, become a formal employee, there is nothing in the future, you tell us, you have mixed it. Dewey lifted his arm. Start, with the sleeves of the oil and twist, I watched the nose and passed the past. There, I am just joining the Yanghua, who is Wulong village. Everyone knows it. It is the little scorpion of the Fulong village branch Liang Guofeng. I said that everyone should have an impression. Let's have a loyal building company in the river city. It is a lot of recruits. As long as there are some young people in the woodworking or the madders, they can go to him. As long as they apply, even if they are successful, even if they join faithful the company. At the beginning of the year, I gave birth there. I heard such a good thing. I immediately let me register. Now I am already a loyal building company. You don't know. I am there. It's almost half a year. It feels more than the planing in the ground. You guess how much money I opened last month? Second people, you're damn guy. Can you speak well? How much you have? You say it. Sell such a guanzi has hairy. Hurry, the ear. Tell everyone, you open it last month. How much is it? Liu Ganzi listened to the second people to give them how much money, he immediately asked. The face of the second people has a good feeling, his neck is slightly rising, and it is very excited. My salary is 36 yuan in the last month. Sliced, 36 yuan 5? This is a blown. According to this year, we sell the bargain. This year, we can earn $400 in the year. And you earn almost. I thought you made how much money? It's nothing more than the apprentices in the city. I have opened a few dollars. Liu Ergun's face revealed a small disappointment. and he was re-ended in the eyes of the second people. I have a short color. Just put a little fart. I thought you made a boy earned 100 yuan, your salary. There is no more old lady in our village. My old lady is in the mountains. 1 month. More than 40 wages, plus bonuses, in the first few months, earning nearly 100 yuan in a month. Lao Xi grabbed the outerwear to the corn stick, one butt sat down the two people. The two fingers of the right hand are more likely to make a movement of smoke, and the second people will give him a smoke. Harmonizing eyes aimed at a few people around him, revealing a strong disdain in his eyes, his mouth slightly, while taking a circle in the arms of the Spring City Smoke. It was very distantly. I am an apprentice, monthly salary is 36 yuan 5 corners, this is normal? But I am a bonus last month. The next month's bonus will be more. 300 yuan? Exclamation mark. This goods are not bragging. Several farmers around the two people have relatives and friends who have worked in faith and faith. Although their hearts know that the welfare of the faith is high enough, but it is not the level of errors unsaid. Not only, there is a lot of payments for the bonuses of faith, and the quarterly bonus is half a year bonus. However, they have never heard of a month to give a bonus 300 yuan. Second people, you are not afraid of wind and big flashing, you can really blow up. This lip has a little lips. I last month's bonus 300 yuan. What is we all fool? Luo airgun the sun will be directly fired. If the two people say that the bonus is tens of dollars, he can believe it, but the $300, that is pure. I have never heard of this year. A month's bonus will open $300. Ginbogo. Everyone knows that he is now the leader. A month's loyalty company is nothing. It is 100 yuan. You still have 300 yuan. You don't know how to pull it out. You guys talk too much. Lao Xi smashed the top of the head. How much hair? I am abrasive to the second people, as if this guy is a liar. Second people, I see your kid to play. Don't delay our closing. Liu Erjun, this mouth, his eyes will be oblique to the sky. One of the two people listened to some urgent. His chest is very up, and the neck is tall, and I say sharply in the face, I said that you are the earth bag, not knowing. How is a month of 300 yuan? What? My comrade, I bonus 800 yuan for a month. I can scare you. One of the two people said, while touched a thick stack of big unity, patted it in his hand. See the no. This is my last month's bonus. One of the two people went out. The eyes of several farmers around him also lit up, and even their eyes, at this time, they began to swing with the big unity in the hands of the two people. Second people, what do you say is really true? The two people had a high height. He raised his left hand. In his mouth, he touched a lifted mouth. The mouth was very distantly. The boiled, the money is placed here. Is this RMB still? I can't help it. Seeing that there is no, Tongyu is unbranched, the reputation of the faith is the leap. I can still tell you how to lie to you. Chapter 311. You don't know. There is no knowing from where you don't know where you have a large excavator. Forget it. You don't know what it is. I said to you so. Exclamation mark. That is a big thing that has a big fight in front. It is a big guy with iron. Ermin said, found that the opposite people were stupid and opposed to each other. I didn't understand what he said. What is? He immediately turned a topic. You have seen the building to dig the base. I walked over the two people. I said that I didn't think about it. Who didn't read the base? I dug twice with people in Jiangqing. You don't know. We have more than 40 people. With 1 week time is dug. That speed lever. Lao Xi's face is unpredictable. He thinks that more than 40 people dig out the foundation of a building with a week. It is a quite glory. Wonderful. I really live back. More than 40 people dig the foundation, dig it for a week. What is the blow? Our company is the founding of the building, only need one person can be completed by 1 day. Hermione looked at the old thanks, and the head of the head was almost raised. You are purely bragging. Digging out a floor for a day, you are a goddess. Also, the fairy can have such a speed, when you brag, the stare is good. It's all round. And the drums said, if he has a beard, this time, thank you. it is blowing the husband. Blowing to force. The more it is, more abused. The second people had a mouth, and they didn't see it. You have not seen something, don't say that others will blow the cattle force. If I blow, can I get a prize? The cock is under the eyes. Is it so amazing? Old friends showed a horror on the short peasant face on the left hand, and the expression asked again. I can't lie to you, I can't do it. If you have been in the autumn, you can take a look at the construction site east around Western Fuchsing village. See how the excavator is digging. That is really fast. When I saw it for the first time, I also felt the lotion. I never thought that there was such a magical thing. Now I am an apprentice on the side of communications building, but I am an apprentice who is selected to open an excavator for a few more time, because 2 people and team leaders have the machine to cover the machine. It was awarded 300 yuan by the company. Yang Hua said that as long as we do it, the future bonus will be more and more. It is possible to open this large-scale excavator, and it is a high-tech talent. I want me say, most of these people are all in the faith. You should also study research and join the faith company. The light is covered with the canvas, and I will reward 300 yuan. How do I listen to some rest? A people turned over and questioned his wife. He said his dissatisfaction really can't be fake. False, you can know if you can say it. What is the benefit of you? I am it's all the villages, neighbors for so many years. I want you to join the loyalty company, get rich. You don't tell you, say you don't understand. You know that Chengqing Township, Jiangqing ZTE Brigade. Recently, our company excuses several big foundations. It is said that our company should build a largest hospital in Jiangqing, but also build a largest anime creation base in the country. Cover hospital? Do you have so much money? Is the faith company not a supermarket? Lao Xi did not ask in the country. He said that the Ermini said that the loyalty company should build a Jiangqing's largest hospital. There is a strong sense of do not trust. Among the recognition of Lao Xi, the faith company is nothing more than a big supermarket in Jiangqing, and the old 300 of the state is almost, even if it is making money, it should not be a large hospital. That is the old yellow calendar. I don't know if you have heard that you have to build a largest cement plant in Jiangqing. Erminizo asked, dissatisfied. Jiangqing's largest cement factory? This is certainly known. However, is this relationship with the faith company? Of course, there is a relationship. It is estimated that you have no TV in the family, and you haven't seen TV. You haven't seen it. If you have the Wangbo inside, you will go to see CTV's news. This time, Jiangqing is the biggest. The cement plant is Wangbo and foreign joint ventures. Let's come out now. A great person. Wangbo. I know, my wife has always been in his hand. I really didn't think that the same young people like the second graph actually tossed out such a big career. You should pay attention to some young people like the second graph. I want to say the general manager of Wang. No, if you are talking about it, it is estimated that there will be a big group of people to marry you. We faith company this. It is not only to cover the hospital, but also to cover several buildings. The 2 people's face groomed a glory to continue. You have not known our loyalty company, the general manager and Chi City. The general manager and Chi City, the first 2 days, have signed a project agreement. For a few days, we just follow the big team to the 2 cities to dig the foundation. You have to engage in 2 buildings in the 2 cities, all by loyalty company. If you say, you can see if you can enter the company, absolutely you are strong in the ground. When the bamboo plate is persuaded to say that several villagers join the faith company, there are also the same scenes in several villages around the bamboo plate. The changes in bamboo plate and Fulong village have been too big for nearly 2 years. It is too big to make everyone understand. At the beginning of 8th second year, the people in these 2 villages were very difficult, but it is now at this time. Which village people don't envy the people in these 2 villages? The roads in their villages are the roads of the soil and coal ash. When it is raining, the road muddy went to walk without the village. The bamboo plate and Fulong village are almost all asphalt roads. It is not to say that every household is rich, and every household has a large home appliance is also almost confused their village. 1 in a village. There is a total of TV, then the little cat is 2. As for other household appliances, they don't even want to think. People in the village have a wild look, that is. They have to perform well and strive to join the faith company. If you find the chapter content error, please report, we will fix it. For more exciting content, please pay attention. Big new domain name. Chapter 312. After the autumn, the time is very fast, and the blink of an eye is a year of frost. Every year, after October 23rd, the sun arrived at the yellow cream for the frost falling in the 24th holiday. The cream is the last solar terms in the fall, and it is the transitional throttle in the fall to the winter. There is a lot of heat dissipation on the ground on the fall. The temperature falls below 0 degrees, and the water vapor in the air is directly condensed on the ground or plant to form a subtle ice needle, and some have a hexagonal frost, color white and structure loose. The frost fall in 8 or 3 years is on October 24th. The temperature drop, and the ground is as far as it is infected with frost. There is a saying in the Northeast, called frost to break the sky. After the frost, the weather began to bleak, the leaves of autumn wind sweeping all over the ground, and a deep autumn scene. Instead of saying frost murder, it is better to say frost blossom. The frost is a cold performance. Frozen is the enemy of killing crops. Since the frozen has cream, sometimes no frost is black. The autumn cream and spring cream are collectively referred to a frost decline. The pedestrians on the street have a lot less, and many people have already set a thick autumn trousers at this time. Luo Sheng looked at the streets of Xiaosu, and I feel irritated in my heart. The 8th tree is a very good thing. It is a little bit of small, so that people have a better environment. But Luo Sheng arranges black waves to collect mountain goods. This time, there is no grab, but because of the things of the fight. The year of this and later sentences is roughly almost the same. This time because of deliberate injury. Black Baby and Luo Sheng have almost no more relationships. It is nothing more than a few days when I have been in the world. This Black Baby was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Luo Sheng just felt her mind. He always has a feeling it is destined in the sky, although he is born back to 8 seconds. But many things should not be deliberate or change. If you change too much, whether it is a person around you, or some things, there will be some differences. What is destined among them, or even rechanged back because of the time of time. Loyalty, your child, what do you stand at the gate? Now, do you have anything? Wang Yaking came out from the gate, and he saw Luo Sheng stand at the door. She immediately asked, "Amount, Mom, I don't have anything now. It is to breathe and breathe fresh air." Luo Sheng's unhappy things in the heart. Very random reply. "You are stinky, nothing is good. Today is a frost, you want to eat persimmon and persimmon cake, you go out to buy some, come back." Wang Yaking didn't have a thing. Immediately high. For the son who is busy than her day, Wang Yaking is speechless for a long time. If Luo Sheng is born in her, she looks great under the eyelids. She will feel that Luo Sheng is a monster. It is 8 or 3 years. Don't say that it is a whole street. It is the whole Jiangxing. It seems that there is no child like Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng was tossed with Wang Bo in 8 seconds, and then tossed the supermarket, but also made a cash cuisine processing plant. If you are still there, you will still have a lot of contacts with the province, and you will be prepared to go to the province. The whole summer vacation, Luo Sheng, this child is even more than a few days, and is the provincial capital, and it is also the capital, and it is also a plane to go to Japan. After coming back from Japan, it is said that the Japanese will be investigated to engage in the largest cement plant in Jiangxing. Even the CCTV broadcast this news. Her unwhittled 3 brothers actually got the central news. Let her feel extremely shocked. Her 3 brothers have always been looking forward. What is like, she is clear. If the 3 brothers tossed this loyalty company with her son, these 3 years, the 3rd brother hide not in the past. Her heart is more clear, and whoever children cannot toss, although Wang Yaking doesn't know how much Luo Sheng is now, but she knows that Jiangqing is going to say that the Rift King it is inevitable. This unexpected son. Oh, today's cream eats persimmon and persimmon cake. Then I will buy it now. Luo Sheng touched the pocket, the hand stretched, opened his mouth. Mom, you give me a lot of money, wait for me to go home. I have filialize you when you come. Stinky boy, actually there is no money. No money? You can go home, or go to your supermarket to get it. Seeing Luo Sheng a horrified expression, Wang Yaking said, it is necessary to go to the backyard Jiazi family to play mahjong. You can't give you money, or if you don't, you don't definitely win. You remember to buy some good persimmon and persimmon cake. After that, Wang Yaking did not look at Luo Sheng, and hurriedly walked from Luo Sheng, and walked to the Tenmom of the East. Luo Sheng is very speechless for the mother's mahjong, and the mother is teaching. It is playing mahjong. Every time I play mahjong, I have a lot of things like some of the Buddha blessing at home, and I have a lot of attention. When I am playing mahjong, I can't borrow money. For example, now, the mother let him buy a persimmon. He didn't bring money in his pocket, and under normal circumstances, the mother should take the initiative to take some money to buy him at this time. However, the mother has let him go back to the house because of this payment of mahjong, or take directly to the supermarket. The side is also witnessed that the mother is obsessed with mahjong. But people have some hobbies or very good, small gambling is right, and the mother of Luo Sheng. Looking at the mother's back disappears the Hutuku in the east. Luo Zongxiu sighed, turned back to the house to pay the money. Although Luo Sheng is open, it is a long time. No matter whether it is a flagship store, or other chain supermarkets, most of the old operators go out to open the store or manage the floor. There are still some beginning to train new salespersons. At this time, the faithful supermarket flagship store knows that Luo Sheng's salesperson is less. I really want to go there. I didn't see people who saw it. I was awkward. If you want to buy a few persimmon you have to find someone who is responsible for managing the supermarket. Luo Sheng felt that you can't commit it, the supermarket, since the person who handed it to the following, then try not to break the rule. Even if he opened, if you can't get it directly there, you don't give money. In the evening, when a big family sat in the head, Luo Sheng was as understood. Why did the mother have to eat persimmons in the frost? Luo Sheng's is eating a big persimmon, so happy to hear the legend of her childhood. The legend of Damingdam Zuzongkai, when the family is very poor, often eat up to me. There is no way, I have to pick up the bowl, pull up the dog stick. There is a frost, and Zuzong, who hasn't been eaten in 2 days, has a black, and the limbs are weak. When he fell into a small village, he suddenly looked up in front of him, and found a persimmon tree in a rotten taper on the side of the village. He is full of red persimmons. Zuzong saw, excited, and thought that God was hungry and not dead. So, let's go to the tree, eat a persimmon big meal. This is to have a little life from the kings. And there is no runny nose throughout the winter, and there is no split lips. Later, Zuzong was an emperor. He has a year of cream to drop. The leader once again passed the small village, and found that the persimmon tree is still covered with red persimmons. In the face of this scene, Zuzong Jai has thousands of thinking. It is this persimmon tree to avoid himself hungry. He looked up at this flat constant persimmon tree, slowly took off his red shirt, and climbed it in person, solemnly put the robes on the persimmon tree, and sealed it as Ling Yagu. This is reluctant to leave. After this story is circulated in the folk, it gradually formed a custom of eating persimmons. Luo Sheng's mother Wang Yaking and Taima Shuking also likes to eat persimmons, and prefer to eat the persimmon cakes from the south. At this time, 2 people will buy some persimmons on the street or buy some persimmon cakes to eat. Luo Sheng said that there is a word, but the frost will eat persimmons, don't hungry. 3 years of natural disasters, she is not hungry with Luo Sheng's Taimu. Just because she eats a persimmon at this time, it is Zuzong, who can eat full of food. They have experienced many suffering. I hope that China can be strong soon. Let the people of the country can eat rice, they can happiness and happiness. Listening to the talker, Liu Sheng is even determined. He is more effort to make the motherland quickly prosperous. Chapter 313 has an idea. Time flies, such as bakey sap. I am busy, I blink. The frost has passed for more than a month. It's another winter. Liu Sheng sat on the warm pheasant, recalling the things he did in 8 or 3 years, and the thing he had to do after 8 or 4 years. After returning to Jiangqing in 8 or 3, he bought a stock of Nintendo, and the big profit in Nintendo's stock earned. After selling the stock of Heaven, he went to Tokyo, Japan, and he bought a large number of stocks in the Japanese communication industry. In recent time, he had a blowout in the Japanese stock market. Although Liu Sheng can't calculate this time, he earned how much it was in the Tokyo stock market, but he knew that his current fund has exceeded 50 billion yen. What is the concept of 50 billion yen? Now is 8 or 3 years. 100 million yen is equivalent to between RMB 76 million to 77,000. 1 trillion yen, it is equivalent to RMB 76 billion to 77 billion, and he is now in his hands the funds exceeded 50 billion yen, that is, the funds in his hands reached 32 billion yuan. You know, the per capita income of China is nothing more than 100 yuan, and the wealth of he has now. Even tens of thousands of people can't make money. In the 8th year of 8-3, there is such a big wealth, even if some super large groups in the world, there is no such thing as Liu Sheng. And this amount of money, there is still nothing in Tokyo, there is no more than Liu Sheng's assets in China. If Liu Sheng is now added, it is a metrics. Stock is on the one hand, and other aspects have also got a harvest. At the beginning of the year, in order to improve the living standards in the home, let the old distant Jijig in the Jiangqing timber transfer station, and the income of the fish house every month is very small. It can be said that it can be said to Liu Sheng, none, but because of this fish house, the living standard in the home is obviously improved. As long as there is nothing, or if you want to improve your food, then they will eat delicious. Liu Sheng felt that this is a very good thing he wants to do for the tongue. The Mountain Wild Vegetable Factory has invested in production at the beginning of the 8th year of the year, in the 8th year of export, exported in the 8th year, brought great foreign exchange income for the Black Province. The leaders inside the province are very optimistic about the mountainous vegetable processing plant. Liu Sheng has reached an agreement with the province. In the past 4 years, Liu Sheng will help the province to build several mountain cake processing plants in the Black Province. But the wild vegetables produced by these mountainous vegetable processing plants, in the first year, they must pay all of the Faith Mitsui Company to sell. After 8 or 4 years, these mountainous vegetable processing plants have a certain share of loyalty Sanjing, and the communications Sanjing will receive a part of the income from these processing plants. Although Liu Sheng has already looked at these little money at this time, after all, this is the beginning of Liu Sheng. He has certain discourse rights in these factories. For future transformations of these factories, there will be some boosts. The expansion work of the electric fan factory and the sanitary napkin factory has been completed. In the 8th year, the brand of Longjiang electric fan of ZX, Anren, can be said to be a good thing for households. In particular, Unlsu brand sanitary napkins, not only bringing a lot of benefits to Liu Sheng, but also gains women in China. The invention of sanitary napkins is great, meaning is across the time. It is because of this, it will be known as one of the 10 inventions affecting humanity in the 20th century. Liu Sheng introduced the sanitary napkin into China in 8 or 3, or it can be said to be a great effort. Just after Liu Sheng thought that the sanitary napkin fire, he suddenly remembered the sanitary pad in his mind. In the female compatriots, it has become no longer difficult to make the menstrual period, and people invented the protective pads in the principle of sanitary napkins. It absorbs daily secretions outside of female menstrual period, which greatly reduces women's troubles. The pad is generally thinner, so that people are not discomfort. It is a useful invention. The principle and sanitary napkins of the pad are very similar, just suitable for different periods. It is mainly used to absorb daily secretions outside the menstrual period to prevent contamination of clothing. The invention of the pad is completely the extension of the sanitary napkin, and the inventions of the pads have solved a lot of trouble for female friends. Since the pad is generally small, it is not uncomfortable during use. It is like a thin fitted cotton scales, typically 1.5 mm thick. The pad is basically no absorption effect. It does not have a wing. The middle of the two rounds is narrow, avoiding secretions to get on the underwear, can be used daily. The difference in thickness and size is the main difference between the pad and sanitary napkins. The pad is that very small, thinner, which makes people don't feel uncomfortable, but there is no more blood. It is easy to leak on the pants. The sanitary napkin is generally larger. It is used in menstruation. Even if the mini sanitary napkin is just looks down, it can absorb the blood to be more affected. The pad can be used in as it is used in white belt. Menstrual volume is used to use sanitary napkins, and there is less sanitary pad. Use sanitary napkins when you come. Of course, when the menstruation is coming, it is uncomfortable with sanitary napkins, and the sanitary pad can also be used. In recent time, the sanitary napkins pipeline has arrived in the Black Province. After Liu Sheng thought of this healthcare, he got a decision: take it out of one of the pipelines, and use his items to study. The production line of this sanitary napkin is not very responsible in the process. He has to find a large number of experts and professional technicians in China, develop this sanitary napkin production line, so that the money of the pipeline will not let Japan people earn. Once this sanitary napkin is successfully developed, he can not only sell the sanitary napkin to abroad, but also sell the development of the production line to other countries in the world. At this time, China has just introduced some sanitary napkins from Liuosheng and Sanjing Yazi. Other developing countries should have no such thing at this time. He is going to grab it before first step on this thing out, occupying the international market. Advertising people! Exclamation mark. Still, through the relationship between the leadership of the province, is there any talents in the Black Province? Liuosheng continued to measure the pros and cons of these two phases, and finally chose to borrow people from the leadership of the Black Province. Liuosheng does not just let Cao Rui help him borrow people, but also let Cao Rui to help him with some of the lathes, drilling machines, etc. He wants these people to make the key components, and let Summit will understand that the big drawing of the drawing makes the drawing of all parts. Once the drawing of the parts of the sanitary napkin water wire can be made, then the production can be achieved by drawing, technicians and technicians. After Liuosheng took the plan, he did not panic, gave Cao Rui called Cao Rui in the phone. Liuosheng took him to find some people to develop a sanitary water line, and Cao Rui directly clamped. He told Cao Rui and personnel must give him the best, especially the figure. It must be the best drawing in the factory in the province. In terms of machine, Cao Rui can give him a harmonization, and coordinate how much it is from Jiangqing. If you can't borrow, he can go directly to buy it directly. If he can't buy a machine in China, he purchases some mechanical equipment from the side of Tokyo or from France. In short, the research project he has to do must use the fastest speed. After Cao Rui, Liuosheng has finished the phone. Liuosheng gave Wang Bo to Wang Bo, and he told San Wang Bo, let him call the leadership of Qi City and Music, and discuss some technologies. People go to Jiangqing to work. Jiangqing, Qi City, Music City, as well as provincial cities, from the 4 largest cities in this Black Province to do this study. Liuosheng believes that these people should be able to study the new type of hygiene according to their own ideas. Telting line of towel and sanitary pad. After 8 or 4 years, he hopes that people and machines can be in place. Chapter 314 Curtain time is, the days are always inadvertent. 3 years have passed, and the curtain between 8 or 4 years officially opened. In January of 8 or 4, I was very cold. At this time, I was 3 or 5 years 3 days. I couldn't see it outside of the snow. I can't see any pedestrians on the road. Wearing a scarf and cotton hat has been exercised outside for half an hour. Liu Sheng feels that his body and mental state are very good. In the afternoon, there should be no problem. The title of the exam, Liu Sheng did not even review the desire of review. And that something is too simple to speak for him. Liu Sheng sat in front of the window of the small second floor and looked at the streets outside the window and turned his gaze to TV. With Hot by Long Chun, looked at the shot heroes replayed in TV, he felt very comfortable. In recent time, because Liu Sheng has not go to the field because of the reason for the end of the test, all things began to let go of self. Even the New Year's Day, Liu Sheng did not go to the loyal food and smashing supermarkets, but also because of this is willing, the home seems to return to the past. At this time, the family has been able to eat the top all animal meat sent from the loyal food and surrounding supermarket. Every day, it is especially worth mentioning that because of the manzago in the bamboo, the vegetable base on the side of the plate has expanded a large part. When did the greens are mature? This time Liu Sheng is able to eat new picking vegetables every day. In the 1980s, people's most paying eaters are chicken and fish meat. As long as they can eat such things, it is already a fairy day. At this time, Liu Sheng had already guaranteed the supply of rice, soybean oil and the meat eggs of chicken, and I want to eat fresh rare people, and I can eat it at any time. I have entered the wealth. In the end of 8 or ends, Liu Sheng said that he said, and finally put the Taiwanese and timer to say good, let their old couples live in the second floor of the second floor with them. 1. Meet the dream of the Tai hang for a lifetime, upstairs, electric light phone, what to eat when you want to eat. 2. This toastery padding does not need to be fired. It is heated in the room, and there is a temperature regulation that is transported from Japan. It is guaranteed that the room temperature is 23 degrees to 24. Temperature. Just air conditioning that is engaged in Japan. There is no air conditioner when it is time, and many functions are not used, and it is quite large. There are 3 rooms above the second floor, and Liu Sheng's time is a grandfather, a parent, Liu Sheng himself. And these 3 rooms can see the window. Everything in the home is stable, it is very smooth, and the loyalty company is very stable in the last period. After all, I have just entered the 8 or 4 years, the Tsunami Mountain Korli factory holiday, cement factory and Chengqing township has been suspended. There are some unexpected things or other things. Wang Bo is gone, and I don't have to worry about him at all. But, in recent time, Liu Sheng felt a lot of students in the classmates, many students who often played together, in the recent period, seems to have a lot of alienation. Liu Sheng is very clear, his time in the whole summer vacation is in Beijing and Tokyo. After returning to the school, it is even very little to play with the classmates. When there is time, he has to go to the company to handle some things. One reason is that Liu Sheng's clothes and dressing in the last period of time are the most supportive, and winter is a high-quality down jacket. How to see the classmates in the class. Moreover, Liu Sheng said in the next day and his classmates or did something, and more unconsciously revealed a feeling of reprimanding the child, making many students around us have a sense of exclusion. Liu Sheng felt that it is a 5th grade, and the students will be bigger, and the family will gradually be much better. In the past 2 years, Liu Sheng did not ask some kinds of welfare for students and future generations, but he didn't make this matter as well. After all, if you make things, you will be I feel alienated because there are too many differences. The winter holiday is coming. Liu Sheng is even more thought to let Wang Bo sponsor their class students and some families in the city to make a winter camp. According to Liu Sheng's thoughts, the winter camp in his initiative can only be an initial idea of winter camp. Unlike the winter camps for learning, Liu Sheng allows Wang Bo to organize the one of the people organized and trained together, and can hone the will of the participants, and train participants' wild survival skills, exercise and develop their own interpersonal activities. This winter camp, Liu Sheng wants to engage in a week. Communications people hire 2 big passengers, pull several teachers and students, to visit vegetables to the greenhouse vegetable bases of loyalty. Let these students know that in the northeast winter, they can also plant green vegetables. After visiting the picking of vegetables, students pick the vegetables they want to eat. After picking vegetables, do some delicious foods in the canteen of the loyalty company. Let these students have a delicious thing to eat. Wait for the winter to end. Let the students take back some kinds of vegetables to honor the family, and you owe some welfare of loyalty to them. Then, the loyalty company builds some ice and snow items, engage in some Mara, ice light, and ice rink, etc. Let these students can feel the unique ice and snow culture in Northeast. In this way, his classmates can not only enjoy the pleasure of enjoying the family, but can explore their vision and reach the effect he wants. What about this? It is Liu Sheng that has always wanted to try things. In the later generations, ice and snow tourism has always been a super big project on the other side of Blacktown. People all over the country are sweeping to see ice lights in Harbin, and watching the ice and snow world. Although Jiangqing is also engaged in the world of ice and snow, but because of the flow and a series of reasons, the ice and snow tourism did not get together. At this time, Liu Sheng did not immediately engage in ice and snow, because this time, the people of the country are very poor, and there is no such a precedent. Not only without this technical talent, there is no such demand. Liu Zongxuan wants, at this time, let the people of the faith have learned to use some simple rites. Try learning to do ice sculpture, doing ice lights. After 2 years, people have started some money in their hands, and the faith company will start trying to engage in such ice and snow tourism projects. The company in Jiangqing, a kind of ice and snow tournament. How long? Harbin will follow the project of such a snow tourism, so that China's ice and snow will be went out in advance. Liu Sheng said, through this winter camp, he was able to contact the classmates to gradually alienating classmates, and later, Liu Sheng, and because of the reasons for the development of Jiangqing, and the relationship is also best, so he wants to create some benefits to the students at this time. Chapter 315 This is Life. In the 1980s, the final exam questions were very simple. The strength of the teacher was not so strict. After the final exam, the students in Liu Sheng showed some smiles, not only because the test is good when the exam is good, because they heard a good news that excited people. In the winter of 804, loyalty smoked their class of students, let them participate in winter camps with some students in Jiangqing. Winter camp, although they have never heard of it, they have not participated, but they don't affect their imagination of playing things for this kind of money. What is the company that is loyal to the company? It is one of the most powerful companies in Qijiang City. In Jiangqing, which student did not receive the loyalty company? Canned fish, building a school football field and basketball court, send football and basketball to school. When winter, not only let them have a warm classroom, and they can have some sports equipment such as ice knives. These things are giving there. The faith company arranged the winter camp, and there was 3 meals a day. This is simply a matter of the sky, which is not excited. After the test, Liu Sheng was directly pulled to the 26th elementary school, and the playground of the 14th middle school in Jiangqing directly. More than a dozen boys were divided into 2 guys, fighting a bucket chicken. The bucket is the leg tray. The 2 people hit each other with the legs, not the kind of bumper fighting the battle. The students in the northeast, I like to play this thing, especially in winter. The floor is thick snow, very little feeling of pain, and the melee is generally playing snowballs, wrestling. This is Liu Sheng, and the dissatisfaction with the dissatisfaction occurred in the study, the venting of the study and the exam, played in the sky, after the winter camp, only in love, and the classmates adjacent to the residence. Your little rabbit Scorpion, where is the test run? Do you look at you? The face is like a flower dog, and you know the mortality. Luo Sheng just entered the house. He heard his father's dissatisfaction. Luo Sheng knows that his mistake is in this matter, and has not returned, but it is only low to reprimand. He knows that his own Lozi is such a kind of person, seeing bad things. If it is not ignorant, don't hear two throats, you can die. Left ear, the right ear is there is nothing. He also seen it. This father has been listed with the shelf ready to fully mean waiting for him to come back. If you don't listen to the reprimand of Lozi, it is impossible. There is no way to escape. Then, choose silent to bear it. Luo Shangyong saw that Luo Sheng didn't have an answer, but slowly took off her clothes. He was in the top of Luo Sheng, and he said, "Loyalty. You are also very small, now you are also sensible. I don't know how to give some people in the family. This big winter is buried. If you have something, how do you don't know?" In recent time, Luo Shangyong did not have less understanding of Luo Sheng. He felt that his son should not toss every day at this time. Study hard is what Luo Sheng should do. He has a fear and worry, and his son is so big. It is a Japanese, and it is a big leader. If you have something, it is completely finished. In the 3 years, there are a lot of things. He is very worried about his son. If the country is coming, there is a demon blow. The first pack, I am afraid that the son is such a capital home. Luo Shangyong is a middle-aged man who ordinary to ordinary, no big man, almost put all the mines in the unit and home, hoping that the home can be eaten, can be happy. This basics it is the true thoughts of Luo Sheng's father. He is satisfied. It is in the current situation, and you like to enjoy the life of happiness. Luo Shangyong always felt that his son would toss, too dare to toss, tossing a good chain supermarket in Jiangqing, which has made him always feel a meat, even when he feels a kind practical feeling. At this time, it can be said to be 1,000,000 yuan, only 2 of the whole Fushun Street, a Hongbin family who engages his son to engage in the supermarket, and another is their home. According to Luo Shangyong's ideas, people can't be too old, and their son's wind is a bit bigger. Behind the original position of the home, I didn't say more than 200 square small second floor, and I was in entering. I also got out of the bodyguard and cars. When the factory of their factory, riding a bicycle is a bicycle, which is the secretary of the light industry, and the head of several light industry is equipped with a broken jeep. Is this not recruiting jealous? What do you say to a child in elementary school? What does it make? The neighbors of the surrounding neighbors are unclear. This is Luo Sheng, who thought he was engaged in corruption in units. Big winter, what is not good? What winter camp? It is a large group of children to feel the ice and snow culture and ice, which is fun. This is not to pull out. The winter of the Northeast has always been very cold. The child did not have seen the ice and snow. Which child didn't pick it up with ice in ice? And I used the place where the loyalty company was built. It was definitely a piece of pants thing. In Luo Shangyong's heart, Luo Sheng tended then some children to the loyalty company. Nothing more than lived on the loyalty company. This is outside. I want to borrow this opportunity. Continue wild. In the morning, he left, Luo Sheng, and he reported to the winter camp in 2 days, and he went home from outside in the evening. Although Luo Sheng ran clearly, Luo Sheng went out to cover the half mountain. The bodyguards have been followed, and there will be no problems. However, he still can't help but stay. Shangyong. Almost the same. The child just finished the test today. It will go out to play for a while, and let the child take off the clothes, warm, then we have fun. Also, don't educate your son. When I went next to the old king, she came back. She have to get off work. Her heart is like a long grass. The old king family looks like a mahjong. Luo Sheng's Tozu King felt that Luo Shangyong training the child is almost the time. She immediately turned up around field. This time, you will give you a horse. I will put you in a horse. I will stay in my honesty at home these days, and I don't want to go. Luo Shangyong said to Luo Sheng, taking a smile to Luo Sheng's time. Grandma, I will go to Yarking now. This mother is not worried. Eat the ribs and stewed soyurates. eat red squid, watching the father's iron face. Liu Sheng does not think in mind. This is the real life. Chapter 316 Welfare Treatment. The winter camp did not reach the expected effect of Liu Sheng. He prepared a lot of projects, did a lot of preparedness, but his classmates got only some vegetables, prizes, and some students who were crazy together. Beautiful memories. Liu Sheng is fine and helpless. At this time in the 1980s, the child didn't have any heart. Basically, it was still silly. You let them think what is united, it is simply a cow. It is said that it is very normal when it is a snowball, and it is very normal. The relationship will be together. After they arrived in the vegetable greenhouse, no one mentioned the benefits of this greenhouse, just felt very fun. When the ice is snow, you can pick a vegetable place in a warm place. Liu Sheng found that he wants to exercise things in their will and unity. In his classmates, it is just a matter. In the winter of the Northeast, almost all children are cold resistant, and Liu Sheng is designed. It is afraid of freeze-bro the classmates or other children, and there is not too long for these all days in ice and snow for children living. These are not painless. But Liu Sheng felt that he harvested a full childhood memories, and a quite good thing. Through this winter camp, his relationship with classmates in the class quickly warmed. First, this organizational winter camp is a loyalty company, and the faith company is Liu Sheng's 3, which means that they all borrow Liu Sheng's light. Otherwise, the students of other schools are not selected. I selected a class of students in one single, thank Liu Sheng from the bottom. Second, they have been alienating Liu Sheng, because Liu Sheng has less time to play. According to their minds, it is Liu Sheng with a rich 3, there is a mother who teaches director. Now the cattle forced, I look down on them with them. After this winter camp, they found that Liu Sheng still like the original, nothing more than a rich 3. This time, they went to the loyalty company to work in winter camp. His 3 sides have no revealing. The snowballs will fight snowballs. How to play, Lai Song believes, don't be angry. And there is no more arrogant, and the mother is the arrogance of the school. In other words, they are still children on the starting line, so everyone is very harmonious. After the end of the winter camp, the little friends have returned to all their families, and Liu Sheng also resumed a calm life. Seeing that I have to have a new year, Liu Zongxuan wants to think, or to the headquarters of the communications company to find Wang Bo, starting the 8 or 4 years ago. At this time, loyalty did not have too many things to worry about Liu Sheng. In September, the loyalty of the people, the workers opened the basic salary and salary of 36 yuan per month, nothing more than the new year, and all the employees of communications company were bonused. The new year of the 8-year. Liu Sheng is not preparing for 8 or 3, so many kinds of benefits to all the employees, but preparing to turn these welfare treatment into cash. Whether it is Wang Bo, or Zhao Fangxian is reported with him. If you send a welfare in 8 or 3, all the slaughtering of cooperation will give them pork to the loyalty company. They are not happy. When the company was 8 or 3, the employees had reached more than 1,000 people. Liu Sheng first counted, and the number of people managed by Qin Baogo, the number of people who acquired mountain and mountainous cuisine was nearly 100, and the number of employees who failed to build a company in Yanghua more exceeded 400 people, coupled with the 660 people under the hand of the loyalty anime base. As long as it is a loyal food and surrounding supermarket, more than 3 people have become a foregone. At this time, the faith company has always made a lot of money, and the company will not be awarded sum of the year-end reward for the employees. Just the issue of this year-end reward should be considered based on the contribution to the faith company, the high level, such as Wang Bo, Hong Bin, Zhao Fangxian, Wang Diqing and Dong Zi Fengxiang, Liu Yonggo, Yang Hua and other people are all senior management personnel of loyalty, but also because of their efforts, various work. It can be arranged in an orderly manner. As senior management, their bonus is the highest. Liu Sheng gives these senior management's bonuses to be temporarily positioned for 3,000 yuan. Middle-level managers, such as Kinboda, Yanligang, Shenzhong, and various large-scale chain supermarkets, the prize is temporarily set to 1,000 yuan. For those who make special contributions to the faith company, the reward is given according to the value considered in Luosheng. These people include Wang Pepins, who got the ground in Beijing, Shenzhong's antique master Lang Ting, etc., responsible for the Altheim base, Luo Yonggo, etc. Their bonus will be rewarded outside the year-end bonus. In the field of loyalty company, the faith company will also give these people's overspeed business subsidies, especially those who can't return home in the flagship store of Beijing and Harbin City, and faith will give these people a certain holiday after the new year, through a way of string. Let them go home and their families. The year-end rewards in the new year also made calculations based on the length of joining the faith company time, 2 months or half a year in the faith company, naturally more than the time when joining the company. Differences in work and work have also determined how much wages and bonuses. Like Luo Yonggo, the staff of these cartoon bases, the profits they have created, whether it is salary, treatment, or bonus, will be higher than the employees of other faith. In 4 years, Luosheng's rising company, no matter how the enthusiasm of employees in the company, but also to see that in the faith company, as long as you work, the faith is absolutely not will treat you. More labor, people who have contributed to the company, work conscientious, everywhere. People think about the company. Conversely, people who mix their days in the faith company, the bonus will be a lot, especially Luosheng, in the end of 8 or 3. Telling Wang Bo to promulgate a company's reward and punishment system, whether it is the department of the faith company, every 2 months will conduct a rolling rotation, and all the employees of the department will vote. In 3 voting, if the employee is negative, the number of votes will be worn by the management personnel. Moreover, the faith will send a special personnel to conduct an unannounced discussion. If the employee is still working, if there is damage to the faith company, then directly eliminate the team, and cancel the reward of loyalty. In terms of loyalty to the Chinese New Year, Luosheng did not want to participate, just put forward a requirement, that is, when the New Year, the loyalty of the company's food chain supermarket must give their customers, let them feel Happy New Year, no matter which city must act, and, the scale of activities during the New Year must be large, and the magnitude of profit must be large. Even if you don't make money, you must also play the name of the faith company. Luosheng feels that now, the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets have already moved to the right track. Now it is famous. During the new year, employees must be treated with treaters, do not happen to the corner of the customer. Emergency, all of which are handed over to the store director of all flagship stores or is the store manager of the supermarket. These are security measures such as big things, fire prevention, and more responsible for the responsibility system during the Chinese New Year. The flagship store's fire prevention and security safety is completely responsible for the floor of the building, and to prevent death. The mall is carefully, the socket is not allowed to appear insert, and the electric furnace is not allowed in the office, and there is no cigarette butler. If there is any flash, the consequence will be borne by the building. The year-end award of the faith is not only these people, Dong Guosheng and Liang Guofu, who have contributed very strong supporters after the establishment of the faith, and the faith company will give them some dividend rewards, from the group of loyalty. Give their wife this thing. Luosheng told Zhao Fangshan to get it on the 8th year of Qinbao state. Let Dong Guosheng and Liang Guofeng's wife took out $500 into the shares of the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets. Each shares were positioned as 100%. There is only a division of red, no voting rights, and divide by 1 per year. At this time, the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets are not 8 second years. Hongbin took out from the home fresco, with nearly $2,000. It was 1% of the share, and now the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets have exceeded 30 houses, fixed assets have exceeded millions, and they have taken a dividend money every year. it has exceeded 300,000. If you do this, you can't accept bribes. If you can't talk about corruption, everything is bright. I bought a dividend shares, get dividends, and I can't say anything. As for Yan Ming and Chen Tanfang, Jiang and others on the Agricultural Research Office, the loyalty company gave them awards. What people can't say, after all, they did not have any relationship with the faith company. It is necessary to talk about it, then just helping to be faithful. Luo Sheng told Wang Bo, when I was awarded the bonus, I took a big United cash from the bank. When I saved the money, I would pay a name in the big conference room of the new cover building of the communications company. The middle and high-level employee bonuses are directly issued, and the banknotes of ordinary employees under the bottom will come back by the personnel of the unit. Luo Sheng has an idea, and the big unity of the bundle is released in the conference room, which will definitely brighten everyone's eyes. Whether it is a mid-level, high-level, faithful company, a lot of the underlying staff go out, and the faith company will send the year-end award. That scene, it is simply scared. At this time, the country has not issued 50 yuan and $100 bills. It is a big unity and 5 yuan a small yellow cattle, and hundreds of thousands of banknotes are put together. It is definitely the same. Doing so, it is more able to motivate the employees of the faith company to work hard. After the New Year's dividends and the staff of the staff, Luo Sheng's words turned, and took out a program that made Wang Bo very unexpected. Chapter 317, Win-Win Solution. I have to go to the New Year. When the Jiangqing people travel, they are actually shocked. On the trees on the streets of Jiangqing, I don't know when, I quietly hanged the loyalty company to bless the rivers and the people of the river. The big red lantern, a row of flaming the lantern makes the street on the New Year's breath. Not only the trees on both sides of the street are full of festive. The middle of the street is more popular, and the children have children, and there is a lively, near the bustling traditional commercial street of urban areas. This time is different from previous years. There are people who sell New Year in the year. People pass these people who sell New Year. They can feel bustling, lively, and popular. And there is a new year. From the reform and opening up to 8 or 4 years, even if you don't have no more than 6 years. In the past few years, people didn't feel this New Year's breath, and some people wanted to come out for this year idea. In the past years, everyone is to the department store or the indifferent Japanese store to buy goods, and only in large shopping malls or the indifferent Japanese stores can buy a satisfactory New Year. They didn't think of it. Suddenly the city is actually like a spring bamboo shoot in the rain. When the loyalty company was organized, a big batch of people in 8 or 3 years, they took some daily necessities in the village to sell some daily necessities, and these people have tasted the sweetness before the year of 8 or 3. They know that when the year ago, if they purchased some goods from the wholesale end of the flagship store where the faith is located, they will sell themselves. As long as they can eat hard, they can earn more than 10 pieces, or can still be earned. At this time of 8 or 4 years, they have embarked on the streets, and they found a suitable location at the commercial street of Jiangqing City and start selling New Year. I couldn't find the source of supply, no goods can be sold. Now the faith company has made a large wholesale market, almost anything. From the daily department store, it has been to firecrackers. Almost the should be, and faithful company has committed these people. Take a small part of the money as a deposit. You can take a lot of goods at the wholesale point of the faith. These goods, as long as there is no damage in the sale of sales, if you don't sell it, you can't sell it, you can give the faith company to come back. In order to avoid competition, the company has launched a program, the same kind of goods, in Jiangqing City, only have several operations. And the price of sales should be consistent, absolutely not allowed to raise prices or sell low prices. If there is an acquaintance, a small amount of goods can be sold at a low price. If you have a vicious competition, then in the future, it will be listed as an uninterested person, and the faith will not give such a chance. The loyalty company launched such an initiative, which not only allowed Jiangqing to enter a category of marketization, but also let more people go out from Jiangqing and go to the surrounding. This is a win-win strategy that will not only make more people earn money in 8 or 4, but will let more people go to the big city and open the wave of market economy. Practice is the only standard for testing truth. Only more people have seen the benefits of commodity circulation. Only more people agree with commodity circulation. Will have a lot of business people. A large number of business people have emerged, and it is bound to bring the flow of people. The population flows. The market is big, and the money and materials that can be dominated in people will be more than this marketing economy. In the late 1970s, most people buy some melons and peanuts when the new year, or when the new year, I bought 2 bottles of cans, I will spend 10 yuan 8 yuan. Now a loyalty company let the materials and people flow, then, there is a need for 10 yuan for 8 yuan in the past few years, not only 5 or 6 yuan. The people have received affordable, and those who sell goods have also been affordable. Northeast companies at this time, can be said to be the most in the country. If at this time, there should be some items produced by the company, it should be said that it is to take the factory price to other places to sell. Then they will also make the corresponding money. Business things are sold out, and individuals have also achieved corresponding profits. In this small market, the simple market formed by Jiangqing has appeared in the sale of clothing before, whether adult clothes, cloth, or children's clothing. There should be all. What about this? And the reform and opening up, and the strategy of Liu Sheng's propaganda has a great relationship. The Faith Company opened a meeting before the new year. Liu Sheng told Wang Bo responsible for this meeting, and said his argument. Wang Bo said to all the middle layers of the meeting, now the reform is open, and the Faith Company encourages the family members of the faith to walk on the street business, especially those who have a fish in the winter, and the people resting in the mountains. Take the goods directly to sell. At the end of 8 or 3 years, the company gave the goods from many people wholesale prices on the bamboo plate, so that these people went to the villages and towns to sell. They were at least before the new year, earned nearly 200 yuan. Last year, the harvest of crops was not very good. The peasants had a bitter revenue of the year, and they did not catch a new year before the new year. This year, the faith will continue such a thing to continue, and this year's supply of goods is much larger than the amount supplied last year. It can be said that as long as you want to get the goods in the Faith Company, then the company will continue to give the wholesale price last year. Let people earn some good money before the new year. If there is relatives in Jiangqing, such as the children's clothing factory in Jiangqing, or in the large-scale garment factory on Jiangqing, you can discuss the leadership of the children's clothing factory and large clothing processing plants to give the factory price. Some of them make them sell these items in the form of stalls. In the past, the tickets restricted people to buy clothes or buy fabrics, need to use cloth tickets. Now in 8 or 4 years, no restrictions in this thing. The country is 8 or 3 opening, and abolition of cloth is officially announced at the end of the year. That is, it is now sold from the children's clothing factory or the garment factory, whether it is selling in the river, or sells the surroundings around Jiangqing, it will get a quite high profit. If there is no such a way, then take the clothes that come to the goods in the supermarket. There is a wide variety of loyalty, and there is a noodle of bamboo plate. There is a button zipper from Hansing Street. There is a towel, a single bed, and a small pillow. There must be in the pot bowl. This kind of goods are even. In the 1980s, the Northeast, it can be said that the country is more affluent. There are many workers, the money in the hands, and the farmers are planted, and there are many in the South. In the Northeast, people are in the countryside. Each family has a few hectares of land for cultivation. 3 years is a harvest year. The peasant is also rich at this time. In the past, farmers did not dare to spend more money to buy which new year, but this year is different. They have real gold and silver. They can buy the new year they want. In the heart of the peasant, what makes money is what? Nothing more than a day. I have a good time when I have been in the new year. Wear a new dress, I can have a good run. Luo Sheng let the employees of the faith and their families go to the countryside to sell, and there is also a circulation of economic prosperity and promotes the circulation of goods. Luo Sheng has an idea. The fire of the stars can be in the original. As long as people taste such a sweetness, people will be born out to do business to promote circulation. In this case, Jiangqing local people's living standard will have a large improvement. I will have a good sign. Chapter 318 Sales Mode. When farmers were 8 or 3, almost everyone had a good harvest. At this time, the peasants finally began to have money. If you can purchase clothes, if you can purchase a cloth, the enthusiasm of their purchase will be quite high. Sheng Company's clothing store in the flagship store in Jiangqing. The sales of clothes is not the best, because the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets are unable to compare the clothes counters of those big shopping malls, and their big shopping malls have many clothes styles, and you can get open, you can make people look more able to put it on it. The faithful food and surrounding supermarkets are so big in Jiangqing, and the goods sold in other areas are sold faster than clothes, and the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets will not be the kind of thing that killed chicken. Wang Bo told the middle-level employee in the next time, be sure to pass the programs of the loyalty to the faith company to each employee of the faith, as long as they or their family, if they want to do this, only need to make a record from the headquarters of communications. The loyalty company and the garment enterprises and the clothing enterprises in the city and the mosaic have also signed the contract. There is a large number of outdated clothing, which can let them take a free land price. If you can't sell it, these clothes can be taken back. Retreat. It is a way to sell it. These things can be exchanged in rural or townships, and they can also exchange in equivalent items. For example, some items unique to the countryside. The frozen tofu, dried tofu, sticky beans, and the wild. And there are other items. These items, you can sell it to the faith company according to the price of normal prices on the market. Communications companies acquire these native products belonging to Jiangqing. The more new strange things, the faith company is not refused. Switch is also good. Buy it. In short, if you can bring a certain amount of goods to the countryside, when you come out from the countryside, bring some rural native products. Then earn 2 differences, that is, you can earn 2 capital money. Those clothes. Luo Sheng felt that in such a form of selling to rural areas, it is an priced thing. The vintage clothing produced by the clothing factories of Chi City and the martial arts has lost the market in the big shopping mall. In the mall, they began selling some new model new style clothing, even if they were looking at the women's enjoyment. Take some goods in the costume factory, and placed at the bottom of the bottom. Because such a sales model, the older style clothes produced by the city and the mozo are not selling at all. These backlogs into the clothes in the factory, the people in the city do not buy, but the conditions of the rural areas are very poor, can buy a shaded clothes, can have no patch clothes are already a quite good. The thing is, they are not interested in buying clothes to large shopping malls, because they are clear, they will work for 1 year, and they cannot undertake the consumption level in big cities. Luo Sheng enabled the staff of the faith company and the family of employees to rural shopping, and even began to implement this model. These backlogs in the factory, because of the cheap relationship, naturally sold very well. The garment factory of Chi City and music can sell the laundry in the factory. If you get a return fund, you can not only share our employees, but also allow the factory to get some activity funds, so that these factories have a possible. Luo Sheng said with Wang Bo's function. They said that when the factory director to negotiate the goods from the company, it is necessary to let these factories begin to transform the new products of these factories to tell them that they can follow his ideas. Walk. That is not the thing that Luo Sheng is capable. Luo Sheng is very clear. At this time, it is a state-owned era. Even if the factory in the factory puts this update idea to the above, I am afraid it will not give them answers. Throwing the toll and eating money, you can have some money, then make a lot. If you ride a bicycle or walk to the nearby village, the toll and food are all saved. and you can earn it once. A lot of money. If a person is going to be inappropriate, you can get together, and you will sell our goods. After selling goods, you will gather together to go home. If you are not selling, everyone can help you sell together. Things are not moving, you can also take it together. In short, although the staff of the faith company did not make money in these 2 years, the more money, the better. The days will cross the fire. Nowadays, many people have already purchased a TV, and those who do not buy TVs should also take time to buy TVs and some household appliances. Is it possible to get a young man in the age of marriage? Is it possible to earn some money at this time? When you get married, you can get a money to get married. The family members belonging to the employees of loyalty company, faithful companies have given some big discounts. The welfare of loyalty to the employees' family is that these families can get the canned fish that belong to the uniqueness of loyalty companies from the faith. According to normal wholesale prices, they can go to other cities to carry out these cans and some New Year sales. These goods, loyalty companies turn over the goods, and give some support. If which employee family wants to sell around the city, as long as there is a loyal supermarket nearby, you can get it in the nearest loyalty supermarket. Cargo, so that they reduce their transportation, let them earn more money. At the time of the 8th, the loyalty is basically in the Black Province. Basically, what is the person who knows, and the Black Province has a loyal family of fish, and it is very cheap. Other places of fish basically sell 2 yuan or more, and the unified retail price of the canned fish of the faith company is unerolled money. It's just that most places don't have a loyalty company's supermarket. They want to buy it too. This faith company employees and families have to all kinds of non-faithful food and intensive supermarkets. They sell fish, and some New Year, but also advertise the store in the province for communications. The price of loyalty to the employee is a 9 yuan per bottle, that is, a bottle of fish. They have the profits of triangles. This profit can be said to have reached a certain peak at this time. The household appliance recovered by the company in Beijing, this time has also been transported back to Jiangqing. Many of these household appliances, basically a small home appliance. In terms of television, the price of recycling is about 30 to 50 yuan, plus repair costs and freight, and transporting the price of a TV, probably in between 15 to 60 yuan. The specific price Luosheng is not very clear, but the difference will not be far away. These second-hand TVs, as well as second-hand household appliances, are no good things on the side of Beijing, but in Jiangqing or in the northeast, it is quite good. At this time, I have to say a high mile, and the average of 50 people in Jiangqing can have a TV. These people are eager to have a TV, but high prices and the purchase of TVs require TV tickets, which hinders them to buy a TV. The company pushed out of the series of second-hand home appliances before the new year. The most expensive TV set, and some small TVs, even sold to 450 yuan. That is to say, the series of second-hand home appliances launched by the faith company is nothing more than a month to 2 months. There are many workers in Jiangqing. The farmers like harvest. Basically, there are some idle money, and if the faith company will launch this home appliance sales, it is estimated that it will be swept away. Luosheng first gave the employee benefits policy before selling these household appliances, and the staff of the faith company at this time, if you want to buy second-hand home appliances, you can go to the warehouse of the faith company to pick the favorite style. Price. It is the cost price of loyalty to the company. The rest of the household appliances are pushed to the market before the new year. The company has always had a good reputation of quality and quantity, and Luosheng does not want to affect the reputation of the faith company because of the second-hand home appliances. His household appliances reserve 2 yuan of maintenance gold, specializing in employing 2 proficient household appliance repair. The worker's master repairs the household appliance sold. It is the second-hand home appliance, which is the second-hand household appliance. Even if there is a problem, people will not say anything. But Luosheng does not want this to affect the reputation of the faith. Prior to selling, The staff responsible for selling home appliances must understand and buy second-hand home appliances to understand that in order to see TV during the new year in the new year, the communications company can see a group of cheap household appliances, quality, and faith. The company cannot give the greatest guarantee, which can only guarantee that these household appliances have been warranty within 1 year. When selling goods in the countryside, if there is a fellow, if you want to buy or order second-hand home appliances, the staff of the faith company can also sell a household appliance for each sale, and the community is given a bonus. It can be said that it is a kind of welfare for loyalty to the underlying employee. In short, it is a sentence. The people of the faith want to embrace the road. When you have holiday, you have to move. As long as you work hard, then you will have a good harvest. Chapter 319, Authentic. When I walked into 4 years, the farmers in the Black Province have achieved harvest in food, and people in the town are because the national economy is warm, and there are some money in their hands. The staff of the faith, or the employee family, they just have to sell things to the country and towns. As long as they do this, absolutely make money. The canned fish of the faith company is the fastest sales, and most profitable items. Other items such as cultural supplies and small things in daily use, are good things that make money. At this time, every household needs to use a match. The firewood, oil, salt, these things are the necessary products of every household. These people who sell them into the village and small towns. The selling goods are even more cheap than the local shops, and things can guarantee quality, then they have no reason not to buy. Students use the stationery, which is more important to buy some pencils and little things. These things are needed after students start school. They are purchased in the town on weekdays, and they are familiar with these items. Price. Going to the city, I also need some things such as tolls. Today, these things have been sent home, and it is cheaper than the purchase price of the town. Then they will definitely choose to buy these items from Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets. The towns around Jiangqing have enough trust in the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets, because they are clear, loyal to our chain supermarkets. That is a conscientious business, never doing the people of people. As long as they are from this, the goods come out. That is all good things that have a high goods. They have been looking forward to the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets, and they can drive to the villages and towns they live. Once such a supermarket start, then they can enjoy the benefits of cheap goods like people in the city. Convenient. When they went to Jiangqing, the journey was too far away. On the other hand, the tolls also restricted their travel. The tolls of the coming back were not cheap. It can be said that it has been a big head. There is no need. They will not choose to take the car into the city. The faithful supermarket is difficult to expand around the surrounding, and there is a big reason. Some towns are only 1 or 2 supply and marketing agencies. These supply and marketing agencies are the national stores of the township office, and the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets want to enter. Not only the leaders in townships will not agree, that is, those supply and marketings will make them gum. According to Zhao Fangchen's ideas, as long as the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets can give the township leaders a certain benefit, then, the loyalty to the supermarket is inseparable. But Liu Sheng insists that there is no such road. Many times, leading carders are because these things have been corroded, and if they do this, they will bear huge risks. Once there is a wind blowing grass, or if there is a wave, it will easily take the loyalty company on the beach. At this time, the wings of Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets are not full enough, and the people's voice is not big enough. After the opportunity matures, the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets will naturally open all towns' houses around Jiangqing. Liu Sheng sells non-lived employees under the hand, and the employee's family is selling. He also has its own abacus. He has been very clear many times. The opportunity is in front of you, but people don't have this kind of thinking. There is no business girder, and there is no kind to the kind of power I want to do for buying and sell. The loyalty company gave the staff He hopes that the employees or family members of the faith company can seize such an opportunity, and earn money in the past year. If these people can't catch this opportunity, don't want to make this money, then he has no way. In the 1980s and later generations, in the 1980s, as long as you have something to sell, as long as you dare to make a difference, as long as you dare to suffer, you don't make money. Multimillionaires in the later generations, millions of people, most of them have gradually developed through the first bucket of gold in the 1980s. The loyalty company strongly supports the family of employees to go out, let them start their business things, saying out this year, that is, the celestial nights. Most people will choose to be a joke. Just these people don't know, as long as those of the loyalty company and the family can go in accordance with the road given by the faith, the family will slowly get rid. The loyalty company promotes these things. There is a lot of benefits. First, these people who go out to sell, most people will purchase their own places in wholesale in the faith, and the sales volume of loyalty company will increase rapidly. The price of loyalty to these people is very low, but it also guarantees profit margins. Under normal circumstances, the pure profit margin of the faith is 15% in 15%, and the goods will be given to these people. The profit obtained by the company is probably between 3 and 4. However, the shipments of the goods will increase. Luo Sheng once told Hong Bin when he talked with Hong Bin, and when he was talking about the company and the manufacturer, if the sales volume was large, in the original price, they should give them a certain return. This rebate is based on sales. For the most simple example, a towel's pricing is the triangular 8 points, which is the factory price of normal towel manufacturers. If the loyalty company sells in 1,000 towels every month, it is settled in accordance with the triangular 8 points. If the sales of loyalty meet each month reaches 2,000, then the price of towels will be reduced to 7 points in the triangle. If you reach 5,000 sales, the price of towels will reach the triangle 5 points. Whether it is a faith company, or a manufacturer of towels, it is very considered such a practice. Although this seems to be inexpensive, the small towel is not lost. The quantity of their production is coming, then their economic benefits will increase, which may only have 10,000 towels in the previous month, and they will cooperate with loyalty company. Then they dare to produce 20,000 towels. The worker's wage money is nothing more than an increase, whether it is worker or manufacturers. They will earn much more when they have fewer production, and they don't have to worry about sales. This kind of tale is a must-have item, especially in the Northeast. There is a statement of New Year's new towels, every new chopsticks, new rice bowls, and some families must sell quite fast things. The Northeast, there are a lot of people from all over the country, and all kinds of customs are mixed together, and there are many statements. When the new year, every household eating dumplings, wearing new clothes, even if it is poor, there must be a lingerie or a pants. Conditional replacement of sheets were monk, before the faith did not make such a action. The sheets and orders were very expensive, and they were very outrageous. After Luo Sheng gave Hong Bin to buy the sheets, and the 2 items of the sheets were fell 2 yuan in Jiangqing. It is particularly worth mentioning that loyalty has purchased a large number of Shashi brand linen. This type of sheet can be said to be the best sales in the country, and the most expensive national sheets. Chapter 321 Vitality 28. Listening to Zhao Yuanyun said that people are alright. Wang Bo took Zhao Yuanyun to give him the national sheets taken from the warehouse, and the 4 flattened pushed the gates of the meeting room, and slowly slammed the 4-step bit. Wang Boang, looking at these familiar faces, he cleared his throat, slowly said, "This time, it is a small meeting." Which is a small meeting, Ernest? Wang Bo said to the following MTHD personnel, simply telling some of the arrangements and work arrangements of the faith in the previous year, and put Luo Sheng ran out in the conference room year-end award. At the time of everyone, Wang Bo's topic turned, and loyalty will give all the employees to all the employees. 1 sheet and a single thing will be mentioned. When Wang Bo came out to release the sheets, he opened the packaging of the sheets and shook it, so that everyone saw the sheets in his hands. Just when everyone appeared, Wang Bo pointed to when the new year. The sheets issued by our loyalty company are the sheets called national bed sheets. I have to stay in the seat, and I have heard of this type of sheet, which can be said to be the best in today's bed sheet. However, where this sheet is produced, it is also how it looks. Everyone should be unclear. Below I tell you what is going on this national bed. After Wang Pulton, she took the sheets to the sheets. He continued, tin board sheet. His factory is the Shacity Bed Linen Factory. This Shacity Bedline Board started in the 50s. In the 50th year, they produced the national famous brand sheets at the time. In the 1960s, this factory passed some technical staff, self-made internationally advanced private batch of equipment, and first created the bed, so that we now use the bed number and colorful, refreshing. At the end of the 1970s, the Shacity Bedicle Bund factory was taken in the real quality evaluation in the national scarf, and the Manlanxian sheets won the first silver medal in the bed linen industry in the unique style. Since then, brand sheets are available at home and abroad. At this time, Shacity's bedtime has already had a record of more than 500 million annual bars, more than 300 species, more than 900 exports, and the product export volume has more than 60% of the total volume of sheet, of which bed single sales 53 countries and regions. The United States, Japan and other multinational delegations have visits to Shacity to purchase sheets. The Shashi Bedlinist factory has been named Advanced Enterprises by the National and Textiles. 22 color varieties have been rated as the quality, excellent products. Various provinces and municipal awards, brand trademark. Also listed as national famous trademarks. Wang Bo painted the sound of the above-mentioned high-level management personnel. He actually found that he has been a feeling of no forgetting for digital problems in its last period of time. When I was in a child, he felt a headache when I saw the number, and now I have a state in this state. It is simply let him feel the tongue. Seeing that everyone still lasted listening, Wang Bancroft continued, say the Shashi Shandan, then I have to mention a national famous brand, among the best-selling goods sold in our loyal supermarket. There is a famous brand of the Shashi, which is the Vitality 28. In the past year, when we watched TV, heard the most advertisements, in addition to the Yan Dance collection machine, Anran sanitary nav, radar table, which is a Vitality 28, Dawa, it has been Luo Sheng, who mentioned the vitality of Wang Bo, 28 washing powder, which is also a kind of product, which is a large amount of sales in Sheng supermarket. Luo Sheng told Wang Bo, this product is good, you must eat in loyalty when the mixed lock supermarket is set, the most significant position in the daily product is placed, and people can use less money, buy the best thing. This time, Luo Sheng gave Wang Bo's two materials, mainly introduced the two companies and Shashi. Wang Bo felt that the things about Vitality 28, he would say more than the sheets of the sheet. After all, Vitality 28, this laundry powder, it is something that everyone is familiar with it. It is much more image than the sheets. Wang Bo saw that the following people heard the vibrant 28 words. It was the case of handing the end, that is, his Vitality 28. The following people are more familiar. Wang Bo once again cleared a scorpion, and his eyes were generally swept through the face of everyone, and it was not to speak. After seeing everyone quietly, he said like a lecture, in 1982, Hong Kong held a Vitality Sports Year. At this time, a Hong Kong businessman named Lin Wendu rushed to the plane. Guangzhou participates in the Canton Fair in China. The Canton Fair is also the Guangzhou Fair. I think everyone should listen to me. That is the longest history of my country, the highest level, the largest size, the most types of merchandise, the best international trade, the best transaction effects. The event, the faith, will gradually go to that place. It is a bit far, or according to the continuation of what I just said, this is called Lin Wend, He wants to find a company to produce a leading world of the Netherlands to produce a leading world super concentrated non-foam chemical laundry powder. The laundry powder in his hand is called the third generation of the world's history of laundry powder. The first generation of the washing powder we said is an oil-free resin. The second generation of products is chemical soap and chemical washing powder. The third generation recognized in the world is super concentrated non-foam chemical laundry powder. Its feature is easy to wash, no side effects, and have started this new washing powder abroad. At this time, the world's most influential brand is the YG 33 inches produced by the UK Royal Association of the UK Royal Association. Mr. Lin. He lived in the Guangzhou Flowers Hotel, and the phone took a shot, but it was disappointed and frustrated, because China's daily manufacturer group is standing alone. But there is no family that is unfamiliar. The state-owned enterprise is like this. There is no instructions above the leadership, only the things you should produce, you can produce, how to produce, good. The results don't have them. Once there is a problem, they will bottom. Because of this, Mr. Lin did not find a partner. At this time, Teng Ji, who is far away from Sha City, through the acquaintance, suddenly flicker. He thinks, this is a good opportunity to save the daily chemical factory. So he immediately found Mr. Lin and negotiated with it and quickly signed the cooperation agreement. The corporate logo has the formula provided by Mr. Lin, and the manufacturer's technical personnel have been developed for 28 days. Results samples of our daily production not only have the same tans of the Royal Association, but also its color and fluorescent whitening effect greater than YG 33 inches. When the Shashi people and most people still don't know if super concentrated laundry powder, Shashi Dower products have been sold well in Hong Kong. Because the initial plan is a large number of exports, the name of this product is taken by Hong Kong people. The product is just born in Hong Kong Vitality Sports Year. So the YG 33 inches of the UK has gone Vitality 28 inches name, meaning the manufacturer, business, you send me, your UK has YG 33 inches, I have Vitality 28 inches in China. Seeing that everyone seems to know, Wang Bo doesn't care. After all, this kind of thing is like Liu Sheng's general, this kind of thing needs to understand. They can understand how much. That is their matter. After Wang Bo said, after the resume and development of 2 plants, his voice gradually looked up. He said, Sha City Bedline Bund Factory and Shashi Treasury Factory, why can it become a national famous enterprise? Why can produce a whole country? National sheets because they are constantly reforming innovation. Through the development of these 2 manufacturers, our faithful company should see our own shortcomings. The earliest construction of loyalty is nothing more than the grass head. Now as a leadership of the middle and high rise in the company, there are university culture, only 1/10 of management, accounting for most of the primary schools. The faith company is going to grow in the future. You also have to constantly learn new things. Here, on behalf of the faith company, I announced that all the employees of all the loyalty companies have carried out public students, and the middle-level employees in the loyalty company must begin to school in this month. Chapter 322 is cheap to sell hay. Real Nima tired. Wang Bo came from the meeting room to return to the office, and the mouth was tanded in the mouth, and he sat lazy to the sofa while he lazy. Wang Bo has a feeling that I will open a meeting to these people, and I have to be tired 3 points more than him in the waterfront. Liu Sheng, standing at the window, looking at everyone, just a time, heard Wang Bao shouting there. He immediately gave Wang Bo to Wang Bo, give it to this 2.5, give you are tired, if you let you give you a speech, you may not be exhausted. Wang Bo suddenly heard Liu Sheng. I was scared to him. He was white and Liu Sheng, and his mouth was full of grievances. Your bunny, God is ghost, want to scare your 3 sorrow? In Wang Boxin, Liu Sheng immediately arranged in the past, according to past practices, this kid should go home. He really didn't think that Liu Sheng actually in his office. When he entered the office, he really didn't pay attention to someone in the house. Liu Sheng came out like a ghost. And the cold is not secret, but it is cheerful. 3. You talk? So big manager, the rabbit scorpion is called me. Do you want to carry the name of the big rabbit? Luo Sheng looked at the unfounded Wang Bo, his mouth did not consciously. At this time, people have not yet said that homosexuality is called the rabbit, and when he is ridiculed Wang Bo, it is only a thing about the secret. He didn't think that he didn't say a saying that he had scared it. Seeing Wang Yuxin's resumption of stability, Luo Sheng asked, 3, this time. Give them a meeting? Put the young things to all the things. I don't worry, don't you rest assured. Wang Bozen licked Luo Sheng, and the speech of his meeting was probably repeated to Luo Sheng. After telling about the break, Wang Bois laughed. You didn't see it. After the guys went to the night school, the expression of those people, as if they were severely punished. These guys, there is really no interest. The joke is not as good as people. I don't know who I heard 2 words in the night school. It seems that my head should explode. Luo Sheng heard Wang Bo actually laughed at those high-rise. He couldn't help but laughed. Wang Bo. Luo Sheng is the most clearly whisper of his 3. When he made him on the night school, it would seem to force him to eat Huang Lian. Not only Wang Bo, Dong Zigo and Dong Yuosheng 2 people heard 3, the brain also hurts. And now I am actually laughing at others. Luo Sheng is quite emotionally thinking about it. At this moment, Luo Sheng said to Wang Bo's night school, just a way to get the knowledge. Luo Sheng wants, in the future, the Faith Company will specialize in some experts from experts to the communications company headquarters to conduct special ways for these middle-level employees. At this time, they will learn more about the school. Let them learn more knowledge. And if they invited experts, they can't understand when they gave them here. Unlike other state-owned enterprises, there are fewer managers from Faith, and there are fewer in middle-level managers. Basically, it is a middle or more employee. Everyone needs to manage dozens of people, even to hundreds of people. If you want to make the following employees, you want to make better results, then they have to learn advanced knowledge and advanced philosophy. Only in this way, faith companies can continue to develop. In the future, there will be more and more employees recruiting, and future requirements for recruiting employees will become higher and higher. Now is the initial stage of the faith. Almost faithful companies are farmers. When the original accumulation is, it is better. It is really involved in the construction plant, involving some scientific issues. And it is necessary to have a parallel leader activity. If you go to such a step, the company has no sustainable space. His Luo Sheng is not universal, with some memories of the later generations. At this time, it is possible to make some things that make people feel the things, but once they go to formal, faithful company officially launched the industrialization process, then his role will get smaller and smaller. Everything will look at scientific research, technology and management. Now there is no first product in the faith. All products are from the goods from various factories. Among the self-owned brands, only Loyalty of the Wild Vegetables are the independent brands of loyalty companies, but the technology used by the Japanese production line is the technology, which is the technology above Japan. The future development direction of loyalty is diversified development. And it is necessary to continue to produce things that belong to the own brand of faith. After the completion of the Shengsanjing cement factory, the faith will build a lot of factories belonging to the faith company in Jiangqing. That is, loyalty needs to start the technical reserves. Only the technology is too hard, then, the company's enterprises can develop healthily, and items can meet the requirements. I think in Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng just an instant idea. After these ideas, he looked at Wang Bo, who was still drums, and opened his mouth. 3. The task in the new year is installed. You can rest for a break in the last period of time. I want to return to Fu County to pick up them. You can give it to Zhao Fangxian. You see that you said that it is light. It will be gave to Zhao Fangxian. You know that Zhao Fangxian has no time to go home from New Year's Day, and many times live in the supermarket. You have a mouth of your mouth. It is light. You look, the company takes a high level to fly off, that is, you, this matter. The thing I have made a lot. then I will take the hand when I look at it. You are exhausted people who don't pay. Wang Bo said, a little complained. His face was dissatisfied with Liu Sheng. Among the entire loyalty company, the most close time in the middle and high levels is Liu Sheng. One day, I have a good time, go to the holiday, and I also invited a winter camp. Even if Liu Sheng manages some things, there are some matter. They are not busy with this. The loyalty butter chain supermarket is not a flagship store, and a few small chains. The 8 stores in Beijing have opened 8 stores, and there are also a store in Chi City and the Hood. There are more than 20 big and small stores. But the actual executives are only Zhao Fangchen and Wang Diking, 2 people, and the big and small things must be handled by them, and they are busy with their own booths. I am busy. Tired? I will not be tired. I think you feel like life this day. The revolutionary little wine is drunk. If you are really tired, can you have a trip to drink? Liu Sheng listened when I arrived at Wang Bo. He was exhausted, and he immediately ridiculed. When the revolutionary small wine is drunk every day, that is the entertainment that can't be pushed. And now I have mentioned the wine, I feel my headache. It is not all your kids. Which leaders want to say me to eat? I can you eating? Wang Bo's head shakes and the rickets, and praise it. 3. Chapter 323, Many Bite. Liu Sheng naturally clearly. Recently, Wang Bo's entertainment. The leaders of the 1 or 2 hands around the counties, all thrown the olive branch to the Faith Company. They not only want to be loyal to the food and surrounding supermarkets, but also want to let the Faith have to engage in some projects there, or go there to invest. Communications company investment, a project of 1 or 2 billion cement plants is there. They are clear in these leadership, and the faithful company should have money, and then the Faith Company intends to disclose some ideas for darkening civil society. They all want to divide a piece. But Wang Bo said that he fits a headache. Liu Sheng is 10,000. Do not believe. His 3 Kings wine is very good. Not to say is that alcohol is almost. The biggest hobbies in the weekdays are drinking. If you don't drink, you will feel uncomfortable. Liu Sheng did not advise Wang Bo less to drink, but Wang Bo said that there is a word to tell him that he is broken. It is broken his life. 3. Since you said to drink the headache, then this. I will let your office phone stop in the office. I will call Zhao Yuan. I said that you are going out. Anyway, they can't find you. You have to take a while. You can't drink it. Wang Bo listened to Liu Sheng's low-written discourse. The brain could not help but appear a black line. Do you notice if you still don't do it? Wang Bo raised his hand, and then he turned around and said, let's talk about the company. What is the matter of the company? The company has nothing to get in recently. We still talk about your hide. Liu Sheng continued to say. During this time, Liu Sheng is very satisfied with Wang Bo's exterior, although he did not agree to sell it to loyalty to the coal mine, but he promised to be loyal to the company. Supply coal. On the one hand, on the other hand, the Faith Company officially involved in the industries of 2 sandstone factories in Jiangqing, that is, the faith in the sandstone, basically self-sufficiency. Not only is sandstone, the quarry, the loyalty company is also officially established under the approval of the Jiangqing Municipal Party Committee. Only the large quarry equipment arrived. In short, in 4 years, the Stonefield project in cooperation with the Loyalty and Shizizi Township can be put into operation. Some other things about plastic doors and windows, and some need for the building. There is already a proper order at this time, giving them big orders under these manufacturers. The building of the steel and steel structure of the cover building, the steel plant of Jiangqing does not meet the quantity of Liu Sheng, and Wang Bo and Chi City. The Black Province on the other side of Harbin. The steel mill has undergone a large number of orders. When the year, these steel mills will deliver the loyalty to the company to ensure the steel demand for the construction of the company. At this time ago, many manufacturers have begun to increase their efforts and strive to get the first payment of the faith. These manufacturers have started to discuss the above leadership. They can take these money for technology upgrades or increase some input to expand their operating scale. The order of the faith company is very large, and the situation of sales will not sell problems in the next few years, but they feel that the orders of the faith company are too dispersed. One item actually found several manufacturers to produce, but they have heard the explanation of Wang Bo to their explanation. They also released communications companies, and all their manufacturers have signed a contract. If there is a quality problem or material problems, the faith can unilaterally tailor to say that manufacturers will still compensate the misunderstanding of faith. That is to say, while loyalty is given to them, the quality is also high, and once they produce unqualified products, the faith company will relieve the contract with their manufacturers. The company is nothing to do. The company is a lot. During this time you want to give us a lot of burners. The employee go out to sell the middle and high school, the night school, a lot of things, which is not finished. Wang Bo looked at Luo Sheng, smiled and felt a headache. This is a good fortune. I want to come out. As long as I have an idea, then I have to get it. East, west, no one knows what you want to do. It is like a matter of time in the previous period, not to let the employees in the company, and their employees' families to the village to go to the village to go to the village. He will not pass for the torment of the big outer. It is simply not to see. He saw Luo Sheng without a sound, and he asked Chi Qian. Yes, that big outside. How do you feel that I feel? The more I don't understand. Not only I don't understand, the following employees don't understand. Our faith is now not short of money. Why don't you let employees and their families sell out water adapters? Luo Sheng looked at the three sorrows and did not directly talk, but sat on the office chair of Wang Bo. He leaned the tea on the table, which slowly said, if a song is special, okay, listening to the audience can be moved, can resonate, this is a good song. As for how to argument, how to be, how to attach, it is a thing that creators should consider, and the people don't need to understand. It is a very good thing than what we do. Our employees of our faith have been able to make money with the help we give. That is a good thing. As for why we do this, what is the meaning of our doing this? That is, it is not something that employees under his hand. Let us remember a sentence, a man is rich, that is not really rich, only everyone is rich, then it is true rich. Do you think that the money earns more? Wang Bo listened to Luo Sheng, after the end of the mouth. The corner did not consciously ignorant, this big, when talking is a text, it is such a thing, it can be said to be a big truth. Wang Bo slanting Luo Sheng glanced, his big mouth, ritual, big outside, you see you, say so busy, have you got out? Do you feel that the money bite? And this thing is definitely more good. I saw Luo Sheng smiled, he slightly shrugged and continued, but some of our employees and employees in our faith, but did not follow your kid's idea, only a small number of people began to follow your placement is going to sell. What do you want to say? Luo Sheng said. Wang Bo understood some, but he felt that although he thought of greatness, the employee and employee families' recognition of this matter is not high. 3. We just do what we should do. As for them to do it in accordance with the discounts we give, it is their matter. Not everyone has self-motivated. You want to make the days better of. Luo Sheng said that he didn't understand why people didn't understand why people didn't understand what they didn't understand. He felt very funny. Chapter 324 Can't go back. Luo Sheng has an idea. 3 King waves. Let the employee go out to sell this thing. It should be more beautiful. There is no substantive thing. If he can think about it, it will never ask this one thing. Luo Sheng smiled slightly, slowly said, 3. I will explain it with you. These people who don't want to go out before the new year, I am seeing this. I probably categorized them into 3 parts. Seeing Wang Bo sitting there, Luo Sheng's mouth touched a bite of tea, slowly said, the first part of those people, I think they would rather to hungry, but they can't be so-called face. They feel that at this time, I will go out to sell things, it is a very shameful thing. As a person who eats and drink, go out to sell things, very shameful. As long as it is possible to eat money, it is absolutely unable to go to the surface. This part of the person did not come out from the idea of selling people. If you struggled to say these people won't put down their so-called self-esteem, and they will not agree to the outside to sell things to make money. Even if they let them go to the field is also a look. They strive to be wrong. It is meaningless. In terms of their words, the policy is unclear. They are not willing to take the risk. The money earned in the loyalty company is enough to live, to sell what the goods and the like. There is no need. The second is the largest men in the Northeast. This part of the person is a man who speaks. They feel that the money earned in the outside is enough, and the old lady will raise children at home and pack the house. Go out to sell. No one is waiting for them. They can't live. You must let the old lady stay at home to cook. They will say that their name is a distressed wife. I don't want to let my wife go out to suffer. They can get home well. Because of the top beam column in the home, they have been eating anything. They are preferred to eat. What do you want to do at home? If a woman goes out to make money, earn more, then, in the future, their status in the home will be affected, and they will not let their families go out to show up. The last group of people is better understood. These people are like what you said. It is an unfearing. They don't want to go out to make money in the new year. They are typical Northeast rural small farmers, and 2 cattle in an acre, and the wife is hot. Spring or summer is a year, when the new year, they must have a rest. How much money is not as good as the winter. The wife's child is hot. What about this? Just as the poor can't eat struggle, the rich people can't eat life. We had given them a good opportunity. They don't grasp. I don't have fewer money to earn less than others, and look at others to get rich. For the employees in the company, or the family of employees did not go out. Liu Sheng saw very thorough. No matter when, there will be such a person. Not all people can have the courage. Or there are people who make money. He felt that people in the 1980s, it is very common, and they do. This decision is also a very normal thing. The poor can't eat struggle, the rich people can't eat life. How can I listen to some people think about it? Wang Bo looked at Liu Sheng and asked her face. For recent time, Wang Bo has been studying some things in Liu Sheng. He saw a more vast world. He felt that the big exterior, and he said, be sure to figure out. Liu Sheng smiled and said, 3, I will talk to you. The rich can listen to the news in the sake of a hint. Hard scalp, and prepare for the morning. The poor can't eat this bitter. For the most simple example, I will let you go to the night school and Zongxiu to go to the night school. It is like a knife forced you to learn. Don't say that learning and killing pigs are generally almost. Now you understand the importance of knowledge. Don't urge to supervise this. You can consciously go to night university to learn knowledge. Knowledge is a valuable wealth. I didn't let you learn Japanese. You have started to learn Japanese spontaneously, because you know that there will be a lot of time, and the Japanese people, if you don't understand, you will communicate will quite force. You are very hard to learn and struggle. You can eat this. When you talk to me, you have already begun to look down on the high-level personnel who don't want to learn. You think that they can't understand our loyalty to their good intentions. You feel that they have heard learning cramps. It's ridiculous. Through these, it is enough to prove that what I said. The poor can't eat the suffering. The poor can wait for the bus in the cold wind, get off and then put the big bag and take a long way. And the rich can't eat this bitter. Still take you. You are in my strong request to go to the night school to study, before I look at you, forced you to learn there. You are now the kind of rich people, although there is 100 unwillingness, it is unwilling, but it will also be hard to learn, and it is afraid of being able to see it by others. You can work hard now, you can work hard, however, if you return to the 8th year of the kind of life that eats bombs, you can't go back. You can't go back. I don't know what I am saying. Liu Sheng is getting more and more satisfied with the 3 King Bo. After the New Year's Day this year, he didn't need him to supervise. When he came to time, one will let Qian Hao carry him to learn. Moreover, in Jiangqing Night School, I also reported a Japanese language class, plus the original Russian learning, Wang Bo is quite a kind of university student working hard in the Northeast. In the early 1980s, until the early 1990s, the most foreign language in the school was not English, but Russian. Because the Northeast geographic environment is there. Northeast is next to this former Soviet Union, and at this time, the foreign language course started in the middle school. It is half English, half of Russian. Liu Sheng said with Wang Bo, these 2 years, the relationship between China and Russia will begin a large change, and the faith company does not exhibit the company to deal with the company there, and will deal with the Soviet Union. It's just a problem of time morning and evening. Now the focus of the faith is temporarily placed in China and Japan, waiting for a few years. The focus will change. Communications companies not only do business with the Soviet Union, but also do business with many countries in the world. Chapter 325 Spring Festival evening time is turned away, and there is an 8 or 4 years in the blink of an eye. Gao Xingxing took Liu Sheng, who went to school, recalled the little bit of a little bit, and his mouth did not consciously. The Spring Festival of the 8-year year is February 1st. After the Lantern Festival, it is already the 17th, the days of the New Year. Liu Sheng has always accompanied the family. Let the people in the house be happy. This year, it is a big group of the whole family. Not only Liu Sheng's embarrassment, grandfather and Daixi have arrived in Liu Sheng's home, but the grandfather of the Anshan is a grandfather Liu Chengxiang, but also from Anshan. Jiangqing has been a new year. In short, Liu Sheng felt that the new year in 8 or 4 times is quite happy, and it is very meaningful. Under normal circumstances, when the Spring Festival, the hotel did not open, but the faithful fish house was Liu Sheng himself, the year 30 and the New Year's Day. They invited a grandfather of my aunt, a grandfather who went to work in Yilan Hospital, plus the grandfather and darky, 3, the whole family had a total of more than 20 people in the fish year. Because there are many people, I can't sit down. Liu Sheng has made 2 big tables, and the old man and drink a table. The age of sitting on a table. Every table is the same standard, all the top 10 6. Among the 16th dishes, the chicken, fish and meat eggs that must be eaten in the new year is not worth mentioning. The Northeast is almost unable to eat the big crab on the table. In the Chinese New Year, it is a few dishes. The era of eating dumplings is simply a luxury. Eat a hearty day meal, talking about the changes in people's lives since the reform and opening up, and lamented the sudden rise of Liu Sheng. The family has never thought of it, but it is impossible to imagine. It is the 2 years of Kung Fu. Liu Sheng actually made a big family business. Liu Sheng's grandmother, the home is originally the landlord, that is, the ancestors use a few decades to save the capital, and then keep buying the land of the land. In the words of Liu Sheng, the landlord is inside the level of living, and the current life level is the sky under the sky. It is what they are now in the countryside. When the new year, they will have a lot of life in the landlord in the old society. Don't say a big crab, and those who haven't seen it, it is the green vegetables in the winter. That is a miracle. She has eaten green vegetables in the 2 years before. So many years, in winter, I want to eat green vegetables, at least to be the count high-level carders. After the night's food, a big family is busy with his face, the busy dumpling stuffing. The rest of the people are sitting together to watch the Spring Festival evening of 8 or 4 years. There is a kind of warmth in the eyes of the 84 years. In the eyes of Liu Sheng, there were some old soils, and the light layout of the Spring Festival evening stage was not better than that. But the people in the family were seeing the taste of Jinjin. At the beginning of the 1980s, if you can have a TV set, you can watch the Spring Festival Gala at home when you can stay in the new year. It is definitely a very happy thing. If the Spring Festival evening in 1983 is a good start, in 1984, it has created an indulgent eternal classic. In the Spring Festival evening in 1984, the people in Liu Sheng's family showed the comedies of Chenps, Zhu Shimao eating noodles, which is a unique moment, almost makes the whole family. Chenpas, Zhu Shimao used a funny, exaggerated expression, and left a deep impression on Liu Sheng's family. In Liu Sheng, Chen Pu's main line is two sentences: what you are in a hurry, waiting for me for a while, but the unusual performance of the next bowl of noodles. But the people in the house laugh more than. Liu Sheng is very clear. Chen Pis and Zhu Tuanmao have a gold partner, which has become a representative of the comedy actors in the audience at this time. The bowl of noodles eat in front of the audience soon became an eternal classic. When Liu Sheng was once born, he thought that he should sell some of the classic paragraphs of the later generations to Chen Pus and Zhu Shimao, let the two most popular laughter fire specials. This is a very good thing to have a big coffee for gold to 2000 years in CCTV. If you invest in these two people, it is a very good thing. However, Liu Sheng did not lack the money in these 2 years. If he did this, it was a super big thing to change two people. Try it best to do this. The Spring Festival evening, the star, these things, everything will be natural. If you really want to make such a thing, find the Zhao family's big flicker. It is not better than looking for two people to make money. His main task is not making money, or it is necessary to promote the development of variety show, because Liu Sheng is clear. This era, what is the lack of things in China? What is the rapid development of China in the future? In the 1980s, the most lack of industrialization is the basis of industrialization. If he wants to do things, he will drive the process and development of China's industrialization. This is what he should do in recent years. After his rebirth, he had a huge change over time. In the first time, Liu Sheng just simply thought, let the people in the family healthy and healthy. He can smoke more time, accompany your family, and let your family can live safely. Over time, he felt more simple ideas in his heart. He has gradually arrived. At the beginning of 8 or 3, Liu Sheng is nothing more than thinking with some memories of later generations. Let the people around you, or change the Jiangqing. Now, what he thinks, how can he pass his efforts, can make the country more prosperous? How can he go through his efforts, so that the lives of ordinary people are more happy? Communications has already had enough wealth. He must let the faith have quickly developed, so that the faith company has become a world-class company, from the developed countries, and contribute to China's rapid development. After Chen Pis and Zhu Shimao's classic comedy, Liu Sheng has been in the hearts of some subtle little things, until the horse appeared, and the family broke out happy laughter. He took out from those thoughts that did not have any eggs. In the Spring Festival evening, in the Spring Festival, the language programs can be said to be a large color. In addition to the most powerful comedy, the cosmic cigarette of the horse will also bring a single cross voice into the classic realm. Uneasy selling of a seemingly coupled, but will bring corporate development vision, product design concept, product slogan, and marketing. In Liu Sheng, the singular mouth voice of Haji, that is, a classic product promotion case, more than a new trend in the 1980s. Enterprise development vision, product design concept, product slogan, marketing method, these things are the place where companies should go to learn. Only the inherent value of the product is wide, then such a product will be large in the future market, rather than simply produced for leadership orders. China has no shortage of knowledge, and more than those people in other countries, and the cultural heritage of 5,000 years, but China has been closed. There is no attention to new things. Industrialization and industrial revolution have changed the status of Europe, but also allowed Europe and America to develop rapidly. China's lack of industrialization in this time is the courage to reform and opening up. Now the reform is open, people have gradually felt the benefits of reforming and opening up to people, as Mr. Marji, who everyone in the intercount see, is a new idea in this time. The symptom art of the horse has affected a generation, and it has also entered a generation. He formed a passionate, humorous, unique style in performance. In the minds of the people, I first thought of the horse season, saying that the horse will naturally think of the cross. He is the representative character of the generation of a generation of intercourse, and the new Chinese cross talk. At the beginning of the 1980s, The most popular cross-talking actors on the screen was the middle flow of the Saji and Jiang Kun. But, in the later generation, accompanied by time, most of the old generation of intercontinental artists have been ancient times, and they are coming to Godigang. Godigang can be said to re-brought the gradually decalved cross-touch art to people's vision. Let the intercourse this art form in this art. However, these efforts to these and older intercontinental actors are also inseparable. It is also because of this cross-talk of the cosmic cigarette of the horse, people gradually agree with the idea of advertising. If there is no accident, the advertisement has opened the curtain from this place. In the 8th year, CCTV Spring Festival evening also had an emerging phenomenon. The CCTV invited a large number of Hong Kong and Taiwan star performance programs for the first time. Among them, My Chinese Heart of Jiang Mingmen in Hong Kong is even more popular in Jiangnan. On the Spring Festival evening stage this year, when Jiang Mingmen sang with a low and round voice, River Mountain is only in my dream, the motherland has not been close. All China's overseas parsley to the motherland's love of the motherland go to the boiling point. This song is ignited to Liu Sheng's deep memories of the past. Liu Sheng remembers very clear, when he is graduating from the primary school, it is the song of Deng Fuchun and the squad leader Liu Jiang, and this song, although they didn't get too much recognition of students when they were near graduated, because of this song, Liu Sheng stood in front of the classmates, and stood in the middle of the stage of the class chair. Let Liu loyalty dare to express himself, and finally have some small achievements. At this time, Liu Sheng saw that Jiang Mingmen on the stage of the British Fanner suit, with a retro gold border glasses, and the cultural store in did not lose the trend. Liu Sheng saw Jiang Mingmen's dress, suddenly remembered, under the influence of the Spring Festival evening. The future suit will become the most popular costume in China. Chapter 326 New Idea Suits from the West of Western countries. The Chinese people did not wear suit. Since the reform and opening up, people's ideas gradually changed. They began to accept suit and wear some trendy things. Liu Sheng remembers, it seems to be that Jiang Mingmen is in the spring slings in the Spring Festival, and the trend of wearing suit is more and more people wearing a suit. That is, from this time, people saw the high-level people on Hong Kong wearing the suit and tie. When they look, there was such a reason that I couldn't say, and it was such a reason, wearing a suit tape. I have gradually become a fashion. Forced to interact with the international market. It seems that this is not strange to take the initiative but it feels fresh apparel culture. This era is paying attention to height. Due to the influence of social environment, people's thoughts are still conservative. Just start trying some new things. The suit is relaxed, stretched, and convenient for its main melody. The suit is relatively high. The part is very wide. The shoulders are relatively small, but the shoulders are smaller, monotonic, black, gray, blue, etc. People bring to the luxurious life of the upper level, gradually started to pursue brand names in the suits, pay attention to high-quality fabrics, elegant modeling and beautiful workmanship. But, in the 1980s, the suit did not do it well. Almost all of the clothing cutting stores made suit with handmade. The person is high, the body's part is measured with a scale, and all the data is recorded in the book, and according to the body's shape. Liu Sheng remembers very clear. His father Liu Shangyong has a brother called Xui. It is a clothing designer. In the end of Jiangqing, I opened a clothing to cut school in the late 1980s, and I didn't want it. At that time, I went to the clothing school, and the students who registered learned were countless. The young men and women went to his clothing to cut the skills to learn to make clothing skills. I want to be a clothing design. It should be said to be a technique of learning costumes. After learning the technology of the clothing, you can engage in the production of clothing. The neighbors around you want to make a suit, or do 2 trousers, you have to find them. If the level is better, you can work in a small workshop in your home, and you will take a batch of clothes and sell it out. In the 1980s, whether it is an enterprise or a school, He engages a big chorus when the new year is implemented, and the kind of patriotic chorus contest. Every time, the business of the small clothing store will be better. They need processing plus points to complete a large number of tasks assigned to them. In other words, in the late 1980s, until the mid-1990s, China's clothing industry still stayed in a case in the personal workshop. Large clothing factories, nothing more than those state-owned companies, while large costume state-owned enterprises. There is no too much as a year, but in the wave of reform and opening up. Many people think that large-scale national camps have an unparalleled manner because of management. It is not the most important reason. This time, the leadership of the state and clothing factory and the leadership of the Light Industry Bureau are not well aware, and the factory only does the color single, the earliest clothing in the late 1980s. The best quality is the best in the work clothes in the factory. In the 1980s, large-scale state-owned enterprises have such a practice. Basically, the factories will send 2 sets of overalls to workers, send some labor protection products. These things are basically handed over to the state-owned clothing factory for production, but with the tide of reform and opening up, it is a change in the customization of overalls. It is good, the quality is good, and the quality is good. We'll choose procurement. Coupled with the benefits of state-owned enterprises, the number of orders in the overalls is also reduced, and the clothes such as the school uniforms are all kinds of self-cultivation, and the benefits of the state-owned clothing factories are naturally, the clothing factories of large-scale state-owned enterprises have a lot of clothing, and the number of products produced is quite. Once there is a case where you can't sell it, you will start to have a lot of backlog, and the country is no longer like this to blood transfusion. The flow of funds directly causes to breakthrough. Plus these large-scale clothing plant buildings have long, in the middle of the 1980s, a large number of retirees began. The salary of retirees is a burden of corporate burden, and the company's payroll will be a variety of public welfare facilities, such as the subsidiary of the factory, the subsequent schools of the factory, which require the factory to take the real gold and silver to maintain. It is precisely because of these and external reasons, the living country is crowded in the state-owned large factory that is not as similar. Liu Sheng remembers very clear. In the previous period, the two clothing factories of Chi City and the city, although the goods sold through the Faith Company, but they still did not change their thoughts, and they did not turn other clothing idea. Not only, Chi City and the city are also the same as the clothing factories here. They are still the thoughts of the old suit, and they did not expect to upgrade. The factory director of these plants is an idea. Upgrading the machine, need a big money. Now the goods sold out. First put the workers' salary and workers' benefits, and then consider other. The factory director of these state-owned plants said in this kind of thing, if you want to upgrade, you want to change your ideas to do new things, you must pass the leadership approval by the superior department. The superior department gives them money, only these things have it. They may be able to upgrade industries in accordance with the idea given by the faith. The same is not reached, then the things that their business upgrades will not be implemented. The leaders of the organ unit have always hit the old eyes of the past, and have always had a backward old thought. When they are in place, they are generally just asking for no, don't ask for me. No fault, relying on qualifications, they can upgrade smoothly. Levels and positions will be improved. They engage in new strange things. What industries are upgraded or other things, have a good job, and there is too much good thing. If there is a bad, the responsibility will fall to them. Based on such causes and ideas, state-owned enterprises in the 1980s began to go to the slope, and the private economy began to usher in a wave of spring. Chi City is also good. There is also a clothing factory in Jiangqing, in the early days of the 1990s, completely disappeared in people's eyes. Liu Sheng has an idea. After the year He will give Wang Bo to find the mayor of the river city and the mayor of the other two cities to talk about some costumes that can be acquired. Luo Sheng remembers very clear that the clothing factory in the three provinces of northeast China did not have a sense of innovation because of the beginning of the 1990s. In the early days of the 1990s, all annihilated in the wave of history. If the loyalty company acquires a large garment factory, in the absence of a lot of cloth, it is developed to make suitcases and popular coats, then the clothing factories on Jiangqing will glow in the future, and more mainstream clothing hoping to lay a solid foundation. Chapter 327 Good Start. Luo Sheng visited some large-scale clothing plants when they were trade in the later generations, and they were a few suit manufacturers in the later generations he visited. For the production of this, Luo Sheng is still more familiar. The basic process of clothing production includes 8 processes such as cloth material into factory inspection, cropping, sewing, chain nail buckle, full hot, ready to air test, packaging storage. After the fabric is entered into the factory, the quantity list and the inherent quality test can be used in accordance with the production requirements. Take good fabric quality is an important part of controlling the quality of the product. The genuine rate of clothing can be effectively improved by testing and determination of the film fabric. Material tests include ribbon shrinkage, adhesive lining, and degree of zipper smoothness, and the like. I don't put into production for materials that cannot meet the requirements. Technical preparation is an important means to ensure the smooth progress of bulk production and the final finished product meet customer requirements. Before mass production, we must first prepare for technical preparation before production. Technical preparation includes 3 contents of process orders, samples of samples, and sample clothes. Craft list is a guided document in clothing processing. It has put forward detailed requirements for the specifications of clothing, sewing, burning, packaging, etc., which also clears the details of clothing accessories, slit density. The various processes in clothing processing should be strictly referred to the requirements of the process. The model production requires accurate size and complete specifications. The contour of the relevant part is accurately consistently, and the model should indicate the cost number, parts, specifications and quality requirements, and include the stitch composite chapter in the relevant splicing. After completing the process list and the model, the production of small batch samples can be made, and the requirements for customers and processes are not compliant in time, and the process is difficult to attack, so that high-volume flow operations are smooth. The garment inspection is the last process of clothing into the sales market, so it plays a pivotal role in the production process of clothing. Since there are many aspects of factors affecting the quality of the garment inspection, it is an important link in the management chain of apparel enterprises. The correct inspection is critical, and the quality test is to measure, check, test, measure, and compare these measurements with assessment standards with some way. The advantages and disadvantages of a product or service, as well as the batch of products or services. Compared with the required quality, the product properties are uneven. There is a certain gap. For this gap, inspectors must decide whether the product is qualified according to a certain standard. The usual implementation is belonging to the gap within the allowable range to determine the qualified product. The gap in the allowable range is determined to be unqualified. Luo Sheng thought that as long as the clothing factory engaged in loyalty company can fully implement the above things, then the loyalty of the garment factory will never have any problems. In terms of supply, Luo Sheng is not worried, because China has started from 8 or 4. The production speed of the cloth has emerged, and the large textile factory and the weaving factory are usually rooted on this land after the rain. Hongbin is already one of the big wholesalers in Hanxing Street. It can be said that the materials produced by the state-owned manufacturers, as long as they are sold, he can get most, and the materials produced by private companies, as long as I want to get the goods, or even the manufacturer or the merchant will send the goods directly to his wholesale. In this year, Hongbin has reached a peak in the reputation and famous gang of Hansing Street. Hongbin has a ZX brand's fish, is a good thing in the market. As long as it is a business or manufacturer, no one wants to get the goods from Hongbin to return to the factory. The canned fish is a signboard, and Anran is a signboard of another. Although Anran sanitary knives added 4 pipelines, workers were not produced without day, so the Dangu sanitary napkins were still in short supply. After all, women were used to Anshui. It has been inseparable from this good thing. Anran sanitary knives have formed a better sales. The more big cities, the greater the demand for any Shuisagi. In the case where the wolf is more meat, Anran sanitary napkin prioritizes the big shopping malls to the commercial system, and the rest of the needs. Selling sanitary napkins, you need to take other channels. In addition to manufacturers, Unshudishi towels except manufacturers, there is only one of Hansing Street Hongbin. Because Hongbin has such 2 resources in Hansing Street, there are 2 large ifakard rooms, a largest warehouse around Hansing Street. These don't say, all the manufacturers who have smashed their business together with Hongbin, have a praise for Hongbin and the loyalty company behind Hongbin. All manufacturers like to do business with such people. At this time, there have been some triangle debts. At this time, the big company has got the goods from the small enterprise, which is sold out, and it is not to give a small business. According to the state, the company is a state-owned enterprise, and it is a country, and it is not yang. Now there is some problems in the capital turnover. After the downstream enterprises give their money, they will pay them, but many times, small businesses rely on this kind of money. Some small businesses will even be dragged by those large-scale state-owned enterprises. And Hongbin is different. As long as it is a flying payment of Hongbin, as long as it is the goods landing, as long as there is no problem, the money will return the fastest speed, and it will never pay a penny. These manufacturers sent people from Hansing Street. They were fighting first. They were afraid of the land, hoping that Hongbin had some impressions to do well with Hongbin. Hongbin also met some kinds of clothing and clothing, the sales manager of the company. They all said that the chest said, as long as Hongbin wants to use a lot of cloth, they will give the goods. Provide. It is precisely because of this reason, Liu Sheng wants to engage in clothing factory with such a big bottom. Once the garment factory of the communications company is open, it will not only become a new profit growth point in the faith in China, but also has a certain increase in the advertising benefits of loyalty. But for Liu Sheng, these are not the main. Liu Sheng wants to create a clothing brand belonging to loyalty company at this time. Let this brand's clothes go to the world through channels. Let the state recognizes Chinese manufacturing, so that all countries know that China has a powerful brand, that is, ZX. When Liu Sheng was just reborn, the item he wanted to be engaged was a bra, because the market in the bra is very large, not only in the country, is abroad. The bra market is a very large market. When Liu Sheng and Russia were foreign trade, I once met a friend who trafficking a bra on Russia. In the early days of the 1990s, this is only a fund of tens of thousands of yuan. After another, it is not used by the products from China to Russia. In the past 10 years, it became a billionaire from a backpacker. Although Europe and the United States is very developed, people don't know much about the exquisite items of knitted clothing. But China's cultural heritage that has 5,000 years of culture is more unacceptable. Chinese people design costumes, the style of Chinese people, and have become mainstream. But China's rise is too late. Like these things about fashion, and is not involved in the fashion, it is because of such a reason. China's big brand in the world is so pitiful. Those big names that have not decaded are almost all the big names of foreign countries. Liu Sheng felt that he returned this world. He will turn this kind of thing. Let China's clothing brand will go to the world. ZX, Liu Sheng, has always been to let him go to the world. He is more thinking is that it is not only a brand of ZX. He wants to bring China's big brands to the world. Let more people re-understand China. Let China are quickly powerful. Liu Sheng remembered this matter in his heart, and decided to study after the year, as well as the Three King Wave research to see a large-scale clothing factory, and lay a good start for future bra production and suits. Diego gave all the book friends to celebrate the new year. I wish all the books a happy new year, all the best, I want to make things, good luck, new start, new weather, do something smooth, everyone is fortunate. Chapter 328 approved. The spring festival of the 8th year is a happy spring festival. Luo Sheng's home is full of laughter, full of years. After the year, Luo Sheng reprifted. He hoped that grandfather and grandfather, they all moved to Jiangqing. Now the conditions are good, and they are not bad, and they are very convenient. This is like this, but everyone still refuses Luo Sheng's kindness. Luo Zongxiang, Luo Chengxiang, in Anshan, has been accounting for more than 30 years, and many relatives are there. Unless they retire him to choose back to Jiangqing, and the children's grandson and others reunite, or if there is one words, he will not give up his job. In the 1980s, people were very old-fashioned. Don't say that they were accounting in the state-owned businesses. That is, when the state is worker, when there is no retirement, you can't do it. Luo Sheng's grandfather Luo Chengxiang made him directly to the faith company helping to manage accounts. He directly refused. What jokes! Grandpa did not create too many opportunities to grandson. Even after the child got married, he did not help him. Now let him go to the grandson to do what accounts, such a thing. He absolutely unacceptable. Now Luo Chengxiang has only one idea, and there is still 2 years of retirement. Wait for him to retire, come to Jiangqing, with grandson, granddaughter, grandchildren, grandfather, enjoy the fun. He really does not have to go to the company to do what the company will go to the account. The grandfather's 5 fans are all on the side of Yilan. Grandpa Luo Shangwu is the vice president of the People's Hospital, and the Dariang is the vice president of the County Maternal and Child Health Department. 2 people are very busy. Several brother-sisters, at this time, high schools in high school, go to college. There is no time to come here. That is, this year's grandfather Luo Chengxiang returned to this year from Anshan. They used to go to Jiangqing for the new year. Their family said that in the new year, I stayed in Jiangqing in the first 4. Before the first 5, I would return to Yalan from Jiangqing. They both had a duty task of the new year. It is unable to delay. As for Luo Sheng, I would like to ask them to go to Jiangqing. The grandfather Luo Shangwu did not directly replied. He told Luo Sheng he lived in Yalan, and the days were just better. I haven't passed this. The idea of the hospital. If Luo Sheng is in the western region of Jiangqing, covering the rivers and even the province's largest hospitals. At that time, he was able to help Luo Sheng to conduct some management of the hospital, and will call the students in his medical school to help. Luo Sheng was classmates in the medical school. Now most of them are the big director of all places and the attending physician, so good, and even there is a dean. But, if it can be said according to Luo Sheng, it is the most comprehensive hospital in Jiangqing, and he will definitely call his old classmates to come here. If you call these people's disciples will also help Luo Sheng to recruit a batch. First, Luo Sheng said, if the new hospital is building, the salary of these people will double more than the wages opened. They can expose the most advanced medical equipment. Second, Luo Sheng said that in the new hospital, they will give pointers to some new medical school graduates, so that young doctors can grow rapidly, contribute to the people's rescue wounded. The doctor's day duty is to save the wounded. In such a hospital, they can help more patients get rid of the pain of pain. Third, if they come to work from these people, they will receive the year-end reward of the faith company. The specifications of this year-end reward will be quite high. Not only have a year-end reward, just sign the contract to the hospital from Jiangqing, directly in the welfare. Everyone will receive a set of 2 rooms with a house. In terms of children, faith companies will give priority to solve. If they want to go to work, faithful positions can give good positions. However, these are all the agreement of Luo Sheng and Luo Shangwu, and did not build the largest hospital in Jiangqing. It did not introduce the world-level advanced medical equipment. These things are just a paper empty talk. And Liu Sheng's grandfather, there is still the time last year when he has time to live in Jiangqing. You can live a while, see Secret Secretary Wang Suit. Children, if they stay in Jiangqing for a long time, they will stupid themselves. In recent time, the days of their Xinglen village are very good, and the family is in the wilderness of the big kings in the second king, and there is a total of more than a dozens of hectares in the family. The 8 or a big harvest year, it is very good in the days. On the other side, as long as there is nothing, you will have a big batch of good sisters, a big batch of good sisters, and a big batch of good sisters. And Liu Sheng's grandfather is idle and watching a small card with friends. There is no money in the past, and there is a lot of things that you need. There are not a lot of time to play small cards. Now the day is good. He also has money in his hands. I have to find some old man to play small cards in almost every day. Liu Sheng's grandfather Wang Mingshan felt that the mahjong played in the city had no small name, and he took a lifetime. Many people didn't like to smell, not like the rural areas. It is so casual. If you come here, life is not familiar, they feel awkward. One of the Lantern Festival, grandfather and grandfather have come home, and Liu Sheng has returned to the past life. Because the northeast winter is long, when it is still in the snow in March, many things can't be launched, and there are many things recently in the company. But after Liu Sheng, after school, Liu Sheng was in school, and he went to the headquarters of communications. After the new year, Liu Sheng thought of the clothing factory's acquisition plan. Has been very Wang Bo to say a period of time. In accordance with Wang Bo's past year, he must urge himself. Although the foundation of the loyalty campaign is anime building has already been launched, but the anime building wants to build, it takes a year to 2 years. At the beginning of the year, Liu Sheng gave Liu Yonggo Wang Rui their animation department from the headquarters of the Faith, and moved to the 6-story office building behind the headquarters. This is the headquarters of the communications company. Liu Sheng is to talk to the leadership of Liu Yonggo Wang Rui, talk about some things in the history of comics in the recent time. Another aspect, Liu Sheng is ready to let Liu Yonggo them the relevant departments of the state shall prepare for them to set up a publishing house. This publishing house, Liu Sheng decided to divide 2 parts to work, part as an anime book, comic book, and a book related to animation. Another part, Liu Sheng is preparing to engage in practical classes, professional knowledge book, and books related to the inventions. Books about the science inventions are that Liu Sheng has always wanted to do it, but he is not only ready to do, but also do this well. All along, the Faith Company did not engage this because there were no people there, and there were no people in the province. And this application report did not know who would be reported to ratification. After a year of last year, Wang Bo was calculated on the provincial government, and the people of the provincial government have known the general manager of Wang Bo's Faith. Wang Bo was listening to the provincial government, and he heard the establishment of the publishing house was to ratify. Wang Haiming, the secretary for the Provincial Publication Bureau, is a person who burst into a series. Kaoru asked Wang Bo to eat in the provincial city. Wang Hesse is a person who accompanied. When I was drinking, Wang Bo was also a matter of just a mouthful, and Liu Sheng had always been troublesome. According to Wang Haiming, I will give Wang Bo, and there is no problem with the publication of the provincial publication, and they can directly apply for the communications company publishing house. The center there. He will try our best to help the operation. As long as the party published by the Faith is reasonable and legal, it is required, then this matter basically does not have any problems. Yongguo's big brother, Wang Rui big brother, recently 2 people have worked hard. If you don't have a good time, please have a gathering, wait for a while. I invite these people to eat to my fish house. Fish. Liu Sheng saw Liu Yonggo and Wang Rui, and immediately sprinkled. Loyalty. You are too polite, wait for the river, we invite you to eat river fish. Liu Yonggo said, for Liu Sheng, please ask them to eat. He really feels very embarrassed. For 8th year, the animation department did not make anything too much. It is necessary to say good, but also Detective Conan and Iogan Dunk continue to sell. Other people in Tokyo, other people there is no economic benefit to the company, but their salary has always been the highest. To say, please have a guest, you have to be a few people, asked Liu Sheng and Wang Bo them to eat. You said that you have seen it outside. Our own fish, homey opened store. If you use you, my face is afraid to have a family, so that after the river fish, I will let Wang Bo. About you. Liu Sheng was joked in general, the words were turned, said this time. I am going to tell you a good news. The provincial publication office is defined, and the loyalty company Can Loyalty Campaign is publishing house. After Liu Yonggo and Wang Rui heard Liu Sheng, after the words said, his face suddenly came out of an exciting look. Chapter 329. In recent years, the morale of the Union of the Loyalty Corporate Animation Department is very low. Although the Faith Company has started to dig the foundation for the faithful anime base, they have made some foundations, but they are here. Most people are still very low. At this time, he feels some of the Loyalty Company at this time, because of the artistic creation, they can say that the salary that is the highest in all the employees of the Faith, but they have a name Detective Conan published by Liu Yonggo, and there is no building tree outside the grunge player of Japan. In other words, when they are now, they are doing money without creating benefits. They have been in powerful, work hard, want to make some achievements, contribute to the strength of the company. However, the requirements of the publication bureaus in China are very strict. They are basically technical talents, and they can't open the situation at all. It is precisely because of such a reason, the comics of the Football King they created have not been available in the country. In addition to the Football King, they also developed 2 short series of comics, but because they didn't spend money, they were ruthlessly won by the Football King. The staff responsible for this thing passed some channels, which released some information. That is, as long as their brains are flexible, give them some tits, this comics will give it an examination, or if it is, this comic is again okay. You can't publish in the Nangaki book and magazine issued by the country. Liu Yonggo and Wang Rui, 2 of them have been constantly comforting these people, but 2 of them feel arrogant. The treatment of Faith is very good, even if it is a loyalty company to cover a 6-story office building. There is no party headquarters, but put the 6-story office building, fully allocated them. Their current office location is the new 6th floor of the party's headquarters, and all things are very perfect. Heating is heating, eats to eat, what is needed, directly and loyalty to the people said, then it is ready to be prepared. At this time, they listened to Liu Sheng that they can go to the province in the province to talk about the basis of the establishment of the publishing house. Simply let them feel angry. They don't go on the country's existing nationally released comic magazines, but they can take a different path, as long as they are established, with their comic quality and comic theme. The morning and evening will become a new star in China. The animation of Football King has begun at this time, but this time it produces 2 episodes. After all, the cartoon is in production. There are too many things that needed. Until this time, Sheng Company Anime Studio is made. Producing animation, the film is still a large part of the device. It is mainly related to the equipment produced by the action. Some animated equipment, you need to book in advance. The spot has been reserved, can only slowly wait. These animations are produced, which is generally produced in developed countries, and the current tentacles now can only reach the Japanese. Don't look at the technology developed in Japan. Cartoons are also developed, but the equipment for making cartoons is much worse than the US. Machine equipment in many movie plants in Japan is imported from the United States. At this time, the technology of making cartoons is weak, and this machine is not produced. So, although the personnel produced by the animation is quieted, most of the machine equipment has already have, but it is still slow. After Liu Sheng, he listened to this report of Liu Yonggo and Wang Rui. He said slightly. He said to Liu Yonggo and Wang Rui, I have seen it in the past few days, when I saw Wang Bo manager, you have passed you a large equipment in the cartoons required, or the advanced equipment that is not purchased. Let Wang manager find someone to translate into Japanese and English. At the time, I will send someone to find these equipment in Tokyo. If Tokyo I really want to wait for a long time, I will see it. Let people go to the United States or other developed countries to see it. Can you get some such equipment back? That's great. I really hope that the cartoon of Football King is moved with the fastest speed. Luo Yonggo and Wang Rui directly agreed to send people to buy professional equipment directly. They were very happy. Although the enthusiasm of the animation department is high, it is difficult to do Milanus, and they want to speed up the speed and the high-quality cartoon that Luo Sheng is not required. Once they said, the animation production equipment arrived, their speed can increase rapidly. Not only Football King, and several cartoons can also shoot. At the same time as Luo Sheng said, the animation production department said, according to the things that Luo Sheng said, some classic stories have been adapted, ready to complete the Football King. Research and development. Some animation stories on the inheritance of Chinese historical culture. R&D related to Chinese historical culture. Luo Sheng commented on this year. Luo Sheng said that Luo Sheng said to them, China's cartoons were not very much, only a few very classic cartoon. The child's amateur life is not rich. At this time, let these children look at the cartoons and comics of Chinese historical and cultural heritage, which can stimulate the children's understanding of Chinese historical and cultures, and make children understand our great motherland. This comic book and cartoon production have two benefits. One is that such comic books and cartoons are things that are positive energy, which is helpful for children's growth. Second, China is now very strict for these things, wants to sell such comic books and cartoons, and there must be something that countries do not allow play. Luo Sheng had a lot of things in his heart, and Luo Sheng has never figured out for his classic cartoon and classic cartoon who continued to copy the classic comics and classics of the later generations. Luo Sheng finally felt that his contribution to Chinese comics and cartoon is already big enough. Once the animation base is built, it has taken a lot of steps. If he is constantly copying the classic animation and comics of the later generations, that is really a little fire. After Reborn, he always feels a touch of faint, and what he does must not be too fire. If you do fire, if you don't have much, you will make a deviation of history. This is Luo Sheng's most unwise rebel. Luo Sheng has confidence. Just give Luo Yonggo, Wang Ru and others good creative environment, they will create better animation works in the future, and even let China's animation will go to the world in advance. Chapter 330 is speechless. Luo Sheng and Luo Yonggo Wang Ru, two of them finished the 84 years of work plan, and he is full of loyalty to headquarters. At the office of Wang Bo, I saw Wang Bo yet, and Zhao Yuanyuan, who has been managing headquarters in recent time. Yuanji. In the last period of time, the campaigner's headquarters is okay. Is there anything uncomfortable? Luo Sheng saw that Zhao Yuanyuan saw him more than a kind of cautious color. He is very kind. Asked. Zhao Yuanyuan established the old employee added soon, but also people who were close to him, got out of this kind of courting, and Luo Sheng felt that it was not good. There is no habitual, the same as before. Zhao Yuanyuan heard Luo Sheng actually called her lady and sister, and her face immediately stacked to smile. In recent time, my mother always lives, now I have different in the past, and Luo Sheng's identity is so high. She can't talk to Luo Sheng as before. Responsible for the work of the party headquarters of the company, after seeing Luo Sheng and Wang Bo, must have a talk of the rules, and must not be caused by the same as before. Especially the kind of little leader, the little boss. The future is absolutely can't say anymore, otherwise, the growth is unfavorable. After completing the publicity work of Anlsudishi, Luo Sheng originally intended to let Zhao Yuanyuan to the Anlsudishi towel factory as a sales manager, with a woman who promoted in Beijing. There is a small achievement. It is also a good job to Zhao Yuanyuan. However, Zhao Yuanyuan's mother Linxia is not going to let Zhao Yuanyuan go to the province to develop. She thinks that Jiangqing is the root of Zhao Yuanyuan. In the development of faith, the potential will be quite huge, and then, Zhao Yuanyuan will be much more than the sales manager in the provincial city. Zhao Yuanyuan's mother Linxia has always felt that a girl's family, if it is a friend, with her husband to go to the province, it is better to say, if a person is in the province, she can't be assured. Linxia has been responsible for the accounting generals of management accounts. It is also a high-level leader of the faith company. She feels that her daughter struggles in the faith company, far more developed to the field. Linxia is a daughter. She didn't go to the development of the field. So, the daughter was settled in Jiangqing, and I found a good family in Jiangqing, which is also a quite good thing. There is no much dollar in Jiangqing now. Their mother now is the money of salary and bonuses, has become 1,000 yuan in Jiangqing. Others are unclear. Linxia is clear. Liu Sheng has been revealed when giving high-level meetings, after the construction of cement factory. The Faith Company's engineering team will build 12 employees in Jiangqing. Welfare housing. The mother of the mother has the earliest employee of the loyalty company, will have benefits. If there is a good fortune, it is far more than a strong fight outside. Don't look at the NECU. Wishing towel plant is now very popular, but it does not match the development of the company here. The Faith Company, as long as it can go in accordance with the current development speed, becoming the day of the national large enterprise. Although Zhao Yuanyuan did not want to think so far from Linxia, who resigned from Bamboo Plate. However, she also thinks that she can't be free from Jiangqing outside. It is because of this reason, Zhao Yuanyuan has returned to the home in the new year, and he has been staying in the headquarters of the Faith, responsible for things in the outside. The big movement of the company's 2 years has a good momentum. The company's headquarters has already had more than a dozen staff. This time, Zhao Yuanyuan returns to Jiangqing, just responsible for managing the coordination work and related matters of the company's headquarters. Zhao Yuanyuan has a natural advantage in the headquarters of the communications, and the executives in the headquarters are basically familiar, and what is more efficient than others. Xinj, today to go to the headquarters, how did you say hello in advance? Zhao Yuanyuan asked in confusion. Under normal circumstances, Liu Sheng will say hello to the headquarters, and there is no to find someone else. Let her feel very unexpected. I will call Wang manager in advance. He went out to do things. I will come back later. I will find some things to talk about. This is not, he didn't come back here. I am here to sit here, and see you. Is there anything? Liu Sheng said freely. He felt that Zhao Yuanyuan went out to engage in a healthy campaign, and the whole person has a lot of robustness. Liu Sheng has always had an idea. After people come, learn is good. The most important thing is to experience and exercise. Like Wang Bo, Dong Zigo, the high-level management of these loyalty companies, but there is not much culture, but the people who come into contact with more, naturally grow up. And Zhao Yuanyuan is chatting to Zhao Yuanyuan's propaganda work in Tianjin. Wang Bo took the 4-party steps, and came in from the headquarters of the communications company. I saw Wang Bo back. Liu Sheng said to Zhao Yuanyuan, Yuan sister, if there is anything in work, I can call me. Wang manager is coming back. I will talk to him. In the general manager of Wang Bo, Liu Sheng and Wang Bo conducted an in-depth discussion on the acquisition of clothing factories. 3. I think you have to work hard to strive to take the costume factory. If you can't get it, we will build a clothing factory yourself. You will be more troublesome, things will be more. You have a good idea, take a look at this thing. When Liu Sheng said this, his face had always been the color. This is a characteristic of Liu Sheng. When talking about things, the expression must be serious, something to say. Must have something to say. Liu Sheng feels that if you can acquire Qi City, the city or the garment factory here, whether he can engage in the weight of the large-scale garment factory, single construction or set up a garment factory, Liu Sheng felt that the steps were too small, and there would be a lot of constraints. Construction or directly set up a garment factory, take a long time, cover the factory, The purchase of machines take time. In short, we must build a large garment factory. These things will take time. These things are not the most difficult things. If the loyalty company builds a factory, then recruits, when you can trust the employee. The clothing factory and the mountainous dishes are different, and it is required to have a technology. If the workers have no technology, there is no long-term training. It is not good. Big, see the light, don't you know? Don't you know how much it is better than the new plant? Isn't I clear your character? If you can do less, you can do less. However, it is an easy thing to acquire a country. Do you have money? Can you buy it? Wang Bo saw Luo Sheng said that the little written is generally, it is like Luo Sheng said there. The largest factory of acquisition of state, and the state-owned big labor plants will send them to the door to send them to him. It is simply letting Wang Bo speechless. Recommend the new book of the same group of brothers. Rebirth is not coming. Chapter 331 Business. Wang Bo has been very rapid for a long time. He looks also very accurate. For Luo Sheng's statement, he did not directly give it, but the difficult point of this acquisition plan came out. At this time, I just had 8 or 4 years. And it is also the early stages of reform and opening up. I have basically no state-owned enterprises agree with other companies. Not only is that the garment factory does not agree with this acquisition plan, which is the leadership of the Light Industry Bureau above the clothing factory, and does not recognize the acquisition of Wang Bo. The benefits of the state-owned clothing factories in the Yangshi city and the Yangtze cities and Qi city last year are very poor. I haven't opened the way to open the wage. You fell, directly put the tattered backlogs and purchased the goods. Let the faith company the person goes out to the countryside for sale. After you toss, the benefits of these manufacturers are still not good, but they have been able to open salary, and there is a small number of liquidity. Wang Bo said, dissatisfied with dissatisfaction. On the side of Luo Sheng, I continued to say, if you want to engage in this kind of thing, help them sell what clothes. It is the local city you want to buy. You want to sell money to the company. Now it is these garment factories will not be considered. After Wang Bo, Luo Sheng despised himself once. Luo Sheng really didn't think that he actually made a big oolong failure. He didn't see the Spring Festival evening in 8 or 4. When he didn't see Jiang Mingmen, he really did not engage in the idea of the costume factory in 4 years. After all, it is gold, and everything will make money. In the 1980s, funds were the biggest king. As long as there is money, I want to do anything is a very relaxed thing. Luo Sheng has always felt that he should first consider large industrial and infrastructure. Only with these things, the industrialization of Jiangqing will be advanced. Luo Sheng believes that China is the lack of major industries at this time, lacking research bases. But since it is thought of this, he really wants to do this in advance. Although Luo Sheng felt that he had a major failure to sell clothes to the countryside around the country, he didn't regret it. After all, through this matter, the relationship between the leadership of the City of Music City was closer to the first floor, and the future faith company in the 2 cities, the large-scale shopping malls of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets, and there will be more convenience in the city. What's more, the staff of the faith, because selling such cheap clothes to the countryside to earn some money, and those clothing plants have some money in the hands of employees, they can live a good year because they sell backlog products. One of the most important points is that through the loyalty company to sell these clothes to the countryside, most people in the countryside can therefore wear new clothes. The happiness index will have a big improvement. This kind of thing is Luo Sheng likes to watch arrived. Luo Sheng also thought that in accordance with normal conditions, the clothing factories in the south of the northeast and the south of the garment of now have a significant decline. There are many reasons for this decline. First, most of China's introduction large textile printing and dyeing enterprises are mostly all concentrated in the south. When there is no complete abolition of cloth tickets in the side of the northeast, the circulation of southern cotton and some silk fabric has no need to take a ticket. And the northeast, it has continued the materials supplied in this country, that is, the lagging cloth produced by the country, the single black, blue and green of the produced, and the clothing of the Northeast come in the enterprise. The South side has a great change in the positioning and goals of the garment factory, and they begin to change their ideas and begin to produce some popular clothing. It is particularly worth mentioning that the South is very large at this time, from taxes or other aspects. It is very flexible, and the small factory in which the factory to produce epidemic clothing is particularly much. In the future, there are almost all of the Chinese markets, almost at this time, but only, this time, the company is nothing more than some small workshop processing plants that do not grow up, and tens of thousands of square meters from Northeast. The largest manufacturer of thousands of people, there is no comparability. However, it is the same factory as these small workshops. Under the wave of reform and opening up, we have gradually eliminated the big plants that we train thousands of workers. Liu Sheng remembers very clearly that the economic is not developed in the back of the Northeast, and many people say that it is the problem of people in the Northeast. In fact, the people who really engage in the techniques in the southern part of the southern are almost all from the large factory from the Northeast. Otherwise, they can have such a technology. The reason why the industry in Northeast has gradually fallen until disappearing, the main reason is due to system issues and officials. 3. Don't do this. You have a look. I have been pumping out some time. Go to Chi City and the Mosaic. One is to ask those leaders. Loyal shopping malls are under construction now. It is still necessary for their company to send people, such as licenses, sanitary, fire, etc. A series of acceptances such as a series of acceptance building. As long as it is built, these squares must qualify a tilde. Second, let's take our faith to the idea of acquiring a large costume factory. This time, after the purchase of the factory is high, and after the completion of the acquisition, the original workers still can work in the factory. The retirees of retirees, the loyalty company can directly take some money to the municipal government department, put the pension. The block is transferred to the municipal government. Liu Sheng chatted with the three kings, and the sky was so dark. He played a phone call, telling home, at night, he dinner at the three sides, just got home to eat, at 7 o'clock, he will let him send him home. After playing the call, Liu Sheng came out of the Wangbo office, and then he took the breathable and turned to the way. He went to the cafeteria for the headquarters of the Faith Company. At this time, the cafeteria's canteen has been adjusted. The headquarters canteen or the headquarters, the original chef is still the bamboo plate of the kitchen, but it has become a small food hall, specializing to Wangbo and the high level of communication company. Cook Liu Yongzhong's people in their anime bases and some other companies have come to the loyalty company to eat in the big food in the next 6th floor. Liu Sheng looked at the river fish stewed in the pot, and looked at the local chicken stewed in another suggestion. He felt very satisfied. This time, because of the slight late, Liu Sheng told Wang Bo to let the kitchen to engage a few hard vegetables. See Congo, Dong Kis Hong, who has time, let them go to the company headquarters to stay lively. In terms of dishes, Liu Sheng is very satisfied. Local chicken, thought river fish, there are a few cooking, as asks what is next to the big cockroach. He actually heard the small song master to say that the joy is steaming rice. Liu Zong's son suddenly was sorry, this is a year old, can you use this kind of food? Chapter 332 Small Home Appliances. Liu Sheng for 4 years, China has not had a lot of rice cookers, and it is very troublesome. Cooking, it has to be steamed with a cooker or a large pot, and the steamed rice is hard, sometimes soft, it is really he feels trouble. Liu Sheng remembered very clear when he was later. The first electric pot it bought in his home should be a rice cooker of the triangle card. When you start with this thing, it is also the time of the 1990s. The rice cooker, electric fried spoon, these two national people need things. How can they come out at this time? Did not let such small households enter thousands of households. Don't look at Liu Sheng's home and the loyalty of the fish pavilion used a rice cooker. but the rice cooker is sent to Luosheng. Although the company's headquarters has always used the pots to steamed rice, but before Luosheng really did not pay attention to this problem. After all, I have enough food to eat for 3 years. It is already a matter of pretty good things. That is, the food is harvested in 3 years, and the whole people can have a good job in the country, and it can be purchased at any time, anywhere. Before the Faith Company just got in the cafeteria, most of the food was exchanged from the country there. Luosheng is very clear. The principle of rice cooker is very simple. And ordinary rice cooker is mainly composed of heat transfer plate, a temperature controller, insulation switch, leverage switch, current limiting resistor, indicator, socket. The heat plate is the main heat generating element of the rice cooker. This is an aluminium alloy disc in an inner electrical heating tube, and the inner pot is placed on it, and it can be seen in the inner pot. The temperature controller is also called magnetic steel. Its inside has a permanent magnetic ring and a spring that can be pushed. The position is in the center of the heating plate. When cooking, press the cooking switch, drive the lever switch on the suction of the magnetic steel to keep the power contact turn. When cooking rice, the temperature of the pot bottom is continuously increased, and the suction of the permanent magnetic ring is weakened with the temperature rise. When the water in the inner pot is evaporated, the temperature of the bottom of the pot reaches 103 ± 2 C, the suction of the magnetic ring smaller than the spring of the spring. The resin is driven by the spring, and the lever switch is turned off, and the power is turned off. Insulation switch, also known as the thermostat. It consists of a spring, a pair of normally closed contacts, a pair of normally open contacts, a B-metal sheet. When cooking, the temperature in the pot is raised, and since the heat dissipation rate of the two metal sheets constituting the B-metal sheets are different, the B-metal sheet is bent upward. When the temperature reaches 80 degrees Celsius, the spring sheet is rotationally converted to the normally closed contact, thereby cutting the power supply of the heating tube, stopping heating. When the temperature in the pot is lowered below 80 degrees Celsius, the B-metal sheet gradually cools the restoration, often converts the heating tube power supply, and heats the heating pipe. Such repetition, that is, the insulation effect is reached. The switch is completely mechanical structure and has a normally open contact. When cooking, press this switch to turn the heating tube to power the heating indicator to power it. When the meal is good, the temperature of the temperature is bomb. Drive the lever switch to open the contact. Since then the heat pipe is only controlled by the insulation switch. Luosheng remembered very clearly. In the 1990s, the rice cooker and electric fried spoon in the home often appeared such problems. And these are small problems. Send the home appliance repair department, nothing more than a small part in it, spend more than $12. At that time, if there is a problem, it is generally ourselves. You can repair it at home. Because I have repaired money in my home, Luosheng didn't play with these things at that time, and it can be said that it is a clear branch for the rice cooker electric frying spoon. Electric fry is mainly composed of pots, electric heating elements, temperature control components and bases. The earliest electric frying pot is processed by cast iron, according to the statement. The cast iron pot is best used, and can also make iron. The electrothermal element of the electrofrite pan is mostly a coil electrotherm member, which is mounted in the bottom of the pot, which can make the heat more concentrated. Generally, the electric fry is used for temperature control, and the B-metal thermostat is mainly composed of B-metal, modular contact, temperature control screw, temperature control axis, mounting bracket, etc. It is mounted on the bottom of the electric disc, and its temperature control axis is connected to the control panel, which is connected to the thermostat knob. When the adjustment, the thermostat knob sets the temperature to a certain value, the power can be automatically it is within the temperature range. The principle of these things Luosheng is clear, but I want to produce these things. I want to convert him these principles into productive forces. then I need a lot of things. But Liu Sheng still decided to study the production of these civil goods. He felt that these things were a good thing to change thousands of people. Liu Sheng remembers very clear that the Chinese people like to buy rice cooker in Japan, because the two countries' rice cookers and electric wok of good quality, and advanced. He thinks this, as long as he start research and development of these two things, then, in the future, the most powerful rice cooker and electric wok must be manufactured in China. Liu Sheng remembers that in China's earliest rice cooker should be two kinds of triangle cards and hemispads. These two rice cookers should have begun to invest production. In the 1980s, communication is not developed, and the delivery information is not developed. Liu Sheng thought about it. He decided to use the loyalty to register the company, the main rice cooker, electric kettle, and electric wok and other small household appliances. Because it is an 80s, first, the first thing of the priority is first, and after all these things have been engaged, they will establish several professional R&D teams. Let these R&D teams continue to develop. Many times, the majority of the team's research and development is not many scientific research capabilities, but whether the goals and directions of scientific research are correct. With the right scientific research direction and goals, you want to get out more advanced things, then you will be easy. Liu Sheng is a reborn person, and it is very understandable to the development of small appliances. According to his thoughts, we must first put the small appliances, first to a big stronger, and then expand and develop. The direction of scientific research and the target he gives it, and the specific operation requires professional personnel to come. The fan of the electric fan, Liu Sheng, took the injection molding. The housing of the rice cooker, Liu Sheng naturally thought of this technology. In the 1980s, even if the outer shell of the rice cooker abroad is made of metal, it is quite high with a metal cooker with a metal. And if you use Liu Sheng's injection molding, you can save a large part of the cost of rice cooker. After the small household appliances are established, the injection molded housing of the pipeline will make a leap in the production speed of the rice cooker. The production technology of injection molding is not very difficult, especially before Liu Sheng, the fan of the injection mold. The fan has a high precision requirement to produce quickly, then, the plastic shell of the rice cooker will be easily developed. And this time Liu Sheng also has his new idea, this rice cooker's injection mold, to produce in China. After the mode of the injection mold factory, after the future, if you engage in the technology of other injection molds, then it is directly studying in your own factory, which is the one hand, the safety factor and confidentiality is the one hand. Once there is a good technology, you must make a patented application. At that time, you can also sell a lot of money. Liu Sheng thought that after the production of small appliances, after the continuous innovation, it gradually became a more advanced home appliance product. In the future, the company will also become a big sale point of the Faith Company. In the later generation, foreign small appliances earned a lot of money, and he wants to turn this thing over, use advanced philosophy and small home appliances, earn foreigners' money. I think that there is a product will make foreigners money. Liu Sheng is happy. Chapter 333. What is the poor? When I had dinner, Liu Sheng saw that Dai Dong Zhong was his and Wang Bo, and he immediately said that the things and Wang Bo thoughtfully. Liu Sheng told Wang Bo, let Wang Bo tomorrow morning contact Jiangcheng engineer Yan Ming and Jiangcheng's first plastic plant, let them bring several people to the apprentice, to the loyalty company, help the Faith Company to engage in rice cooker development of injection molds. Liu Sheng thought that if the Faith Company did not appear too much unexpectedly, the construction of small appliances began to engage in small appliances in 804. Once the small household appliances production plant, the big home appliance production is naturally mentioned. Wang Bo went to the cafeteria to see what to eat. He thought of a great pain. Wang Bo felt that he is a good thing, but what is thinking about what to do? It is to have his old life. Liu Sheng is different from others. Liu Sheng is thinking about something, he doesn't do it. directly calling this matter to him. One thing is still finished yet. The next thing will appear. This day, what is the purpose? Wang Bo's mouth is very dissatisfied. I said that I've been big. We discussed things to study the costume processing plant. This costume processing plant is not a good thing. You go out to turn it and look at the food. Not good. I will arrange a daunting task again. Liu Sheng looked at Wang Bo, saying very much, "Hey, 3, a total of this little thing. You don't understand. You are also too bad. I am nothing more than letting you give Chen Danfang and Yan Ming called. Let them come and see. If it is feasible, then let them bring 2 of the savvy apprentices, or find some senior technicians to our company. You asso, what about more compulsory?" When Wang Bo's face suddenly was green, he smashed his head. He looked at Liu Sheng very much. He said, "Big outside, you are looking at you. You can pull out a few sheep. I'm clear. I am not worthy of being a call for Chen Danfang and Yan Ming. You are obviously standing and talking. It is even more than a fool. Let them come over." Starting to study what the mold you said? Isn't you ready to engage in the factory you said? Nowadays, the executives in the loyalty company have a total of a few bad garlic. When they come, engage in this factory. Not far from my head. Liu Sheng saw Wang Bo all kinds of dissatisfaction, all kinds of complaints. His face has a laughter. He smiled very excited. "Hey, I said my pro. You have learned to raise it 3. Yes, I am optimistic about you. But when you come back, you can't talk well when you talk. Also, what is the high level of the company called the company? When I left, when I was idle in these years, I will ask the high-rise of the Zigui and Futan. How many bad garlics in my 3 grows?" Liu Sheng ridiculed Wang Bo very easily. His heart, this 3. If you don't force him to the front line, he will not take the initiative. This small appliance factory and clothing factory, he feels that you must get it in 8 or 4 years. The small household appliances are carried out, which is related to the electronic industrial factories, electronic industrial bases, and home appliances of faith companies. Your own 3 king waves will be very busy in 8 or 4 years, and they will not find the north. But this small appliance production plant really does not use Wang Bo to Fershia. This kind of small household appliances, really, if the construction, the 2 people who make Dong Zigo and Yang Hua worried about this time, whether it is Dong Zigo or Yang Hua, they don't have much thing. The greenhouse of Dong Zigo has now been covered, and the rest is nothing more than some finished work. This kind of vegetable greenhouse base has established more than 30 in Jiangqing, which has exceeded Liu Sheng's expectations. If you are not loyal to the supermarket in the new year, you can transport these vegetables to all cities in the Black Province. These vegetables will produce backlog in other cities. The construction of the wood events has been close to the end. As long as there is no big problem, in 4 years, several wood art planting bases around Jiangqing can begin to produce the fungus exit to Tokyo. Dong Zigo has always been such 2 responsible work. In addition, Mo Zigo and Wang Bo are the peasants. There are some contradictions for throwing. Liu Sheng has never given him a burden. After all, in Jiangqing, the construction of these things, there are a lot of things that need to run. Yang Hua did not have some foundation for 8 or 3. It is necessary to engage in foundations such as foundations. At this time, there is another section of the time starting in 8 or 4. And Yang Hua is responsible for the floor shop and decoration. Blocks have given Liu Truster. At this time, Yang Huandong's estate 2 people were prepared to prepare for the preparation of small household power plants. Once the time is mature, then the Faith Company began to build this small household power plant. Yang Hua has expanded very powerful in a period of time. After all, Yang Hua has now served as the old general. The number of people managed under the hand, the number of people under the loyalty, and the supermarket. Letting Kong Zigo and Yang Hua, let them coordinate the construction of small household power plants. One is to let Dong Zigo take a look. Yang Hua enters a lot more night, and Yang Hua is always followed. Make a day in Munzi. Now you have seen, how big is Yang Hua, has managed a lot. And these things, as long as you are willing to work hard, the person managed in the future will never be less than Yang Hua. In addition, Liu Sheng also had a plan. Yang Hua has been too self-expanded in a period of time, and people who need Dong's ego have passed the sense of crisis. With Yang Hua's intelligence, it should be seen, Liu loyalty is dissatisfied with him. Otherwise, building a small household appliance factory is definitely will not let the high level of the two faithful companies come together. There are some things, Liu Sheng feels that it is only idea to say, if Yang Hua is not understood, it is not Yang Hua. Chapter 334 Yang Hua has always been able to do it in accordance with Liu Sheng. Other aspects can also reach the requirements of Liu Sheng, that is, this thing that loves is small. It is really let Liu Sheng speechless to say that Yang Hua has no money, or if you can't make any money, Liu Sheng will not say anything. However, Yang Hua's current income is already the highest level of salary in the high level of the Faith Company. In addition, the solar hot water bottle installed before, every hot water bottle can be used to mention $1, which can say that the company is in the high level. Yang Hua's money is the most, because the purchase of solar hot water bottle is Yang Hua's normal earned money. Liu Sheng did not say anything, and he also got this matter to the desktop. Agreed that the senior people of the Faith Company considers such a thing. I hope that the Faith Company, the more you earn, the more you earn. In normal, some people give Yang Hua to send some tobacco and alcohol, and Liu Sheng will classify these as grey income. This kind of humanity is also a thing that is not very uncomfortable. However, when the new year, many people responded to the loyalty company. Yang Hua was receiving nearly 1,000 yuan during the new year, and even the Japanese foreign exchange coupons received. This thing is Liu Sheng didn't want to see it. The items that collected some small and small, now I started my eyes, I didn't want to endure this matter. He would take the help of this time to hit Yang Hua, let Yang Hua will stop and stop. Hua saw a sense of crisis. The Japanese gave Yang Hua, sent this kind of thing. Liu Sheng felt that he could not stand. Those small Japanese children are somewhat savvy, sending foreign exchange coupons to Yang Hua, absolutely bribe Yang Hua, let Yang Hua can give them more care in some respects. Give them care, then impairment to faith. The company's interests is to harm all the interests of all employees and the country. This kind of thing is that Liu Sheng is resolutely not allowed. At this time, the Faith Company is not banned between or the upper and lower levels. It is a rare little thing, but the foreign exchange coupon, it is a special thing. Everything in his present is to give him a Faith Company. If he does not manage the construction company, there is also a veteran such as moves to take his work. If Yang Hua doesn't know how to retreat, if you continue, the Faith will let him take it from the position of the general manager of the construction company. He arranged Yan Ming's son Yan Ligo and Xiao Haniu, arranged to recycle and repair home appliances over the side of Beijing. Let them open the home appliance repair department to the electronics industry, not simply let them dry home appliance repair these things, but let them get more tutors, that students who have already studied the school. Once the large-scale development and construction of Jiangqing reached the effect he wanted, once his huge plan began to start, Yan Ligo and Xiao Chaniu, two people will appear in the role of the capital. When Yan Ligo made Yan Ligo to engage in this matter, Liu Sheng has a plan. Just at this time, the time is still not mature enough. After all, the Jiangqing cement factory has not yet covered. Liu Sheng is something that wants to build a large factory and laboratory in Daxing civil society. Now it is also difficult to do without rice. There is no way. And the small household appliances, the country did not have a large-scale factory at this time. Even if there is a large-scale factory, once the small appliances developed by the Faith Company, then other small appliance production plants are also competitive. But the loyalty company home appliances. I think of small appliances. Liu Sheng thinks there are many things. When China's small household appliances have not spread, small household appliances are air things. Electric fried spoon, electric blanket, hair dryer, electric oven. These are quite popular in the 1980s, and these small ways have no technical content, as long as you can batch from Jiangqing. It is possible to build the factory, as long as the corresponding material can be obtained. Then the small household power plant of the Faith Company will sail. After these small appliances have been produced, there is no need for Luo Sheng, even if the Faith is not advertising nationwide, and the sales will not have any problems. Originally, the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets are the large supermarkets bought by the goods. With these small appliances, they will make their supermarkets into large supermarkets in advance. The most important thing is that these things will become the autonomous fist products of loyalty companies, no matter when it is. The supply and quality of these goods will not have any worries. As long as it is a factory that is a Faith Company, the quality requirements must be the highest. After all, the concept of faith is their loyalty company's production plant. No retirement workers and other stresses, is completely new companies, no burdens, how to produce. Producing these small appliances, Luo Sheng has more confident. He firmly believes that as long as the person below can continue to develop according to what he told, the cost of production will continue to decrease. In addition, Luo Sheng is ready to make this small appliance factory in the big inside when building a small appliance production plant. Not only is the factory produced by home appliances, and the technology of this production plant must reach the most advanced point, whether it is a housing of the rice cooker, or a small accessory of the various places. These things, Luo Sheng will study it, all of which are all produced by loyalty. Once these items have been studied, and these items can be produced, then the price of small household appliances in loyalty will reach a very low level, and the competitiveness will be doubled many times. Luo Sheng is clear, and the biggest disadvantage of loyal food and chain supermarket is not too much product. Once the supplier joins the price or involves the market, I want to stir this market. Loyal food and surrounding supermarkets will be difficult to do. At this time, large-scale national shopping malls have not contradictive loyal food and surrounding chains. After all, there is a large part of the things sold in the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets, and the goods sold in the state-owned shopping malls, and the loyalty and surrounding supermarkets. Enterprises that are collective are also considered a state-owned enterprise. The competition of loyalty and hybrid supermarkets and big shopping malls now seems to have a little bit, but in the eyes of each of them are nothing more than the eyes of these people. It is a windy waves. The supplies that are mastered by their state-owned big shopping malls is the small shop that is unable to surpass the supermarket. At this time, the flagship store of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets only opened 3. 2 large chain supermarkets were on the provincial capital, and the provincial capital was originally in the ground, plus Zhaofangshan's location, avoided and large state. The conflict of the mall is very far from the distance from the large shopping malls, and there is no malignant competition. If the size of the Faith Company is large, there will be many shopping malls or some profits, and they will compete in the manner. If the large-scale national shopping mall wants to make the loyalty campaigns sugar and wine, it is likely to directly cut off the source of loyalty directly from the source, so that there is no source of loyalty to the sugar and wine, tobacco, sugar, tea. These things, it has always been the product-controlled product, has not formed a scale. Really, if someone has to cut off from the source, the Faith Company really does not resist the ability. In the Black Province, the Faith Company has been big, not afraid of these things, but there are so many places in the country, and there will be such things in the country. Anti-happening, Faith is still doing well as soon as possible. If the self-found products of the Faith Company are enough, it is good enough. Even if there is no items, it is only selling self-found products, and it will compete for those large shopping malls. At the beginning of the 1980s, officials' power were not big, and there was no place to protect or wanted to take the idea of saving money. However, with time, such things will only get more and more. The Faith Company has just been able to stand on the foot in the Black Province. In other places, it will not be enough. So, Liu Sheng decided to take the lead in the small appliance, as a first product of the faith. The main business of small appliances, Liu Sheng temporarily decided to let Dong Zigo are responsible for the construction plant and procurement equipment and other things. Let Dong Zigo as a hand of administration. As for the production of small household appliances, he feels that after the plant is constructed, find a knowledgeable to manage. Chapter 335 begins. Research. Yan Ming and Chen Danwei have just arrived in the morning, and they received the call to Wang Bo. I heard Wang Bo said that they want to borrow 2 people to help develop new things. They immediately arranged all things on the hand, and the leaders in the factory could have a fake, and they rushed to the faith company. Yan Ming and Chen Danfang are quite good for the sensory of faith, and after Liu Sheng, after the injection mold of electric fan seafood, the faith company gave them the wages and benefits they could not imagine. After they got to loyalty company, they wanted to buy color TVs, but they did not have foreign exchange rolls and TV tickets to buy color TV. They contacted their Wang Bo, and faith immediately. People had given them a foreign exchange roll of 1,000 yuan. At the beginning of the 1980s, the foreign exchange coupons can be said to be in the Northeast. Almost no place to get this kind of thing that can buy foreign goods, but they just ask questions. The loyalty company give them clearly. The loyalty company has told them 2 people. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, even if you call the faith company will try our best to do a good job for them. These don't say that when the new year in 8 seconds, 2 of them actually got the welfare treatment of 2 people who faith company employees, the half-sews and cans, and those white soybean oils. Let them feel the faith company for them. Personal emphasis. Give loyalty. Not only the money is not bad, but also won a lot of benefits. They are willing to go to the loyalty company to help out. At the end of 8-3, Sheng company not only arranged the children of 2 people to make them very satisfied, so that they went to Longjiang Electric Fan Factory to celebrate, so that they got the corresponding glory and rewards. The new year, it still gave them the rewards they imagined. After both of them arrived in the faith company, I heard that Liu Sheng arrangement, let them lead some people to develop new drawings. 2 people are more happy. They feel that Liu Sheng arranges what they do, absolutely no fair. Especially Liu Sheng, letting them bring their apprentices and units of technicians together in their spare time. They have come out. Jiangqing First Plastics Factory and Jiangqing First Mold Factory are very difficult in these 2 years, and even a large landslide. The factory can satisfy their workers' funds, which is already a very difficult thing. That year-end bonus, almost less pitiful. They did not go to work in faith. In the new year, they actually received the year-end benefits of the loyalty company to give them 500 yuan. And they were senior technicians belonging to middle level. In the new year bonus they distributed 50 yuan. No comparison. There is no harm. If 2 people don't work with Liu Sheng to study the injection molding technology of the electric fan, if they have no good relationship with loyalty, they have been very satisfied with the year-end award of the 50 yuan. However, when the company was in the new year, they gave their factories 10 bonuses. Now they have to come over to help develop things. They immediately agreed. This time, although Liu Sheng participated in the drawing of 2 people, did not participate in a group of people, but Liu Sheng gave them some new ideas. Yan Ming and Chen Danwei did not think that they came to the party to the company, and they did not start working. The loyalty company gave them a piece of rice cooker. Although the secretary of the communications company has repeatedly told them that these rice cookers, it is a loyalty company to buy it to give them a sample. But this time, Yan Ming has only 8 people. 20 rice cooker cannot be used, and each person will be issued directly. Let them go back and use it. Just familiar with these rice cookers. Yan Ming and Chen Danfang are responsible for studying the injection mold design of rice cookers. These rice cookers must be all disassembled for them to study. In addition, those small parts allow them to evaluate rice cookers or the parts inside, which can also be produced with molds, those who need to use these things. It is not the things, they are two people, but Liu Sheng is responsible for both of them to be responsible. Yan Ming and Chen Danfang are in Jiangqing. When the total year is very long, the people are very familiar, and those parts inside are not to give them to produce, but let Yan Ming and Chen Danwei find some professional staff research. Next, see how the parts can be produced. What is the equipment that looks like? Yan Ming and Chen Danfang listened to Dong Zigo that the parts inside the rice cooker needed to find some professional research, and they immediately began to call friends, and the technicians who greeted Jiangqing. Here he greeted the loyalty company. Yan Ming and Chen Tan put them clearly, they found these friends, I will definitely thank them for 2 opportunities for them. The loyalty company is very particular, treating these technicians. Never yet money, although Dong's estate did not say how much money to them, but from eating, they can feel that loyalty, they have emphasized them. They arrived at the side of the faith company. When eating, each meal is 4 dishes, 2 meat, rice and big white bread tube. If they are busy, eat dinner here, but also will give them a fish. Yan Ming and Chen Tan played the Shenjia and the giant who saw such a good company, seeing the rich lunch dinner. They even said to Yan Ming and Chen Tan, even if the faith is not given what is their money, they will do their best to complete the task of loyalty to them. In their eyes, the faith is absolutely more silly money, and the faith company let them study or give an assessment thing. All simple things. Don't say what large factories are doing. It is to find some people, study some simple machines. They can produce the items required for loyalty companies. The faith of loyalty said when they told them, they will be blocked in the factory. As long as this is done, they will give them bonuses and subsidies, and they are also worthy of their hardships. Things. That is, the time. Shenfang and Ming Ming have given a complete set of production programs to the faith company, and report this solution to Moses. Chapter 336. Crying after receiving these programs that Ming's and Shenqi, he quickly transferred to Liu Sheng. The people in Dongzigo clearly, Liu Sheng is very concerned about these things. He must report to Liu Sheng in the first time. After Liu Sheng, after reading the programs, his face was first showed a surprise, but this surprise will disappear. He thinks that these people's ideas are very good, and the listed programs can really produce what he wants. But the company must be able to make large-scale mass production, and quality must be guaranteed. Among these programs, how to save money from the faith company, how to use the simplest equipment on the basis of quality and quantity. He thinks that the things given by these programs are very practical, but they don't agree with the requirements of the faith. Liu Sheng told Dong Zigo to let him talk about him to those people, telling them that these people, faithful companies, are not bad, and they are not bad to buy a good machine. As long as they can be mentioned, the faith company will purchase. It is the advanced machine that is not in Jiangqing, and the faith company will get. If you need to design research and development separately, then better. The faith company will give them the powers of these people. If you want to produce parts or equipment, Jiangqing does not produce. You can go to other large factories in the Black Province. Production, as long as they can think of it, the loyalty company will go here. Even the first time or twice, it is unsuccessful. The company will not have any complaints here. Subsidized money and bonuses will also be incorrect. The technical staff in the 1980s is very simple. No one will want to use the Iran lie or other means to deny the idea that the company does not go. Will only be able to think of what they can think of doing it. Only in this way, they will feel that they are worthy of the benefits of loyalty to give them. Liu Sheng told Dong Zigo, and communications company value for these people. First, the subsidy of $300 will make them perfect the production plan of these parts. They engage in technicians, classmates, or said that they should be able to know. Let them find some people to study. How can they complete what they say? Once you have a mature program, the faith will give them more subsidies. If you have anyone in which people want to get the small household power plants here, the loyalty will give them green lights. They should have a salary bonus. Liu Sheng's thoughts in the heart. After all, faithful companies have never had such a small home appliance production plant, and the work of ordinary people may be very good, but the technical personnel are difficult. This time is so much technicians go to the loyalty company. He also has an idea that I want to dig. These technical staff, in Jiangqing, will not be attached, wage and bonuses, and even the second-line workers in the factory are more than, they can work to the faith company. It is good, for faith companies, it is a win-win thing. If the small household appliances is really started, the technical force in the production of various parts must be strong, and it is necessary to have a quality and quantity to complete the production task, and the faith company is really lacking such talents. But now people are only agree with the state-owned factory, and there is not much confidence in the group of companies that belong to the faith company, but Liu Sheng believes that in accordance with the reputation of the company in Jiangqing, the super health treatment of the reputation and salary bonus of the faith company in the past few years, it will still have a lot of people. Yan Ming and Chen Danfang were more high-priced by the drawing experience of electric fan injection molds. It took more than a week. 2 people designed a very good drawing. After this drawing, 2 people did not give Liu Sheng immediately, but the group of this charter, and the group of each of them studied some of them. Only the final drawings were handed over to Liu Sheng. After Liu Sheng saw this drawing, it was quite a little crying. He is crying, if you produce products according to this drawing, although it is already a very good thing at this time, the form of this drawing is old, only the ordinary rice cooker in the 1980s. In the case, it does not meet his aesthetic concept. Liu Sheng has always had such an idea. The things of the big appliance, whether from the technical aspect, or other aspects, no matter how he goes at this time, it is also more developed. Moreover, Liu Sheng has always had an idea. His rebirth has changed some things. As long as there is nothing wrong, you can also engage it. Once he is reborn, some technologies beyond the current technology, then, will appear fantastic things. Technology, this kind of thing. There are many ideas in his mind, but it can't be found directly. You must step down step by step. The small appliance itself does not exceed the technical schematic of this era. Even if he studied this injection mold, it is not an epoch product, which can only be said to be in line with this era. At this time in China, the cost of all aspects is quite low. Artificial cost, which can be said that the labor costs with developed countries are more low to negligible. In terms of taxation and venue, it is more than half of the cost of developed countries. As long as he can get a small appliance plant, then these small appliances will become a good thing exported to foreign countries. This direction of Yan Ming and Chen Tan is the main research direction, is the injection mold technology of rice cookers. That is, Liu Sheng is the most important thing to produce production at this time, that is, the housing of the rice cooker. As for those parts inside, Liu Sheng has also thought about some of them in recent days, and can produce itself, and build a factory for production, especially electric rice cookers and electric fried springs, and electric heating tubes among electric kettle. These important parts must be firmly grabbed in their hands. As for other small ways to access accessories, some screws, some of the springs and connecting brackets, many small processing companies in China have matured production technology. He wants to go in such an industry. That is really a small matter. Many times, it has produced a good thing. It is necessary to make money, or everyone has money, rather than the faith company can earn all the money. What he hoped is that he can directly drive some downstream manufacturers through his side of the rice cooker and electric fried spoon. As long as the quality of these manufacturers downstream can pass, Liu Sheng does not mind how to make these manufacturers. After the time is mature, the loyalty company's small appliance can also make other factories on a piece of a cup. Otherwise, a small household appliance plant that is unable to produce a small household appliance from a loyalty company. What's more, Liu Sheng is in mind that selling these small appliance products to foreign countries and creates more foreign exchange to the motherland. In this case, it will definitely enable considerable help for the future development of the motherland. Chapter 337, foreign exchange coupon. Yang Hua received Wang Bo's notice, let him and Dong Ziguo's 2 people to meet the company. He has been facing a smile. Yang Hua has always thought that Wang Bo called him to meet him, and he was going to talk to him about the party's anime base and scientific research building construction. His face is full of proud. I feel that this time good things are handed over to him. Winter is coming to spring. The construction site, it will start production. Leaders pointed to the guidance is a very normal thing. After all, these 2 buildings are Yang Hua's construction company, the first superlarge building. Although this building has the province and the central expert group to help it, however, people who work are still them. They have to play 100 more spirit to better complete the task. However, to the headquarters of the communications company, Yang Hua found that Wang Bo actually said that it is not those things, but another thing. After Wang Bo said that, Liu Sheng said, Yang Hua's face became more and more ugly. Yang Hua has a flexible mind, and it is more intelligent in Wang Bo and Mongzi. When he heard this small household appliance factory was dominated by Dongzi, he thought of some things when he was aide under the leadership of Dongzi. Yang Hua has been like a horseshoe disease in the spring of the spring, not only, but also has become the general manager of the communications construction company, but also a considerable power. Many aspects, Mozigo can't compare with him. Don't look at Dong Zigo is more early than him, it is more close to the core than him, but Dong Zigo really does not have his mind. Otherwise, the location of the general manager of the construction company, how can he do it? This is Liu Sheng's opinion on him. If you do, a small household appliance plant can let Dong Zigo are responsible for the 2 tops of him. Don't say it is a small home appliance factory. It is a large shopping mall construction. Yang Huaiden will think that the people under his hand can complete independently. At the end of last year, the 2 regions of Qiyong and Music were building loyal shopping malls, and the people under the engineering team under Yang Hua basically participated in the whole process. Although the 2 large shopping malls have not yet been completed, the main work is basically completed. Both large shopping malls have a full-time expert in the province and the construction of an expert in the province from the design, or the construction. The engineering team in his hand learned a lot of things in the construction of 2 projects. If there is another large shopping mall construction, as long as there is a complete drawing, Yang Hua feels that his engineering team can build a large shopping mall. Communications construction engineering company sent people to the country's large projects, and also learn many valuable experience. The building and scientific research base buildings on the anime base of Jiangqing completed foundations in the end of 803, and construction. Wait until the spring blossoms. Their construction companies will build with the top engineering team inside the province. It can be said that the communications construction company training has been touched in this time, and it has reached or has exceeded the level of the largest construction company in Jiangqing. In the case of the large-scale construction machinery that is coming back from Japan, the construction of the first-class construction company has been fully reached from time or quality. In such a big context, Liu Sheng actually commented to let him be responsible for the construction of a small household appliance plant in the communications company and the 2 people of Dongzi and the taste of him, that is, his brain. Yang Hua has been adhering to Liu Sheng to give him a request for him. In addition to his apprentices, they gave him some gifts, and other loyalty construction companies sent him a gift. What is the problem? Suddenly, Yang Hua thought of a thing. At the beginning of the year, he found the Japanese students, let them help him with several Japanese people of Mitsubishi Mining Group, and the scene is that he gives the Japanese people in advance, and afterwards the Japanese sent foreign exchange coupons to him to the office. Yang Huaxin suddenly wanted to pass the original committee of things. His heart has been determined, must be a disaster of this matter. In recent time, Yang Hua has added a girlfriend, although 2 people have not reached the point of marriage, but if they don't survey, 2 will marry. On the eve of 8 or 4 years, his girlfriend Chen Ailing found Yang Hua, saying that the family wants to buy an Dongzi TV, but the money is enough, but because there is no foreign exchange coupon, I can't buy it. I want Yang Hua to help think about it. Method. Yang Hua listened to the old man who wanted to purchase Toshiba TV lack of foreign exchange coupons, and he immediately responded to the ticket. After Yang Hua wanted to understand the original committee, he immediately contacted Liu Sheng immediately, and ran to the headquarters of the faith, put it out of Liu Sheng. Yang Hua said directly in the new year, he and the Japanese were exchanged. He said in Liu Sheng. In this thing, he did not lie. Liu Sheng allowed wave pair asking the Japanese or find the Japanese student he entrusted. These people will not lying with the high level of the faith. Original Yang Hua's Tabo pair, helping him exchange foreign exchange coupons, but potent pair has not helped him to get this matter before the new year. Just take it back to Japan. Yang Hua is also no other way. This kind of little thing. He can't stand the skin to find Liu Sheng to help. Yang Hua told Liu Sheng, and those foreign exchange coupons were exchanged in exchange for normal exchange rates and Japanese, and did not accounted for the Japanese. He was absolutely not rumored by him to give him money. During the new year, in addition to normal, he did not accept any money to give him money. If he didn't return, only his apprentices. This era, the master is the existence of the parents. If he wants to give the apprentice in accordance with normal things, it is the face of red fruit. Although he didn't give up the apprentice, he greeted his apprentice from his apprentice when he was in the new year, and asked those apprentices to eat meals. These things, before Liu Sheng said, and he said, it should be possible. Since Liu Sheng warned him once, he had seen a small gift for those small. He is now the high-rise of the faith company. Every month's salary reaches 300 yuan. The bonus at the end of the year is more than 3,000 yuan. If you want to get married, you can do anything. He will never be small because of love self-destroy future. Chapter 338. Change is great. Yang Hua is very thorough, but also completely implemented the things said. His heart is clear, and now, everything is Liu Sheng and his faith. If he left the faith company, what is also not anymore? After the wedding of Qin Boda, the employees of the faith have been looking for a lot of girlfriends. Yang Hua, I have to have a diploma. If I have no talents, I have some little smart. For a long time, Liang Guofeng helped him Zhang Luo's object, and no one will marry him. And I feel that Yang Hua is a blind flow. There is no matter what to do, whoever marries him, that is, for 8 generations. Joining a faith company to now, there is no 2 years, he has changed, and became the executive of the faith company. I used to introduce someone who didn't agree with him. At this time, I came to Yang Hua's family. I want to find Yang Hua's object. I want to marry Yang Hua. However, this time, Yang Hua, he can't see the people who have been looking at people in the past. He mixed from Jiangqing. He didn't want to go back to the countryside to find so realistic village. Men in the northeast rural home, generally getting married. Many young people have been married until the age of 20. Like Wang Bo, Dong Zigo, Yang Hua. These 24-year-old, basically all people who are willing to marry in the rural people, according to rural people's statement, like they do not work in the 2nd grade, is looking for no object. These people did not think that Wang Bo, Dong Zigo, Yang Hua, these people actually changed their own time in these 2 years, and became the object they looked. Yang Hua, there is an object. When I got it, I gave everyone. Liu Sheng listened to Yang Hua to change the foreign exchange coupon for the girlfriend, and his face showed a smile. Understand that Yang Hua said before, it is absolutely true. This kind of thing, as long as one check, you can find out that Yang Hua is not stupid. It will never lie on such things. Xinj, how do you love to open this joke? It is a girlfriend, a nose, 2 eyes. What is good? Yang Hua was busy. For Liu Sheng to see his girlfriend, Yang Huazhen has no great ideas. After all, Liu Sheng is just a teenage child. However, Liu Sheng said to let everyone look at it. That is, Liu Sheng means that Wang Bo and Dong Zigo and his loyal employees have taken place. This doesn't want it. Yang Hua's girlfriend Chen Ailing is indeed beautiful, but the wife Liu who is the goods of Qin Bogo, is more than the same as it is. Wang Bo and Dong Zigo, the two guys. It is very normal, but after seeing his object, these two are not a guy. They will laugh at the object of his object. No Kinbada's wife, this is not Yang Yang. The thing I want to see. Yang Huaxin is very clear, how stinking the mouth of Wang Bo and Dong Zigo, how stinking his old bottom, saying that some he didn't want the girlfriend to hear. Then he did not pay attention. Don't look at him and Dong Zikang Zhao, they belong to the executive of the company, but he compared with Wang Bo's two people, he was very far away. Wang Bo is Luo Sheng's three things that do not say anything. He has no way to climb, which is that Dong Zigo can't compare. When Dong Zigo has begun to do Luo Sheng from Luo Sheng, he has been conscientious. Don't know how many times in this halfway is good. Although his brother-in-law is very close to Luo Sheng, it is also close to Dong Yuosheng and Luo Sheng. Comprehensively, the elements of all aspects, Yang Hua feels that he really can't afford these two people. Okay. Yang Hua, you are preparing for the golden house. That is not, the ugly wife always sees the woman, hiding is hiding. Waiting for these days, I and Wang Bo, Dong Zigo said, let them please ask them you have dinner in too, but also to the two uncomfortable guys, let them also grasp the time. Luo Sheng said, laughing at this Yang Huijin house, he wants Wang Bo them. Please eat. Luo Sheng has an idea. When there is nothing, he will stimulate the three and Zizi, so that these two guys will take the time to find an object. Two people and grandfather now have a lot of resentment. Wang Bo, because there is no money in bamboo board, no one gave the media, but also not married. It is now rich, and the two people who are born and grandfather have tried to urge Wang Bo's marriage. And this time, Wang Bo is not the interest in finding an object. According to Wang Bo said, now he is 25 years old, not in a hurry, now busy with work every day, very full, no need to marry. Dong Yuosheng has always been intertwined for Luo Sheng for a long time, saying that the brother Dong Zigo is now not small, and you should find a beloved girl to get married. The young men of the loyalty company is a lot of young people. After the marriage of Qin Bogo, there are two pairs of newcomers to get married. But these two pairs of newcomers do not know Luo Sheng, but they only command Zhao Yuan. Let the following people say the standard, help two cars and allow them to use the local parties to the company. The people of the faith have exceeded 1,300 people. If everyone's wedding, the loyalty company is also Zhang Liuo. It is not true. What they can do is to see their own skills. The wages of the loyalty company have always been the highest. Young people who can get married at this time, they should not be poor. Headquarters Zhao Yuan is appropriate to help it. It is already very good. You have to see it. There is no problem. Wang manager and Dong manager I still have to count. Otherwise, I invite everyone to eat these 2 days. Yang Hua smiled and said, you ask everyone to eat, but you have to bring your object. How? Yang Hua, can't you be afraid of Wang Bo and Dong Zigo? Two people grab your object. Do you think this kind of thing? Luo Sheng, I am very happy to ridicule Yang Hua, and the corner of the mouth does not consciously. I am not afraid that they have two people to grab my object. I think two people, Wang manager and Dong manager, two people. Nothing. I always take some things to have a joke. If you let the object herd like this, if you can't, Huazi, what you consider, this is such a problem. Nothing, this matter, I will give you a ticket. Two people, if they dare to say that the yin and yang strange, or to say bad things, I will punish them. Two people. Luo Sheng looked at Yang Hua. For this concerns of Yang Hua, Luo Sheng felt that two people who had Guan, Wang Bo and Dong Zi have already moved to mature. Yang Hua has a girlfriend. It is nothing more than Luo Sheng to them. Incentive. I want two people to think about it. Is it a girlfriend? Two people in Wang Bo and Dong Zi are extremely high, and they have not seen them in general people. If this is the case, the media is coming to the headquarters of the communications company. I haven't seen them. The meaning of the object. Chapter 339 Expert Group. What? The experts of the National Mineral Water Resources arrived in Jiangqing 2 days. 2 days. Good. Very good. Zhao Yuan is now handed over to you a daunting task. The experts of this mineral water resource are here. To accompany you all, strive to make experts satisfied. After Liu Sheng, he turned several ideas in his mind. He continued to say, forget it, I will catch it with you now. Order is not clear. Liu Sheng received the call from Zhao Yuan, and his face had a happy color, and he greeted half a mountain. Let him drive him to the Faith Company headquarters. Mineral water resources exploration experts have arrived in Jiangqing. This is a quite good thing. The experts of China's mineral water resources exploration and Japanese, and the experts of Yadi, the experts, who can detect this, as long as they can determine, Yingtan Sanshai Mountain mineral water resources can achieve excellent quality, then, the Loyalty Company and 3 wells are able to exploit. Liu Sheng came to the headquarters of the communications company, directly arrived in the office of Zhao Yuan, first inquired about the call of the expert group, how to determine this matter. He slowly said, Zhao Yuan, you give Polly Bear. The ladies played the phone, let her call Miss Sanjing Yadi, and ask the experts who have departed in Japan to meet the Jiangqing. If they can take together, will save a lot of time. Liu Sheng told Zhao Yuan to call the Wave Bear, and thought of these experts to live and travel. After the experts from these countries and Japanese experts have come to Jiangqing, they have not much problems in the Yangtze Castle, and there is no big problem in terms of residential environment. However, these experts have to be much more expensive to Yingtan Sanzui Mountain. On the side of the car, Liu Sheng did not worry. He added 2 Toyota cars with Feng Xiao's Jeep. These cars should be used to use these experts. If the car is not enough, with the face of the Faith Company, which relationship the unit can borrow a car. However, it is hard to reach the Hongli Township, where there is no way to the store. It is basically a problem. It is a problem, and the Shangshan operator is a problem. These things are must give the Hongli Township to solve it. Thinking, Liu Sheng told Zhao Yuan, after you contact Miss Yong Bear, I personally went to the Jiangqing hotel here, and the experts who have given it over there will be, and the room is my hand standards, breakfast in the hotel self-solving, Loyalty Company pays for money and food tickets. Lunch and dinner. Let Hongli Township towns out of a good folk house with Yingtan Sanshai Mountain. Let Yang Hua find a few personally clean up the house. Tell Hongli Township, let them find 2 special cooking people, give these experts to do lunch and dinner. The standard of each meal is 4 dishes and 1 soup, 2 dizzy. This money you represent the Loyalty Company to the township government, and give the 2 people who have dinner. Do not let them be white or only the township government gives the same wage. Seeing Zhao Yuan recorded it with a pen, Liu Sheng felt very satisfied. How long does this have been over? Zhao Yuan has a great progress in terms of attitude, or other aspects, especially the little words of Najuan, write very beautiful, and there is a new era of college students. Liu Sheng thought about it and said, there is also, this matter is responsible, you are responsible for you. You are best to borrow from the wave of Popoles to 2 Japanese translations. Don't come over the experts over Japan. There will be problems here. There will be problems in communication. Japanese experts, consistent with the arrangements of our experts, do not give them a special treatment. If the 2 expert group does not want to detect together, you can separate them. Let them separate. The water sample is taken in both places. If it can be combined, let them take the same water quality to test. So, the test will be more convincing, and the time will shorten some. After Liu Sheng, I thought about it. He thought for a while, slowly said, after the experts in Jiangqing arrived in Jiangqing, let Wang manager take a meal. Give them the wind, and then ask, they will work here. There is anything that we need our Faith Company. After the arrangement of Zhao Yuan's reception of the expert group, Liu Sheng asked the company's recent time to operate, and the company's headquarters did not solve it or to solve the problem. Everything in knowing the company's operation is normal, there is no matter. Liu Sheng and Zhao Yuan must receive a good expert group, and return home. After Liu Sheng, Zhao Yuan turned up, first gave the phone to Wang Yuohua, confirmed that some Japanese experts arrived at Jiangqing, and then began to start in accordance with Liu Sheng, starting the hotel, explanation and arrangement-related matters. The next day, I received the experts from the city. Zhao Yuanyun arranged the members of the expert group to the standard room of the Jiangqing Hotel in accordance with the plan before Liu Sheng. The capital of the Beijing Geological Exploration Department sent a total of 4 experts from Jiangqing. Mao Xingguo is more than 50 years old. It is quite a kind of leading cadres. The other 3 experts, one is called Shenzhou Shihai, a name called Liu Liberation. The last name is best, called Dong Yang. The names of these people are very characteristic, but also directly show that they are born in the May 190s. There were no shelves, but also very much. It was very satisfied with the loyalty to giving them a housing of Jiangqing Hotel. In particular, the feast, Wang Bo represents a big table in the loyalty of the company, except for the local characteristics of Jiangqing. The local characteristics of the local characteristics, the pot, and I have prepared some jingqing, a rare crab prawns on the side. After a cold, Wang Bo said that he had a warm welcome to their arrival, and repeatedly stressed that these experts have to have anything in the future, and they can say directly from the faith company, loyalty, here, as long as you can help, you will give them your help. Chapter 340 is shameless. Mao Xingguo's experts from these water resources have rushed to Jiangqing. They have been hospitalized by loyalty. They are very happy. They did not think that a small company, a group, actually paying attention to them, not only giving them the largest hotel in Jiangqing, but also gave them a grand test. Mao Xingguo only lived in the hotel. The next morning, Mao Xingguo took the initiative to bring the 3 people under the hand, and the water resources of Yingtan Sanshai Mountain will serve. He feels that what is going to get the money to take, and the trust of them, the faith is given to them, then they must be responsible for the faith. They are here to detect the quality of water resources, not only for faith, but also for the country to create foreign exchange. The sooner can monitor the water quality, the sooner can make a convergence. This must have to hurry. And they also heard that the faith company not only invited several well-known experts from these domestic, but also invited several foreign experts to go to Jiangqing to detect water quality. Mao Xingguo felt that their technologies were very mature, but experts in technology products and Japan's developed countries were still unable to compare. They were going to enter the field early, and strive to take their data before Japanese experts did not take the data. Take it out. In this case, it is also a change in the country. The 2 Toyota cars from the faith company were sent here, and Qian Hao was responsible for the security of these experts and the problem of transfer. Wang Bo tells Qian Hao, if there is any requirements, or what ideas, what is the idea? And Zhao Yuanyun said that if Zhao Yuanyun has something you can't solve, then Qian Hao directly finds him. After Qian Hao took Mao Xingguo and the probe of the instrument, Qian Hao took the mountain in accordance with Wang Bo's request, accompanied these experts. Mao Xingguo, these experts, do not ask for subsequent arrangements, and start movement after they go to the hill. Hongli Township arranges several striped workers to the expert group. Under their command, they will soon let the buildings needed by the expert group soon. Several experts from the Japanese experts were more than the Jiangqing, which was a day from Chinese experts. Under normal circumstances, the experts on the other side of Japan are quite active and rigorous. After all, the Japanese attitudes and requirements are quite high, and even have a feeling of fits. Little Teng Xuan, who was responsible for this detection, he received his people after the Jiangqing. He was very dissatisfied. After the Jiangqing, they were too lazy than the Chinese experts. On the 3rd day of the morning, slowly sat on the car arranged by Qian Hao, to the end of Yingtan Sanzuo. Although the faith company gave them translation, although the best hotel in Jiangqing, he was very dissatisfied with the subsequent working environment. I felt that I was rushing from the side of Tokyo, and I actually went to the desolate place. Dissatisfied. Under normal circumstances, if they eat it in Jiangqing, They will not say anything, but they let them eat in the Hull House on the Honkley Town. They feel unacceptable. After the negative slack, they actually saw that this ask to go to Jiangqing's faith actually did not want to give them a general manner, and actually did not promise their unreasonable requirements. In the Xiaotangquan ambition of the leader of Tokyo, people here, seeing foreign experts to this side, under normal circumstances, should be like a 3 grandson, generally boost them. What do they ask? What should these Chinese should do? However, to the place of the faith company, let him fall sharply, the loyalty company here, in addition to giving them a student who learned Japanese, telling them what should be doing. What should I do? I wonder them again. According to the idea of Xiaotangquan, they have come here. What is unreasonable? And Jiangqing will satisfy them. They even like to let the people here ask them a few people, please Japanese chef, give them a daily meal and cuisine, but also to give them a non-different request for some women. These things are directly responsible for the acceptance of their loyalty to receive their Zhao Yuan, but also tell them that these things are unreasonable, and these things that are faithful to agree. If they are not well detected by such things, then they ask them back to Japan, and the faith company does not welcome such an expert. Zhao Yuan recalled that Xiaotang's ugly face. I felt it disgusting. The 4 or 5-year-old hair is so bad, and I will tell the translation. Let the translation ask the loyalty company here, can arrange a few young and beautiful girls, loyalty to them, give them please ask a professional daily chef. You have to give them a good job, or they will not be used to it. They will affect their work and quality. When Mama, Zhao Yuan heard the unreasonable request, I thought that the flower girl who heard the flower girl heard in China's evils and TV in China, and Zhao Yuan burst the crude mouth. Zhao Yuan was originally respectful to Xiaotangquan, and he had been smiling at the time of reception. However, after such a thing, Zhao Yuan directly threw those experts into the hotel and let them be self-destroyed. After the hotel, Zhao Yuan took the hotel. The more I got absolutely, the more I got it, the more I thought it was, and my heart didn't think that these hybrids went back to Tokyo to greet their own old ladies. To China, it is so older, but also wants to find a little girl. It is simply shameless. But Zhao Yuan is afraid that she affects the mining plan of the mineral water resources of the company. She has gave Liu Sheng soon the phone. Liu Sheng heard Zhao Yuan after the call of the past. The pulmonary disadvantaged and Nima. This is called Xiaotangquan's guy, and there is no long brain, and it actually comes out so rudely. To say that these little devils are the loyalty company, and the faith company is good for the wine, this is the temperament of people. However, these experts are in the 3 wells, and they pay for the 3 wells. He will give them a hotel here. It can give them a translation of the car. It is already a righteousness. These guys still want it is necessary to make such an unreasonable request. When I just heard Zhao Yuan, Liu Sheng wanted to tell Qian how, playing these Japanese experts, but I thought about it. This thing is not what is true for the shameful Japanese devils, their humanity that is. I really have to see them in general, then there is no value. These old guys are working to loyalty to the company here, and he should not lose his temper because of such a small thing. Liu Sheng did not understand that these 2 years have eased the relationship between Japan. The feeling of hatred is much smaller. They come to the northeast, and they come out to mention such conditions. Simply it's too stupid. If you encounter a few enemies of hat, I am afraid that I have a few people who have killed their people. Chapter 341. Responding, Liu Sheng said bluntly, telling Zhao Yuan, don't use the old things called Xiaotangquan Xun. He made Zhao Yuan told the translation passing through the past. If Xiaotangquan Xun, the old things did not recognize, and they also held the same kind of thought, let them gather. Communications Corporation invites them to detect water resources, not to ask them to disaster Chinese. If you can't see the form, directly roll. The faith company does not need such a residue to serve the company. If the small Tengxuan is soft, I will tell them where to work, I will tell where to work. The car is also arranged. If they don't go, then with them, Loyalty will never promise their kind unreasonable requirements. If they have not been working on the third day, the faith will release their default to the side of Tokyo, and when the faith company will take a series of claim activities. In this probe, you must analyze the Chinese experts. If the indicators they have come out or the conclusions have a big problem, the faithful company retains the power of prosecuting them to neglect their duties. This is in Jiangqing, it is in the northeast, not to be a little devil's Tokyo, no matter when it is also the wheel. The slag is arrogant. Zhao Yuanyuan thought that she didn't do his attitude towards these experts from Tokyo. Let's live up to Luo Sheng. Let her unexpectedly, Luo Sheng actually be more than she is doing. It will be a little bit of customer orders. Zhao Yuanyuan felt that if the faith company really needs to conduct the demonstration of experts from the other side of Tokyo, this Luo Sheng can directly put the small devils from Tokyo to Jiangqing. It is precisely because of working attitude and the above aspect. In terms of aside, loyalty company is a lot of experts from China, and many experts come to the Japanese. Even let Chinese experts feel a kind of eyebrow feeling of. Under normal circumstances, if there is a foreign expert and Chinese experts work together, it is a company to hold foreign experts to the sky, as if they are the angels of the heavens, and treat Chinese experts. They will not do this. It is as if China's experts do everything should be. This time, the Chinese people took care of them. As for those Japanese, they can only work hard, and there is no complaint. Chinese experts, the wages in Beijing are not high, and the treatment is better than Japanese experts. The Japanese experts to survey the water resources is the money on the 3 wells. The salary is high, and Luo Sheng feels ignorant. These experts from China Jingqing, the salary of each month is more than 50 yuan, and the experts from the day come over, each of the pays per day has exceeded 100 yuan per day. This gap is big. Simply let Luo Sheng get a very extreme. The reason why developed countries is developed, and the economy is developing quickly, that is because they give full recognition of high-tech experts, giving them economic and spiritual rewards. China has been turbulent in these years, and has been closed, and it has always thought that labor is the most glorious. The more physical people, the more money, the more people should be. Those professors are old and learn, and the day is in the office. The money they earn should be earned than their money. Although the money from the Japanese experts is out of the 3 wells, the hearts of Luo Sheng are also dissatisfied. But, in terms of this matter, Luo Sheng can't say that there is a high level of living in Sanjing Yadon. After all, the level of living in Tokyo is high, the wages are also high, and the welfare treatment of Xiaotang Chuanxang is naturally no way. Luo Sheng called Zhao Yuanyuan, this time China to Communications Company for water quality investigation. Everyone's daily subsidy $100, and the other words they completed. The loyalty company is again give them a big red envelope for each 1,000 yuan. This money from the account of Sheng Sanjing Company, directly tell the accounting, good. These expenditures are the wages and bonuses of the expert group, this thing. If you don't have to ask Wang Purong. In addition, the experts of this water quality survey have finished this task. Give these experts a week's paid rest time. The company sent a car. Please turn around Jiangqing. Let them give their families with some native products from Jiangqing, as a loyalty company to their identity. After Luo Sheng, he stepped forward. The native product, according to the standard of 50 yuan per person, too many words. They can't get it. This news is not better than they say, everything after they got the task. I will say that this thing is to give you the whole right. Zhao Yuanyuan slowly put down the phone, and there was a clear taste in his heart. She felt that this believed this. The experts on the 4 Jiangqing are too good. Under normal circumstances, these experts have a normal salary every day in Beijing, and they are going to be a bad time, and the unit will give them some subsidies. Mao Xingo said in the side of Yingtan Sanzui, this time, it is much better than he is expected to earn it. In such a case, How can this believer can give them a salary money of 100 yuan a day, but also give each of the red envelopes for each person 1,000 yuan? How big is a number? You must know that the average wage here in Jiangqing has more than 30 yuan, that is, Liu Sheng gives them the red envelope money of these 4 experts, which is equivalent to many people working hard in the job more than 3 years. Time. Moreover, do more than 3 years, it is not seen to accumulate 1,000 yuan. This letter, this is the rhythm of crazy. Although Zhao Yuanyuan felt that Liu Sheng gave Mao Xingguo's hospitality, Zhao Yuanyuan did not say anything, but in accordance with Liu Sheng, I have called my mother Linxia to call. She told her mother Linxia, Liu Sheng, this time I want to give people wages and bonuses from this side of Jiangqing. When Zhao Yuanyuan chatted with mother Linxia, I asked the question in my heart. She felt that many things she needed to teach her mother, so that the fastest speed will grow up. Linxia average rural women, she is a woman who has seen the big face, but because there is no return to the country, she has a diploma of the accounting school, or if she is, Linxia will not become the accounting of bamboo board. Zhao Yuanyuan, as long as there is something that does not understand, it will generally ask your mother, Yuanyuan, let's do things you can't understand. But, after a period of time, you will find that the things you do, I will give you an example. You should know, but you are not in Jiangqing when you get married. I estimate that you should also be able to hear, believe in the wedding exercises for him. The flower outdoors nearly 4,000 yuan. These have not been counted on the truck to Kinbogo and find video and photographed. What do you think? You don't have to answer me, I will answer me again. Question. After Linxia said, he would no longer speak, but quietly waiting for Zhao Yuanyuan's answer. Zhao Yuanyuan thought half a day, nor did it like to understand why Xinj gave Kinbogo. The wedding is why. Kinbogo is not relative of the brother, nothing more than a batch of peasants who follow Liu Sheng. What is the advantage of Kinbaolu? That is, a lot of mid-level cadres like Kinbogo believe there is no need to make so big investment. Chapter 342 really did not expect time flies. Mao Xingguo 4 experts, that is, for 10 days, have completed the quality of Yingtan Sanzui mountain mineral water quality. For this and Japanese experts cooperate with experts, Mao Xing country does not have any contradictory emotions, but in turn, the experts in the Japanese side have conducted in-depth exchanges. After all, science is not borders, and communication is very important. Although the methods of Chinese and Japanese tests are similar, but the instrument is good. But the instrument without the Japanese side is good. Mao Xingguo learning water resources insist on learning in West Germany. These technologies are relatively early, and there is no advanced technology and advanced instruments at this time of Xiaotangqi. Mao Xingguo feels mutual studying, and there will be some help for the 3 people under his hand. Now the reform is open. They can't close the door. To contact the advanced instrument, know the principles of advanced instruments, and in the future, if the geological exploration has funded, they can also apply for the purchase of the instrument about this. Although the instrument is somewhat, several experts in China are obviously better than Japanese staff, and Mao Xingguo has a few people to do things particularly serious. Coupled with them because of the sake of their concern, doing things very hard, the program, they were released 2 days later than the schedule. Mao Xingguo has formed 2 report documents of the mineral water resources, one left to the loyalty company, another report, they have to give the province. After all, they belong to the Black Province. Government invites them to come over. Jiangqing water resources are surveyed. After paying the 2 reports, their tasks are successful. As for the data given by those experts in Japan, Mao Xingguo is not too concerned. After all, it is mature. No, there will be too big deviation. If there are some ways to say, there will be no more influence in terms of small details. Liu Sheng did not expect that Mao Xingguo did 4 people played such a detailed report in such a short period of time. He was very happy after he heard the report of Zhao Yuanyuan. After happy, Liu Sheng told Zhao Yuanyuan. He and Wang Bo invited 4 experts to eat a meal. Express my gratitude to them. Time. Stay in the afternoon of Sunday. Mao Xingguo's person was mailed to the government there, and he gave Zhao Yuanyuan. He was ready to check out to go back to Beijing. What makes Mao Xingguo accidentally, Zhao Yuanyuan, who has been responsible for their reception, actually tells them a few people, saying that the Faith Company said, this time they have worked hard, give them a week of Jiangqing tour. In terms of all spending, all the loyalty is responsible. During this period, the Faith Company will report to the provincial government, say that they have been in the water survey work, do not need them to worry. Play is, Sunday, the old faith of the Faith Company will also open a happy banquet. After waiting for the Zhao Yuanyuan, who received several people, and several people saw each other, and they were happy. They did not expect that in a remote area like Jiangqing, there would be such a good treatment. When they came out, there was no task inside, and they were traveling here for a week. I have changed for a week, and Mao Xingguo has gathered together, preparing to participate in the delivery dinner arranged by the Faith Company on Sunday afternoon. Is this a trip to Jiangqing still very nice? I thought that several of our old brothers got a ghost where the bird didn't pull. I have been sinned. I didn't expect it. It was a few of us. Blessing. Eat in the play. I am quite satisfied. I will have such a task again in the future. I will definitely sign up. Mao Xingguo said very emotionally. He really didn't think of it. Original once most people are not optimistic, think that the things to be sin, actually achieved such a look, simply putting him bad. Yeah, every day, 4 dishes, sudden has a fish with meat. Nima. When I arrived here, I almost didn't dine me. Shen Shihai smiled and said with his belly. Shen Shihai is the largest and theorented one of these experts. It is also one of the most eaten. Don't look at it as an expert. On the other side of Beijing, he has not enough to eat. After all, a family in the family, a total so many food tickets. After the Jiangqing, he is open to the belly. Eat, 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 every day. Feel that he feels that he doesn't change it to the fairy. But when I went to the small place here in Jiangqing, I thought it was a sin of the crime. I didn't expect it that it was the best hotel in Jiangqing, but also a special car. This is a special car. Treatment. My life is still in the first time. Liu was listened to the good thing to eat and eaten in Shenzhou. He immediately added it. Comfortable. And comfortable. Liu liberation and Shen fourth Xiao is almost the same, but he is not like Shen Shihai, and there is a flavor of a literary thing. Before the Jiangqing came, Liu was in such a lot of concerns. He felt that the birds who were loyal to the company came to sleep, and they will be greatly restricted, and they will have never to him. People who like East Bensi, if there is no means of transportation, there is no good room when the stay. When he should be trouble. This time, the Yingtan 3 mountain is a sample of the sample. The Faith Company actually gave us a bonus of each of us. The bonus of 1,000 yuan. I haven't seen this for half a lot of lives. This is too big. If the hometown is in Beijing, I have the idea that I stayed in Jiangqing. This condition, this treatment is more than 10 times better than our unit. This time I came to Jiangqing. The daughter-in-law deliberately gave me a food ticket for the Black Provo for me. I am afraid that I can't eat it here. I didn't expect it that I didn't have to eat. There is such a food. I have such a food. It's hard to believe that. Don't say that it is the organ of the Blackened province. That is, the central government department. Now there is no such treatment. Shen Shihai saw a few people were very satisfied with the journey of Jiangqing. And he said out of his mind. Shen Shihai really sprouts a kind of intention to stay in Jiangqing, but he always feels not reliable. He is engaged in research. Wherever you don't say it is a stinky old 9, there is nothing to do. This place is nothing to want him, let alone him. It is the top of the tail, and the wife is another child. Although the life of the city is bitter, but the end is a nest that can cover the rain. In this side, all things will start from the beginning. Shen Shihai feels that his age has been more than 40. There is no courage to run to this side. Old sink. I want to say that you want to stay here. Staying is good. How high this is high. I have listened to the little girl responsible for reception. If there is this expert, faithful companies will hire high salary, and the treatment is very beautiful. If we stay in Jiangqing, we have a benefit branch, all things, and our housing. The child is going to school, and the work of the wife will be give a resolution, wage and bonuses and other benefits, but it is much higher than that of the capital. Luo was listening to the chanting of the four seas. He guessed that there was a thought of Inshansi high. Otherwise, if you don't say a few fart guys, I will not say that one. Due to the words Luo Liberimid, this person likes to walk around, especially in Hongli Township. The scenery here is very good. Local residents are simple to have an extreme leisure time. Luo Liberation and the villagers here talked some things. He learned that some other people didn't understand. Hongli Township is also good for Jiangqing, and there are still a distance from other cities. It is based on agriculture, which is what we are talking about eating. In the past few years, the folks of Hongli Township lived very painful. The whole country, not to mention more than half of the people who don't eat, at least more than a third of people do not eat. I don't have enough, I can't wear clothes, and I am in the end of the year, and I have not been like a different year. Many people want to eat dumplings in the new year. There is no dumplings. There is a good relationship between the neighbors, and some people can send some dumplings. If the neighborhood is different, the family is less labor, and the New Year's dumplings fishing you can't eat. Since the loyalty company came to this, the villagers gave this one brought hope. As long as one mentioned the faith company, there is no other thumbs up. Loyalty company gave Hongli Township to the rich. That is, how much more scenes, Hongli Township has been able to eat full, as long as it can be said according to the faith company, as long as you work hard work. There is no problem with eating enough. Hongli Township now has a special farm. A dozen chicks and ducklings are free to provide free of charge, as long as farmers are cultivated. This kind of culture is not too much technology, as long as these seedling collar is fed home. These chicken duck don't need too much food. Basically put these chicken duck goose, you can. Faithful after these chicken duck is developed, the company is used to acquire if the money is higher than the market price. No matter what, the farmers can do this. Hongli Township has some big meadow, which is the kind of wetlands, water and herbs, and is very suitable for nursing old sheep. Take it out of the sheep and cows, let the people here start. The animal is basically 3 years. If you come back from the loyalty company, you will become a 4 cow in 3 years. As long as you use your heart to breed, you will come back to a few cows. A few years the time will make the cattle breed. These cattle and sheep are brought. Much more worry than those chicken duck. Nothing more than a morning to take the cattle and go out to put cattle. Let go. And these cattle can also help them cultivate crops. Not only these things, the faith company opened the mountain wild vegetables on the side of Hongli Township, and the mountains are all in the mountains, which is a treasure. Even if it is the child in the village, can earn a lot of money through picking the mountain wild vegetables. In addition, the project of the food processing plant and the fungus planting base has also been implemented in the township. In short, as long as it is not lazy, you can eat full, there is clothes to wear. Because of these things, it is more than this year. Time. The whole Hongli town will move, and the farmers in the township began to feel strong. There is a run. Luo liberates that loyalty is a conscience company, can't help but have money, and can also promote peasants in poor areas. If he went to work from the mineral water plant to loyalty to the company, it was definitely a good thing to do with the party and the people, making money and dedication. Chapter 343, The Brain is Kicked. Luo is liberation. I see that you are standing and talking. You don't want to work from the side of Jiangqing to Jiangqing? If you say that I can go here, I can go to this side. Come, I am allowed to come here, Nima. This place work is too good. Shinsihai turned over and Luo Li, he really didn't listen to this liberation. Why do I talk to me? Do you have a pain? If you don't listen to you, I really don't understand. I am saying that loyalty company has integrity. If it is good, If the salary, what is the real thing to be said to our little girl? I have the idea of this side, there is work. Anyway, I think, this is very good. At least stay in our day. There is a lot of institutions. I always have a feeling if I have been sitting in the organs. People have to abolish. Luo liberation is very speechless for the brain of Shinsei. He thinks. The ancients should silly big sliced. You didn't say it clearly. I thought you were ridiculed. Shinsei smiled and said, and asked some exaggeration, I don't know if you have heard that there is no. I also listened to our driver. Said, loyalty gave them a bonus at the end of last year. You guess. Give them a lot of bonuses. Shinsei has such an advantage, knowing that he is wrong. It will be worse. It will not say that the transfer of topics immediately. It seems that it has made a big move, and the topic has earned the topic to the bonus. How many bonuses have a relationship with you? If you send a bonus, can you still have thousands of money? Dong Yang was obliquely and overwhelming, showing a very disdainful eyes. Dong Kai's idea is quite speechless for the two people in Shinsei and Luo Li. What is the quality of work in Beijing? They are national-level experts in the organs. They also belong to the kind of super cow. Actually, it is said that the head of these two goods is estimated that the brain of these goods is estimated to be folded by the door frame. Otherwise, it is not possible to say that the leadership of Mao Xingo said to come here. Working things. The most important reason is that Dongpei is very eye-catching with the collective company of loyalty company. It is nothing more than a village who can get a big climate. It is really a big company, nor is a company that belongs to rural collective. Thousands of dollars. I said to be, is hundreds of thousands of yuan. The big unity of 10 yuan is like a wall of the wall. You can know, our country has just reformed and opening up. 10,000 yuan are very rare in our capital, but in the loyalty company, the year-end award and salary, the highest. According to the employee of the loyalty company in this way, the high-level management personnel and technical personnel have the highest prize, the leaders above the high level, and the bonuses have reached more than 3,000. Shinsei saw Dong Yang to show that expression. There is no other person to guess. I said that the news he got swearing directly. 10,000 yuan, your kid is not a brain being kicked? We haven't heard of the department in Beijing, which department can send hundreds of thousands of yuan in one time. I see. You are being cheated. I also asked several chess friends here. They also told me some things about loyalty. Dong purely looked at the exaggerated expression of Shinsei, and the color was heavier. To say a single bonus, a few thousand yuan, he can believe, but if you say a bonus of hundreds of thousands of bonuses, it is really pulling. The loyalty company is a company that looks like this. During this time, Dong Yang was also hit by some chess friends. This faith company is nothing more than a group of villages. In 8 seconds, this loyal company has such a dozen people, and more than a dozen people are farmers who fight fish in the river. Later, I didn't know how this faith company did, and I went behind. I did a loyal to the supermarket chain. Saying is a large chain supermarket, in Donkey's eyes, nothing more than a diet store. Saying to the big mile, is a little small shopping mall with a little scale, and the large department store on the side of Jingqing. That is not A grade. It is nothing more than selling cheap, and the people have won their place to buy things. It is such a company. Shinsei actually said at the end of the year, the faith company has sent a bonus for all employees to hundreds of thousands of yuan. That is it just a dramatic. However, Dong is unclear. Those who have nothing to do in the sky are chess. They will not say how to make money. How is it? They use a way to devalue the faith company. Go to the loyalty company to go to work to find an excuse. Is it lie? What do people do? Do you know this? You don't know? Then a small money to drive. I used to be a veteran. Now in Jiangqing, there is already stable. Smoking is China smoke. Drinking wine is a good wine such as Yu Liang I, Motai. Last time I saw that others were good, I would like to introduce him with my hometown of the village. I am sorry, I am embarrassed. Please go to the meal of the loyalty fish. You don't know. I just saw that my old village is holding a sentence. Now I am taking testing in the help of the faith. The old villager directly let me help him. Give him the old girl's object, and directly look directly the money I want to introduce it. I heard from the old village head, now Jiangqing, this side, as long as he heard that the faith company recruits, the worker of the state business company, even the state-owned work, all grabbed the company. The nephew of the old villager was a general construction worker in the faith. Last year, he did 4 months in the faith, and the prize money reached 500 yuan. They were waiting for the construction site of the faith company. I was in the past, when I got my diligent award. I was able to get the diligent award. At this time, I was really anxious at this time. This Dong Pure is what I heard. When Qian Hao is a young man who has sold soldiers, he will take care of the old villager he cares at him. I will lying. Mao Xingo looked at several colleagues who quarrel. He shook his head slightly. He thought in his heart, they have been staying in the unit, in addition to some technical things such as water resources. There are still some people in the world. It's said that Dong Yang is a very smart middle-aged person. After entering the Geological Exploration Bureau, it is one of the best talents. However, in terms of human love, it is a big piece. Although the 2-seasoned Luo liberation is so much better than Dong Kai, it is also strong. They have said for a long time, nothing more than this faith company, discussing that there is no such money in the faith company. Actually, this problem is very simple. They have been working here for a few days. The faith company gave them 1,000 yuan of bonuses. They lived, and people who had a horse chewing. From many ways, they should be able to see, this faith company is not simple. It is quite rich. According to the little girl who is responsible for reception, these bonuses are just part of them, and they also have a payroll subsidy for their loyalty company, which will give them a day before they walk. Although there is not much money that the female doll does not tell him, but he can feel from the expression on the face of Zhao Yuan, and the fair to give them a high salary this time. This thing, it has not been implemented in place, and he did not tell this thing 3 people, he felt that the rooster had eggs. And I saw it again. It's itself as salary on the side of the Beijing Geological Exploration Bureau. This time it is the government request of the Black Province. They come here. There is also a large amount of food and travel expenses. Even if it is a loyalty company, it is not given to the payment money, and they have earned this business trip. The company here, in the past few days of arranging their play, not only gave their reimbursement, but also prepared a lot of gifts. Jiangqing, the black fungus, dried yellow flour, and some 070 items, and the total amount of lin, I am afraid it can reach 50 yuan. This can be said to be a very large hand pen, even if Mao Xing country gives a lot of large state-owned enterprise testing or water resources and other things for more than 10 years. He has never seen such a pen. All this, when I got a dinner, I naturally be announced. Thinking of this, Mao Xingo smiled and smiled. What is the meaning of these? These companies are a company. From the red envelope given to each of the thousands of yuan, this company is not bad money. For a while, the leadership of the faith company should arrange us to eat. What do you want to ask? You asked if you asked. I really want to stay in the side of the loyalty company. I don't stop this. Our geological survey is the same. There is too much difference in the treatment of this. Or if I am old, I have the idea of staying here. If you find the chapter content error, please report. We will fix it. For more exciting content, please pay attention. Big new domain name http. Chapter 344, One Face for the Fidel Dinner prepared by Mao Xingo. He was set up by Luo Sheng in the second floor of Jiangqing's best Songhua River Hotel. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Yuan led the Mao Xingo, and quickly came to the Songhua River Hotel. After entering the room, Zhao Yuan took a smile and introduced the leaders of the loyalty company of the feast to Mao Xingo. Just introduced Luo Sheng's identity. Shen Shihai is like a fire, but If you don't know that Shen Zihai is an expert in geological exploration, you will think that you want to jump up. Are you a general person in charge? How is this possible? Shen Zihai stupidly looked at Liu Sheng sitting next to Wang Bo, and his eyes almost didn't look down on the ground. The kind of unconsciously lost. He did not even feeling that the whole person is stupid. More than 8 years of Shandong Dadang, then slap in the ground. And the eyes moved at Liu Sheng and looked at Liu Sheng. Not only is a Shenzhou see, it is to see the leadership of the brightened leadership, and after listening to Zhao Yuan, it is also a half day to return to God. When Wang Bo gave them a feast, Maoxing country had a hero who had a young man. He felt that Wang Bo, general manager of communications, is too young in their eyes, asking them to surveying the company. The company is a large company, the highest leader should also be a big leader, even if the age of the leader has not reached more than 40, they can accept it. However, how much time is this just over? The actual power of the loyalty company, actually is a teenage child. This thing does not accept them. Seeing the eyes of everyone, Liu Sheng smiled slightly, he slowly stood up and laughed. Several experts, you are good. I am Liu Sheng. Who is Faith Company? I am grateful to the Faith Company. Outstanding contribution. Here, our loyalty company is slightly thinner. I hope you can eat well. I know if I will shoot it. Just use this Liu Sheng's language that is not humble. Maoxinga believes in most, but there is still a lot of doubts and intakes in his heart. What he doubt is that Liu Sheng is not a child inside the province. It is no despite, such a teenage child, most is in the middle. How can you have such a large company? Although the reform is open, almost all state-owned enterprises or the masters of the enterprises are middle-aged people over 40 years old. The greater the size of the company, the greater the age of controller. In China, there is an old saying, called someone old, and the horse is old. The bigger the number of years, the more things you can experience. The more you can control a large business. Children like Liu Sheng, now how much is it now? Can it be from a small student's era to make such a large company? Seeing that Maoxingo is full of confusion, the body is somewhat stiff and slow, Liu Sheng immediately understands. It seems that the experts from these geological exploration bores have not changed. Liu Sheng said with a smile, Zhao Yuan, go out to tell the waiter to take the dishes. And then sent several experts in Jiangqing's salary subsidies. His hearts understand that as long as they have sent their salary of their 4 experts, they can recover their ages for a while, and I am afraid I will put it on the salary. After Liu Sheng saw the report, he did not hit the 3-day, and he still had some questions to ask Maoxingo. Water resources survey this thing. He is not very understanding. He wants to ask these experts some of his concerns, and the environmental issues are enriched during mining, and the problem of water quality testing will be exploited. Although the business of mineral water is very simple, Liu Sheng has its own ideas and principles, or not, do it. ZX is in the future, it is necessary to make a world-famous brand, absolutely can't damage the reputation of ZX because some fly is small. The test problem after mineral water is a very critical issue, and in this respect, Liu Sheng does not want to let the Sanjing to find experts from Tokyo. There is a lot of money to hire an expert in Tokyo. There is a money. It is absolutely better to ask one of several experts from this to the survey. It is also based on the payroll treatment of experts from Tokyo and the contrast of China's pay. The subsidy, but also give them normal salary money every day. In the case of these 4 experts, Liu Sheng also listened to Qian Hao. Liu Sheng felt that he left a person or 2 people working for faith, or there should be some hope. After all, like Shen Zihai, Liu is liberated. These 2 family conditions are not very good, and they are not waiting for the Geological Exploration Bureau, not just promotion. No hope, it is very difficult. Liu Sheng felt that in the middle of them, I was probably able to stay in Jiangqing here to help him engage in mineral water quality inspection. It is these 4 experts who have not stayed. He can also please the 4 experts in Beijing. helping him find this expert to help him from the side of Jiangqing. Salary subsidy? Shenshi Hai, Luo liberation, Dongpu. 3 people suddenly been a face. What? Still have money for salary? What is the 1,000 yuan from the previous one? These 3 people foggy water. When 3 people feel that the head is not enough, Mao Xing also said, this time I came to Jiangqing, I received the enthusiasm of the loyalty company, and several people have already felt satisfied. As for salary in terms of subsidies, I will see even if I don't have to be so good. If I accept salary and subsidies, we haven't gone. Mao Xingo said 4 princes, it is straightforward. Several people feel very satisfied with the faith company, which means that drinking is quite awesome, and the salary subsidies are estimated to have no money, they didn't make so much work, this money gives them. They will not go in their hearts, don't give them. They will not have any complaints. In this respect, if it is not an old frozen strip, it will not experience a medium taste. Chapter 345. Eyes fall. Luo Sheng looked at Mao Xingen, the smile on his face was more strong, his mouth did not consciously licking a month-like radiance. Laughing, Mao expert, you said this. You are experts in water resources. And give your task to your tasks in advance. The money and subsidy money is what you should get. Your salary has been asked by some channels. Every day is about 5. Then, faithful this time, I will give you a salary according to the 5 corners of the day. Luo Sheng is clear, many times, starting working, must be held in accordance with routine things. Salary is salary, absolutely can't mix with other things. All the wages of all employees of the faith company are not high, and the wages of ordinary workers are between the 2 corners of the year to 1 yuan in 1 yuan. Basically no normal salary of this country. But the faith company has something such as subsidies to employees. Daddy is here. If the wages of the faith company are too high, there is no way to explain this. 1 yuan 5 angles every day? Exclamation mark. Mao Xingo is very unexpectedly looking at Luo Sheng. There is a confusion in the eyes. Why will he think of it? A 5 corner of money daily salary. Luo Sheng actually says so solemnly. Zhao Yuan said to him before, the faith company will give them a certain salary subsidy for these experts. He always thinks that the faith company gives them 1,000 red envelopes for each person, and the hand is already big enough. They should not to be such money. After all, they came here, it is a business trip to them in the normal executive bureau. It is not a little less than they have a penny, and there is a lot of business trips. They should not take the salary of loyalty company subsidy. Mao Xingo listened to Luo Sheng to give them a salary of 1 yuan 5 corner. When he suddenly made a breath, he did not wait for Luo Sheng to say it later, he smiled and smiled. Since the loyalty company gives us a few old friends' wages, then we are not congratulations. The Mao Xingo is directly fixed, because he thinks that this normal double salary is accepting this normal double salary. And there is no problem. It is like a big red envelope for several people before the faith. This kind of thing to give a group to collectively do things, generally not some objection to this matter. After all, several people surveyed the water resources. Enterprises thank you a few people, giving them a few people a red envelope. It is also a very normal thing, nothing more than a red envelope. They only completed the task normally, and they did not sell the interests of the country. Then these were normal. 1 yuan 5 angle money has a lot of wages, when he is in units, plus the money and subsidies such as bonuses and allowances, nothing more than 70 yuan, every day, it is around the 2 yuan in 5 corners, they have already got it. The loyalty company is so red envelope. If you want to have a high salary, then it is a little fire. At the time of Luo Sheng and the Gong Xing national guests, I showed a faint loss on the face of the 2 people and Luo Li. In the past, I really had the idea of being in Jiangqing Communications Go, limited in the heart of Jiangqing. However, one listened, the company's opening of the company actually gave them 5 corner, that is some hot and impulsive heart. It seems that it is a scoop of cold water. I thought in the heart of Shenzhou Sea. Although he earned every day in Beijing, Although he made $1 of 5 corners, it was counted on $1 of subsidies, and the 7 or 8th. How can it reach more than 60 yuan? Plus the unit has some benefits, and it is more than the number of money than other work. It seems that this faith company really doesn't expect to be as good as it is, or if there is no such salary. If he earned such a salary, he really can't raise his family in Jiangqing. Although I didn't say something in the mouth, he didn't say that Zhao Yuanyuan came to the situation here. He didn't think that Zhao Yuanyuan said that the sky was chartered, but the salary of giving them is $1, 5 corners every day. This amount of money is really too big to think with his heart. The red envelope got to them is a red envelope, and the salary should never be mixed. The salary is to decide whether they stay in Jiangqing's most important thing. If you give them a 5 corner of money every day, they lose their work on the side of the capital. When you come to the cold area, what is the development of mineral water? Then they are really brainly. Dong Yizi listened to Liu Sheng. This time to give them a few people is a 5 corner of money every day. He suddenly fleshed a dance. Before he said that loyalty is nothing more than a small business. There is no money at all. He thinks that 2 people and books are left in such a place where birds are not pulling, and they are really meaningless. 2 people have some don't believe it. Now in front of them, a person's daily salary is a 5 corner of money. Even if they give them money than they have given them in Beijing, they have low. He looked up at his chest, and he looked at 2 people immediately. The eyes were like a half point. The eyes are conveyed out. You have 2 people, or what I said is right, 2 of you boasting this. I still want to stay here. It is simply 2 silly caps. Shen Sihai and Liu Lib 2 people looked at the hair of the laughter, and looked at their Dong Chun who looked at them again. 2 people's faces were shite. How did their 2 people don't understand? The faith company gave them a feast when they arrived, and they gave them a feast, every table, and tobacco and alcohol dozens of dollars. So small. At this time, Zhao Yuanyuan took the table and pushed each of them to a big sauce bag. What is this? Exclamation mark. Not only is Shen Shihai, Liu liberation, just despising the Dong Yang of the 2 people, they have been blind. Plus Mao Xingo, 4 people are directly dropped. Directly. They actually saw that Zhao Yuanyuan pushed them the wage salary bag, actually a thick big stack. I don't have to ask how much money. They look at the naked eye. I can see that the amount of money is absolutely more than $1,000. At this time, there is a big unity. There is no number of money. The finger's thickness is 1,000 yuan. Zhao Yuanyuan pushes them to their salary bag. The thickness is obviously higher than the finger head, and the width is just it is the width of the big unity of 10 yuan. That is, these money should be more than 1,000. Chapter 346. Buying people. Mao Xingo has a half-minute, and then slowly collect the kind of shock and horrify the heart. He suddenly broke his heart, and his eyes stared at Liu Sheng and asked slowly, what is this? You don't say that you will give us some salary? If it is a salary money of dozens of dollars, they will take it, but the wage is given to their wages, at least 1,000 yuan, this money, they can't accept it anymore. Go to Jiangqing, the public, eat if they don't have to spend money, and even if the food tickets don't spend, when the work is completed, I will give them a red envelope they have never imagined. If you take this money, it's really timid. If this is passed to the ear of other people in the unit, how many people have someone else to say when they come? They went to Jiangqing to work normally, and people gave them so much money unless they did something that had damaged national interests. Mao experts, you are somewhat wrong. Salary is salary. Don't have subsidized and allowance money. We are faithful to this. There is a policy. Salary is salary. Subsidies and allowances are subsidies allowance. Although it is put together, we only manage these together. Liu Sheng said that he said, his words turned, and he asked some humans, Mao expert, this time you have completed the tasks of the party and the state to give your tasks. These are all of you. You must not be clear. From the Japanese expert from this, they a day the salary is to reach 150 yuan of money, give you this treatment, it is really normal, you don't want to resign. If you really don't want this money, then I will consider it. Is it that you feel better than those of the small devils? Seeing Mao Xingo and a few people or a stranger expression, Liu Sheng continued to laugh. You now quickly collect this money. I still have a few questions here I want to teach you a few. If you don't bring this money, then I don't want to let the company will mention the question. Liu Sheng has seen the evaluation books they gave in Moxing country, and the evaluation book is written in this. Communications company approves the liquid mineral mining rights of Jiangqing mineral water, with the agreement of the relevant departments. Specially entrusted our team to conduct the evaluation of mineral water resources, and asked to provide a resource reserves reported as a data for applying mining licenses. The mineral water selected by the loyalty company is about 60 kilometers from the southwest direction of Jiangqing Hongli Township, the west side of Natural Lake in Yingtan 3, which is jurisdiction in Hongli Towns. The geographic coordinates of the mining area is east, north latitude, according to 1962 to 1984. The meteorological records were 1,832.1 mm 1980, minimum 1,063.1 mm 1979. The area of the northeast plain is not many mountain terrain. The surrounding mountain peaks are around 500 meters. The peaks remain certain relative to flat wave fluctuations. The hillside is steep, and the river valley is morph-shaped or the valley. The valley is more than 200 rice, the residual terrain of the eastern side of the eastern part of the northeast, and the mineral water production is a small mountain to erode valley. After analyzing many sampling of our geological research team, the spring water produced by Yingtan Sandow Mountain is preliminary, and the use of mineral water is used for drinking and medical care. Liu Sheng felt that some things in this report he did not understand, that the ingredients of minerals and some important things, they did not reflect in this report. Just said that the water quality of this mineral water is very good, reached care standards and medical standards for drinking spring water. This time, Mao Xingo called it to eat. Liu Sheng also wanted to ask these things as a chance. It is this time to reach such a standard, or that mineral forms contained in mineral water are forgotten to loyalty. In the future, if the communications company has developed the mineral water resources, then, in terms of quality, it is necessary to determine these mineral water is qualified product. Mao Xingo. Several of them are members of the Geological Exploration Bureau there. If they can stay a person to help him, responsible for the inspection of mineral water production and product qualified inspection, then he will save a lot thing. When he said in Japan and Sanjingyazi, the 3 wells were mentioned. If they need to produce mineral water, there must be special people to be responsible for the professional inspection of mineral water quality. Only in this way can we guarantee the quality of the mineral water they produced. Mineral water is different from other things. Mineral water is something directly drinking. If there is a problem, it is a big problem. The human body problem is on the one hand, and on the other hand, it will definitely affect the honorary problem of loyalty 3 wells, when they can't lose due to small loss. If the Japanese experts are like that, Liu Sheng didn't want to say too much. However, this time the name of Xiao Tangchuan is really disappointing Liu Sheng. Ask the experts from Tokyo to this side, it is to survey the water resources for their mineral water plants, rather than letting them go to Jiangqing here to disaster. Chinese little girls want to find a woman. Let these Japanese ghosts go to their own motherland, and Jiangqing does not need such shameless experts. These guys, one by one of the salary of China experts, the technical level is nothing more than the Malaysia tiger, which can be thought of through the information passed by Qian Hao and Zhao Yuan. The work of people in Japan is generally stricter than the Chinese work, and there will be some situations that have been late, and this has always been a matter of Japanese companies asking for all employees. If the employee does not reach this standard, then, I'm sorry, our company doesn't need your employees. And these old guys from the sides of Tokyo, these old guys are both old, or Zhao Yuan scared them once, they will be more unscrupulous. In such a case, These Japanese experts still put out a I am a grandfather's attitude, as if I have left their earth. I can't run a general. Under normal circumstances, China's Moxing National College has several experts under his hand. When you don't have 8 o'clock in the morning, you will go to Yingtan Sanzui Mountain to test the test of water resources, and these Japan experts are every day. After 9 o'clock, I swayed that my stomach came out from the hotel. As for returning, these little devils are more like, no matter if there is anything, no matter how the test results, they return to Jiangqing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there is no way to take this water resources to probably. For such an expert, Liu Sheng's half-eaten beads can't see. Even if the 3 wells, the Sichuan is strongly required to stay an expert in this mineral water plant, to be responsible for this mineral water quality. Liu Sheng they have decided to resolutely refuse. To his mother's Japanese ghost, Faith Company does not need. In the future, the scientists of the credit company scientific research base will earn the money of these developed countries in the United States. At that time, they have to speak Chinese experts. Thanks to all the book friends. Support me. Thank you for the planning blueprints. Law Wing Chun. Smile Laughing Bookworm. 2017120610055963. East Right West. Old Iron Brother. Hyde 177, Brave, Zhu Shengzhu, Fruit 83, Greedy Summer, Foreign Countries and Other Book Friends. Thank you, thank you. You don't talk quietly, and you know the sky and know the sky. You will report it. Look at the 18th, go Hong wrong, damn, a lot the book is not allowed to understand. Forget me, pure, people in the sky, all busy, Heartlock, Holy Mage, in the sea level, Pxi 950417, Mood, Flying, Victor, Gao Vinegar, 08072012, Open Heart Mixed Days, XJX 995/1, Juji, Xjia 2 Young University 666. I am the recommended ticket support for my book friends. Thank you for never departure. A few faithful book friends. Diego worshipped everyone. I wish you all the best, good health. Chapter 347 reached a cooperation framework after the conclusions given by the loyalty company. Liu Sheng asked the specific matters of the assessment, and then went to the 3 wells. Yazi Auntie, hello, I am of faith. This Chinese evaluation report of the mineral water resources of Yingtan Sandao Mountain is coming. It is a high-quality mineral water with high-quality drinking and medical use. Although the Japanese experts at this time I haven't given the final conclusion, but the quality mineral water has become a fact. I am here. At last year, I have a good job in developing this mineral water resources in the province last year. That is, if you have no for those opinions, we have to start working on all aspects of the exploitation in the last period of time. Liu Sheng said with a smile. For the mineral water resources of the mining Yingtan Sandao, Liu Sheng considers countless side, and finally chooses the mining of mineral water resources. At this time, I opened it out of mineral water, sold directly to Japan, waiting for a few years. The Chinese began to recognize the spring water, and they can't export it. At this time, in Yingtan 3, there is no value. There is no value. So if it is established in Hongli Township, a large mineral water plus factory is established, and the future development of Hongli Township it will also enable considerable help. The lives of ordinary people there are too bitter. And Raois Liu Sheng gave many policies and guidelines in Hongli Township. There is also a considerable part of people living under the temperature. When he was recovered at some of the cultured animals in Hongli Township at the end of 803, a part of the materials of Hongli Township government was given in Hongli Township. These people really have a good day, and they need them to work hard. Once the large mineral water plant is built, the mineral water bottle factory, the cap factory and the trademark plant will settle to Hongli Township. Except for dozens of workers who are recruiting the mineral water plant, there will be hundreds of employment positions. Wait there. At the beginning of this mineral water plant, Liu Sheng decided to use the most advanced mining technology in the world, Carry out non-polluting environmental mining. In the process of mining, do not destroy water resources as much as possible. Among the process of production of this mineral water, supporting mineral water bottle factories, cap plants, and trademark printing plants, Luo Sheng decided to complete it together in Hongli Township. At this time, China's mineral water market is almost blank, but in the future, China's annual sales volume will have a lot of sales, and Luo Sheng is clear. Establishing the mineral water bottle factories and cap plants and trademark printing plants in Hongli Township, after the income of these things, you can support a lot of people. As long as there is a manufacturer of mineral water, it will require mineral water bottles and bottle caps and trademarks. Not every mineral water manufacturer can have a full set of supporting products. This is not a hurry. Wait for our Japanese experts to finally operate this matter later. It is not anxious. Sanjing Yediazi raised this thing for Luo Sheng, and did not very much. In the three wells in their heart, China's experts are not enough, and the data taken cannot explain, and must wait for the Japanese experts to take this data in the last result. If it is really like Luo Sheng, the data is super good, then this mineral water is absolutely able to do well. Tokyo is also good. The whole Japan is also. It is quite large for the demand for mineral water. In terms of Sanjing real estate, the channels in high-end diet are quite large. Once these high-quality mineral water enters the circle of the upper society, they sell in the high-end restaurant. Then their profits will be considerable. Yazi auntie, I know what you think in your heart. Not afraid that the data given by Chinese experts is not accurate. On this issue, you should not think so. Chinese experts are still quite high. You can come from Japan experts, even experts in China. Luo Sheng said that he was proud to finish these, and he said, smiled and said, Yadi auntie, you know that I have trickled from Japan students. This time I sent them to these students to give those Japanese experts as translators. According to the news they came back, your experts have identified the quality of mineral water, but the report has not been finally formed. No, bring the final report to Tokyo. According to their statement, the mineral water on the Yingtan Three Mountains is better than the quality of most mineral water on the city of Tokyo, especially the minerality containing minerals. Almost the highest grade level on the city of Tokyo. Luo Sheng did not work hard to work in Jiangqing at this time and said that all things have been in the same place, and the three wells, and as he will mention the quality of the Japanese experts to be responsible for the quality of mineral water. At the time, he said that these experts came here to the three wells, and listened to the three wells. Now that he deliberately degrading experts from Tokyo, it will definitely appear unhuman sound on cooperation. Is it? That's too good. Since loyalty said this, it must be a 100% grasp. I have allowed the village Huixiang to pay attention to what you said. The mineral water resources, the construction of the pipeline and the filling pipeline, we faithfully set the equipment. Now you have no problem there. I immediately let her contact the manufacturer, use the fastest speed to buy the equipment we need to buy hands and transport it to Jiangqing. Sanjing Yadia, for those who cooperate with Luo Sheng, there has been a kind of thunderstorm. She always feels that as long as she cooperates with Luo Sheng, she has no money. Luo Sheng went to Tokyo to go to Tokyo last year. It was not only to buy a large amount of stock, and a large piece of land was purchased in Tokyo. At that time, Sanjing Yazi consulted the stock analyst of the three wells, and they all felt that the stocks purchased by Luo Sheng did not sign, and they were a kind of behavior. However, this Sanjing Yadi did not listen to the analyst in the consortium, but to put the property of Toyota's shares and the property of the three wells to the bank. The loan came out to pay a lot of money, and all the funds follow Luo Sheng's footsteps to purchase stocks and buy land. From Luo Sheng to buy stocks for a year, Sanjing Yadi has a madly happiness. She never thought that her wealth growth actually appeared such a well-spray state. While the stock index of the Tokyo stock market is over, it is almost not too much in stocks that are optimistic about the resources of all people, and people feel that the price is at a low-level stock. basically not much change. Among them, the biggest changes are the stock of communication categories. Tokyo Stock Market, the communication category stock index rose 150%. In addition to the two big giants of the stock tray, there is no too much increase. Most of the communication stocks have reached a few times, even if there is a stock up to 10 times directly. Chapter 348. This time I went to Jiangqing. The expert group of mineral water resources surveys, they were very satisfied with Liu Sheng arranged, can be said to be the guests. At the time of leaving, the two experts from Shanxi and Liu Lib were taken to ask Liu Sheng some problems. These issues are about them if they go to work to the mineral water plant, and the faith will give them what kind of treatment. When Liu Sheng asked two people in Shenzhou and Liu Li, Liu Zong asked the wages, and said that he said in his 2 days of ideas. In Liu Zong's son, whether it is a salary, it is like a variety of welfare treatment. It seems to be sitting in a monkey, and it is directly high, and these experts have heard some silly. After listening to the welfare treatment and wages explained by Liu Sheng, Shensi and Liu Lib two eyes looked at Liu Sheng, as if I saw a bunch of RMB general. Two people really moved this time. They decided to return to Beijing. They will negotiate people from the home to work in Jiangqing. If possible, they will move home to Jiangqing. According to the statement of loyalty, they can even receive their parents, one and receive this. Not only two people are, they have always seen Dong Chunta loyal to the company. He born at this time. I want to discuss the idea that the elders in the home. Dong Ji is a child who is born by the family. In addition to engaging in research, the family is professor, in addition to some of the other books, except for some of the heritage. But the elders in the family are more old, and they have experienced that the memory is still new. They don't want their children to others, and they don't want their children to earn too much money. Dong Chui feels that loyalty is a collective enterprise. It is also contributed to the motherland to work. Especially the company's prospects are very good. At least a lot of work in the Beijing Resources Survey Bureau. This time he decided to go home to explore the wind, and see if he can come down from the Resource Survey Bureau, and work to the company. Dong Yongzhen did not expect that a group of collective companies in Jiangqing, there is such a large energy. It is not to mention next to the Faith Company and foreign capital build a national third largest cement plant in the nationwide Jiangqing. Most companies cannot do it. This is not only a matter of money, and the light is rich, and it is not seen that the project can be made. What's more, Liu Sheng, who is the head of the Faith Company, said that the project construction of this cement factory is only a project that is Faith Company, and their loyalty company builds this cement plant, mainly to use a lot of cement in the future. In other words, the things that the company to do in the future is quite big. Otherwise, there is absolutely will not say that there is a national third largest cement plant, mainly for the first construction building and some roads such as Faith. Dong Yiz's mind is good. The idea is also transparent. After that, after the key to the key, he moved to the thought of the work of the Faith Company. Although the organs in the capital are light and relaxed, but the amount of salary earns is too small. If you go to the loyalty company for 3 years, you can earn it in the organs. Wage. Under the comparison of the hatchback, he feels that you can try it, see if you can convince the family, and you will work with him to the side of the company. Salary is an aspect. After the other aspect, Dong pure marriage, and 2 people with the daughter-in-law, as long as the child is junior high school, although it is very sensible, but it really affects the happy life of his and daughter-in-law. The housing is too small, has always been a pain in Dong Chun's heart. Although Liu Sheng is just simply commit to them, it is directly to the arrangement of their housing from this side of Jiangqing, which may not be too good, and the conditions of other Jiangqing workers are almost 3, which is more than 30 square meters. However, Loyalty Company will launch a residential building project of loyalty this year. If you don't have too big, next winter, the Faith Company will have a considerable part of the people living in the residential building of the Faith. Liu Sheng said, when the start of 8 or 4, there were several major projects of loyalty, and must first solve the buildings of these big projects first. Then, communications will consider employee residential buildings. Among these big projects, there is a research base specializing in scientific research. This base is to prepare for experts scholars nationwide. They are experts in water resources. In the future, there will be a place in this research base, and some things about water resources can be studied here. The research projects that need to be engaged in water resources will be many in the future, mainly engaged in the theory, application foundation and application research in the field of hydrological resources, including water cycle basic theory, simulation technology and water resources evaluation, planning, configuration, saving, scheduling, management, protection and macro-strategic research, as well as major water conservancy engineering consulting, internationally involved, etc. After the construction of scientific research bases, Faith will recruit all types of experts and wages in the country, will reach the highest level in the country. Liu Sheng did not feel the rigorous work of the Japanese people, and did not feel the kind of hard working of the Japanese, and only felt the treatment of experts on Japan and the treatment of Chinese experts. The difference is too big. Tak Teng Shunsung's several people are experts in Tokyo, and their level is relatively, and it is much better than China's experts. It is nothing more than they have some advanced machines. That is, their salary has reached more than Chinese experts. The salary of experts who engaged in research has always been the shortboard in China, which is because the experts of experts and scholars have the sales of China's innovation mechanism, and he is reborn to this era, although it cannot be influenced by scientific and technological progress. However, he can make China's experts and scholars have higher treatment, let them create more advanced things. 20 times salary gap is only one of them. Another aspect is that China is in this era for experts who have developed high-tech capabilities. Most people have only one idea: labor is the most glorious. The worker boss inside the factory is the main force of the national construction. As for those who engage in technology or auxiliary nature, they just serve the worker's boss. There is an idea in this generation, that is, no worker old brother. There is no new China. China really creating wealth at this time is a worker in the factory. Those expert scholars don't create wealth, and they can't give the country to change the earth, because some of the reasons of all. There is a research missile in the late 1980s, and the money earned to make the hand is worse than selling tea. Liu Sheng has money in his hands, but also builds a building of scientific research bases. If you want to bring China's fastest speed into the fast lane, Liu Sheng, this time, he will start from this time, start China the treatment of those real experts, let them play the hardworking and wisdom of the Chinese. Let China pay attention to the treatment of experts and scholars as soon as possible, so that the country's technology has developed more rapidly. Chapter 349 Housing Issue. Dong is very satisfied with Liu Sheng's explanation. After all, Liu Sheng's content is in line with objective practical problems, and everything must have a success, and it should be a matter of priority. Dong Yizi can feel that this ambition of this faith company is very big. Otherwise, this company will never give priority to what technology research and development building. This kind of Dong passive has always felt that only the country will pay attention to this, enterprise only pay attention to interests and politics. There is no interest in research on scientific research, otherwise, the wages of people who are now scientific research will not be so low, and there is always a feeling of scratch fear. The residential buildings of Liu Sheng said, this year should only dig the foundation. After the foundation, it will be officially built next year. Liu Sheng said that in terms of housing conditions, experts and leaders in the middle level, leaders in the faith, priority to people who have made outstanding contributions to faith companies, and the experts who are highly employed by fairness. The area of these homes is basically consistent, all of which are a spacious home with a practical area of about 70 square meters. The residential of the loyalty company and other enterprises have a lot of different places. At this time, the architectural process is simple, and the material is not enough, and most of the family members of the employees of most companies are the second floor. The 5 or 6 layers are the kind bottom floor. This time, Liu Sheng prepared a family room of architecture. Most of them were a new-oriented building in 6 layers, and commercial homes that were popular in the late 1990s were all kinds of cultural buildings, the highest no more than 8 floors. At this time, when the construction industry is watering the concrete component, there is no mechanization, relying on a reinforced or wooden stick to hit concrete, so that the concrete component reaches the reach it is called. At this time, the general building is not engaged, because this time the large construction machine is rare, and the cement steel bars are very expensive. They feel that the cost of making the system is too high. The cost is too big. The most important thing is that the buildings of the building and the prefabricated board buildings are quite fast. Bisident is basically playing the framework, and the prefabricated plate can be placed directly. Concrete is stirred from a variety of materials, and if it is more than a few tons or dozens of tons, it is not uniform for half a day. At this time, the Faith Company is not bad, and more than a variety of advanced machines. The coarse Faith Company is not done at this time. It is necessary to do this era. When the previous time and Wang Bo, Dongzi, and Yang Hua meeting, Liu Sheng also made a decision. Although now their company acquired the National Steel Company couldn't buy, he heard the mayor of Chi City, there you can place an order to the National Steel Company, so that the National Steel Companies produce the items they need. Liu Sheng thought that the building is a tower crane during the later generation, and this time China has such an advanced technology, this kind of thing is only a state-owned business to buy. He will let the steel mill at this time. The main components of the production of tower cranes. He wants to use the shortest time to come out to belong to a large number of tower cranes. Tower cranes are the most commonly used lifting equipment on the construction site, and tower crane, with a section of a section high referred to as standard festival, used to hang the construction of steel bars, kernel, raw materials for construction of concrete, steel pipes. Tower cranes, also known as tower cranes, originated in Western Europe. China's tower industry has begun to start in the 5th year. From the perspective of the technical development of the tower crane produced by China is different than the developed countries in the performance, operation, maintenance and operation of reliability. Moreover, some things in China's tower crafts have been slightly worse. At this time, the tower crane is not in line with Liu Sheng, and he tells Wang Bo, and when the Northman Chi Steel signed an agreement, try to do more orders, let most parts of these parts are best, when he will find some professional talents to study different nature tower machines with different technical performance characteristics to meet the specific needs of construction. In particular, the combined tower in the later generations, after completing the construction of a building, can be removed anytime, anywhere, and then reassemble. After assembly, there is no difference between the new tower crane. Only this high-intensity assembly tower crane is popular, and the speed of China's construction can be leap in the future. Once the tower crane with autonomous technology can be made, a large number of production can be made, and there will be a large-scale speed of the country when building a building. Liu Sheng said in the heart of the idea, and Wang Bo did not understand what the things are used by Liu Sheng. Even if I don't understand, the building will cover the building. What is the tower crane? In Wang Bo's cognition, he only saw the crane when she installed the electric pole in Jiangqing, and the crane was gently used in the wire rope when she was installed, and she gently used the wire. The pole hangs. He remembers very clear. When the first year, the electric pole is almost the kind of wooden pole, with more than a dozen people, and can put the electric wire in the pit. At this time of 8 or 4 years, the electric poles on Jiangqing began to change the pole made of cement. In the early years, I can use people to get the pole. At this time, I must use a crane to hang it. I can put the wire pole in the designated pit. If I use human, I can do it. All house loyalty companies will be unified with the highest quality decorative materials, and the loyalty of the household appliances inside will be configured. At that time, you can settle it. In the 1980s, don't say it is a total of 70 square meters to renovate the housing, that is, 30 square meters to 40 square meters of houses, all grabbed the head. What person first goes in, whoever lives, often because of these things are not available. After all, there is too much in the area of per capita living in this time and the living area of the later generations. Liu Sheng's home is in Jiangqing. It is basically quite good, but if Liu Sheng covers a small second floor behind the original house, then the living area in his home is more than 30 square meters. A large house with fire, a small hut with a small hut, there is a kitchenette that can fire cook. Chapter 350, 70-30-oriented bungalows. At this time, this is a pretty good house for living conditions. Many families have 8 or 9 people. The area living is more than 20 square meters. Like Yanming and Chen Liberation, the two in Jiangqing, the company is technically, it is a very good manager in the enterprise, but the area of living in their home is more than 20 square meters of small second floor. This small second floor is former. Most people live in the building area of around 20 square meters. In the 1980s, Jiangqing in the 1980s, the factory is quite a lot, almost all in accordance with various plant areas. For example, the Jiangqing coal machinery factory opposite Liu Sheng School. Next to the factory is the children of the coal mine machinery factory and the primary school, and around the front and so far is basically the family of coal minerals. Coal mining machinery factory is considerably a large-scale business, and the building of their buildings is also the kind of cartridge. The names of these cartridges are also very simple: 70 households, 90 families. Someone asked, why is it called 70 households and 90? That's because in such a piece of the building, I lived in 70 family people and 90 families. The area of each household is more than a dozen square meters, as if it is the room in the later world. One is one toilet. It is the kind of toilet of a common big long, and the male toilet is a small urinal in front. Next to 7 or 8 female toilets and men's toilets come out a small urinal. More than 1 or 2 of the men's toilet. In such a building, go to the toilet in the morning. It is very inconvenient. The most important thing is that there is not enough to use. Over time, many people have developed a habit to go to the toilet, or get up in the toilet early, or wait until they go to work. Go to the unit's toilet to solve. Every morning, the whole building, the toilet door downstairs, can see the people waiting in line to wait for the toilet, especially when it is in the summer. Even if the window of the toilet is completely opened, the door is very tight, and there will be a big unknown taste. To the toilet is a problem, it is a troubles, and it is also a problem in the morning. At this time, the kitchen is an open kitchen. It is less populated in the home. It can live in the area. If you open the window in the room, you can cook, but many people have more people. There is no place in the house, only cook in the big corridor of the pass. Useful electric cooking, also use the gas tank to cook. In short, the morning is the pot bowl of Scoop Symphony. A building is at least few hundred people. It will be in the same morning. It is like entering the vegetable market. In short, when I got up early, the entire corridor was basically all people, and all kinds of sounds were all. I would like to sleep, or the next night. Basically this point can't sleep. It's just that the relationship between people's neighbors is very good. If you do it, you will even say a few neighbors around you to eat together. When I arrived in the new year, even a few people lived together in the Spring Festival. This 70 house or 90 households are in this era. It is already a pretty good building. Generally no qualifications, workers and leaders without working years. Is a housing that is uncovered to heat. Most of the workers' housing are a larger long bungalow, and a few tens of meters deeply formed residential area of the factory. These family members are basically the analogy to be alive. The closer to the factory, the greater the area of the house, and generally, the longer the year. At this time, there is basically no leader who has a certain resident building, or the leadership can take the lead in fractional arguments. Basically the standards are consistent, and the years of work. The higher the period of work in the factory, the greater the contribution to the factory, the better the house allocated. Otherwise, it is the worker who needs the house, such as workers working in the factory, have lived in the dormitory of the unit before, and after the legal marriage age, you can apply for a housing to the unit. This application is generally allocated in accordance with the order of the application order, and all allocations are all publicized in transparency. The so-called black box operation is nothing more than the order of the application to the front, or when the house is assigned, the leadership of this aspect will leave the big house to give him a gift or have a certain relationship. Almost all the cities in Jiangxing and all cities across the country are the territory of Beijing. At this time, the area of housing is quite small, and the housing area of Jiangxing is almost the same. Like Shen Shihai and Luo liberated them in the bureau for more than 10 years, only give them 3 people's standards, 25 square meters per household. They want to pick up the parents living in the field to Beijing. It is precisely because of this reason, Shinshihai and Luo Liberation have decided to make a determination, preparing to work in Jiangxing. As the leadership of the expert group, Mao Xingguo is not high for the enthusiasm of the work of the company, because he is more administrative level than Shin foresees. He is now the cadre of the Zenkai level. If there is not too many accidents, this 2 years, he can be accessed to the deputy level, and he is a leadership member of the party organization of the resource survey, which is great in the future. He will not lose watermelon. For Shinsihai Luo Lib them these 3 people, Mao Xingguo did not stop the idea. After all, people walked from high water in the resource survey bureau, Shinshai C. Several people belong to that kind of crowded to the expert of the edges. Otherwise, this time, the old side of the old side, will not send them 3 people. Just thinking that they thought that they were sinned by Jiangxing, and finally found that they actually grabbed the big fish. At the budget, Luo Sheng not only succeeded in using big unity and sincerity to conquer Shinshui and Lis liberation. In the future, he took a good foundation in the Resource Survey Bureau. Luo Sheng believes that as long as it is 2 people in Shinshui and Luo Li, it is possible to go from the Resource Survey Bureau to Jiangxing. So, there will be countless people curious. Why did these 2 experts gave up such a good job and ran to where is the place where the poor hometown of Jiangxing is working? Come together, then, they will ask about the things about the loyalty company through the aspects, and we will ask the wages of the 2 Cs and Luo Lib. 2 people in Shinshihai and Luo Lib are experts, and the basic day salary of Jiangxing. Luo Sheng directly gave the 2 yuan 4 corner, daily subsidies and allowances and other forests total amount, directly break through the mark of 40 yuan. In other words, Shinsihai and Luo Liberation have just arrived in Jiangxing, and their salary will reach more than 1,000 yuan per month. And this salary, or Yingtan Sanshai Mountain, the mineral water plant has not built the price, and the mineral water plant here is officially put into production, then, the salary of the 2 people and Luo Lib 2 people there will be a big improvement. In other words, the 2 people in Shinshihai and Luo Lib went to work in Jiangxing, and the number of money earned every day, it was already equivalent to many experts to earn a month.